Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and score for data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan. It's the magic hour. Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made.
Drez catches swings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the boomer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Good morning. I don't know about you, but I am fired up after that intro. Fired up. Let's go. So
Good morning.
we got Miguel in the house. I think Drez is running a little bit late, spicing up that chorizo. But what we got here is a spicy open right now. I know Miguel had already taken a pre-magic hour trade. You see mine right on the screen here, 5 contracts long. I missed this right here. We hit the 0.10, it's the 05 box. I would have taken that profit here. My TP, you can see it up here. I had it structured. My full TP was up here. I would have taken 3 off, missed it. So I took it out, thinking it might come back deeper and I would re-enter. So I'm out of this trade. I think I made like 90 bucks on that. So about 800 on the day from my over my 1800 long I took. So take it away, Elias.
Good morning. How was everybody's weekend? Hopefully it was a good weekend. And yeah, like Karl just said, Drez is running a little late. Our guy also works on Monday mornings, and he's usually running a little late for those for the streams. But nonetheless, we had a pre-trade, pre-magic hour trade, pre-6 a.m. We came back all the way from the current low of the day. We started coming up here very aggressively back towards the P12 mid, and once we came up here before 6, I saw the swing forming. First, it was right here, and it gave me an entry right here. So I took my entry. I was looking to take the full 15 or even 30 points, but I got an unlucky stop. The very next candle, well, not the very next candle, it was a few candles after my entry. My stop was right here, stopped me out, gave me a little bit of a slippage, but nothing crazy. It was still within the risk managed. But then it gave me another entry. And, I had that P12 mid right down there. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it this time with a little bit more contracts. And I'm going to go ahead. I took it right here. I said, I'm going to go ahead and cover the queen, which I did right there. Then I took some cash flow. Then I DCA again. And then I finally got the whole 15 points out of that. So I'm up about like 90 bucks, even after taking a paper cut. So that was the whole move for that P12 mid that I was counting that we were gonna open really close to it. And I had my this is on the 3-minute, but you can see the swing here on the 15 and the 20-minute in this chart. It looks a lot better. And I also marked this area just in case I wanted to. That's where I do my DCAs. And right now, that trade already played out, and now I'm just waiting for more data. So I'm gonna do a little bit of wargaming and see what we got next. Anything you wanna add there, Karl?
No, I mean, same here. This would have been the maximum extension. We're getting close to what I would have been looking for out of this trade. So the 6 o'clock open is right here. You can see the 0. That's what I was banking on this holding, and we did. We ripped right through it. And now pretty much right to where I would have teed this any runners on this thing. So, and then looking for pullback now. So I'm just doing that, waiting for us to get into the swing. But, what we didn't really do is introduce ourselves to the new people that are here.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, right, yeah. Yeah, I'm Karl Hungus, live trader for PackTV Group, and been through all the boot camps since Mickey started this project. Been with these guys for about a year and a half. Former stockbroker, back from the tech boom bust days. So figure out how old I am by the length of the beard. But been in the game for a long time, so looking forward to doing this with the gang for quite some time going forward.
Yeah, awesome. Well,
and I also trade a lot of. I'm a price action trader, somewhat of a statistical trader, using some book as you saw up here before, and a lot of volume profile with my trade. That's it.
Yeah, awesome. Well, guys, for anybody that's new here, doesn't know my nice voice, my name is Miguel. I was brand new to trading when I joined the pact about, I want to say it's been 3.5 years. And this was my first trading group. A good friend of mine, he's in the audience. I saw him commenting already, Danny Walker. He said, hey, you should, we were big into crypto. And he said, hey, you should come. We knew Austin from the crypto side. He said, Austin is doing, on his Discord, he's doing this new, he's teaching people how to trade. At the time, it was CFDs. And he says, you should check it out. And I said, okay, I'm going to go check it out. And I came in and I fell in love with it. I'm a driver for a profession. I have a commercial CDL, like a Class A. I drive trucks. I drive buses. I drive shuttles. I drive limos. I've been driving pretty much my whole life. And I said, okay, I was investing a lot of that income into crypto. I said, let me give this a shot. Came in brand new. And with the gang here, like Karl said, with Austin, with Random, I just been getting a little better and better at what I do here in the charts, which is using the data to look for targets and then looking for entries on the 15 or 20 minutes using market structure like swing highs and swing lows, and aim for those targets and cash flow a portion of the move, not the whole move. But I'm getting a little more comfortable at holding runners. I'm working on it. It's a working process. So yeah, I'm happy to be here and hopefully provide some value to you guys while we execute live and analyze the charts.
Yeah, Magic Hour played. It's perfect. This setup right here, this trade, this long.
Sure.
That was it. That's all you really need. I just captured a small piece of it. So see if we can't find something else to get into.
So that was a great long, Karl. And
You gonna wargame it?
I'm sorry?
I was saying you're gonna start your wargaming?
Yeah. I was gonna tell you why your loan was really, really good. Because if you come here into the Daily Profiler, and if you are wondering what this is, if you're new, check us out on here on the stream, and we're gonna be referring to this multiple times, and we'll give you more details later on. But here pretty much is where we have our database that gives us I believe it goes back to 10 years worth of data for probabilities, right? So we have a system here, and you can see we have an Asia, we have a London, a New York 1, and a New York 2. And what those are ranges that we use to define those sessions. pretty much. So Asia is from 18 to 1930. London is from I believe it's 2 to 2:30 as well. And then New York is from 7:30 to 8:30. We haven't started New York one yet. So right now we had Asia short shrew, which was a nice short if you were able to catch that last night. Maybe Austin did. I'm not sure, but I know he looks for this trade during 1800. So hopefully he was able to take a portion of this giant move. Then we made the current low of the day for now, anyways, around 120. Let's see. I got long in Asia. Haha. Cash flow pay and running stop. No shorts to sound music. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, at least you got some cash flow, which is great. So then we got London here, and London is currently long. Now, if we come here to our database and we say long for London, we can see that today with the Asia short shrew and the London long, we had a 68% for London to stay true. AKA, we were not going to come back and take this low of the range during the London hours. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what Karl's his long was so great. Because once it confirmed long, he had a lot of statistics telling him that he could hold that runner. And yeah, that was a great trade. And if it was gonna become false, you could see that the median and average time for that was between I think it's 4:30 to 5:30 for price to let me put it on the 30 minutes just so I can double check that. 4 to 5:30. Yeah, exactly. That's the main time based on past statistics, where if this is going to be a false London session, it should happen by that mode and median time. And as you can tell, at 5:30, we were nowhere near that middle. So that right there is telling you bullish, right? And that's the reason I didn't re-enter on this cash flow move, because that would have been silly, because by the time I got my TP, it was already 5:30, and even though I had the breaker here, the swing, whatever, I know it had a high chance, 68% to be exact, to get disrespected. So that's why I took my cash flow and ran. So sitting on my hands for now. So now let's so what I'm gonna do personally is I'm gonna select true for London, because I really doubt that we're gonna be able to make it all the way back down before 7:30. It's already about 7 minutes before 7, so we got about 37 minutes for this session to end and start New Year 1. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it true, and that's most likely gonna stay true. If it changes, then I'll come back and redo my war game. But for now, I'm just gonna go with the true. I can hide this, so it's a little less confusing. I don't need this for now. Let me hide this this guy over here. I still want to have it there for reference, but I'll hide it for now. Okay, cool. So now let's go to my daily profiler, and I'm gonna go ahead and war game New York 1. All right, so I'm gonna play every possible scenario with the current variables that we have, and see what targets and what is most likely the next move for New York, right? And I already kind of know, but I'll still do it live with you guys so you guys can follow along. Let me stop for a second. Karl, if you want to let me know if there's any questions that you might want me to answer, let me know, because I'm on a roll. Yeah. I'm just rolling.
I bounced out had a restream for a minute. It cut, so
Oh,
I lost all the messages that were there. Yeah. Now I don't want to fire up the YouTube and everything's running.
Okay,
Other than
well,
Matrix Brain
I-
saying Karl is a stud, I think you're good so far. So
Karl is a
carry
stud.
on.
Yeah, I think it's just the usual suspects now. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah. So, all right. So let's go ahead and start here, right? So the first probability I'm going to play is going to be long false. That's just because that's the first one in my indicator. Again, you could have access to all of this and learn all. If you're new here and you're lost with what I'm saying, long false, New York 1, New York, Asia, London, all that stuff. That's what we're here for. We're here to showcase it, execute it live in front of you guys, and then hopefully, if it interests you and you think it could be beneficial to you, you could come in and to follow us on the website and find out more about us. And if you're willing to learn, how all this works and stuff. We have boot camps that go on every 3 months. You can join the waitlist, join the boot camp, go through it, and learn this for yourself. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna be super beneficial, even if you're already profitable. Yeah. So let's go here and let's start with the long false. So if New York 1 is a long false, we are going to have a higher day between 9:30 and 10. All right, that's what we got so far. And then a low day between 10 and 10:45. So AKA, we're up for a new low and a new high. 10:45.
Just FYI, we got 5 minutes till 7 o'clock opens up, at which time I'll see what price does. May present an opening for an entry long is what I'd be looking for at this point. So I have it set up on my
If you
screen.
need to interrupt me, don't worry. I'm just wargaming for now, so feel free.
Yeah. So that's why I'm just calling it out to see what.
Just jump in there,
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
You're good.
Don't even think about
Yeah, I'm
it.
waiting till 7 anyway. I just have it set up here. What I would do, so this may move around slightly based on what 7 opens up, but we got a few minutes anyway, and I'm going to go refresh my coffee. Back to you.
Now, can you tell me real quick, what's the current low of the day? Oh, you stepped away right when I asked you. Okay, let me just back out and look at it. 137. Okay, great. 137. So low of the day is way past. It's way past the mode and the median for this right here. That means that we have high volatility. Price is over, and you can see it on the ranges over here. It's overshooting for the day. It's a very high volume day, high volatility. That VIX is high today, so gotta be careful. Gotta position size correctly. Maybe adjust those positions accordingly. Let's see. So I said it was 1.30 something, right? I would say 1.37. Yeah. All right, cool. So what I like to do is, when we overextend, I like to look for alternative percentages. So close to the one we are currently at. So this one, we already passed this one. Okay, so this is where we are at right now. I'm gonna go ahead and give it 2 extras. I'm gonna have it for 1.2, 1.1 to 1.5. 1.1 to 1.5. Okay. And high of the day, we have 2 to 5, but I think we overshot that already. Let me see what we did. We did a 0.45. That's still within it, but I'm gonna give it one more. Okay, so we're gonna go from 0.4 to 0.8 on that. 0.4 to 0.8. Let's see any. Okay, no questions. All right, that's what we got for long false. Now, for short, let's do long true. Long true, we have a possible, and then I'm just gonna go over the long scenarios, and then after that, then we'll continue on the short, just so I don't lose everybody. Okay, so long true. We have higher day.
Hey, just real quick. So what I'm looking for to get into this long is, if you've noticed, this liquidity has been chasing up here. They've been lifting this bid. We're talking about 600 lots here in total. It was spread out between the 400, 405, 415-ish. They lifted that up, consolidated, and now we're sitting 610 lots at 473. What I want to see is a stop run. I want to see it come into this area, take this out, and then I think we might be free to run. We got some key levels here. This is volume point of control sitting at 400, and this is also the daily VWAP sitting right below it. So price likes to bounce off those and keep going. So it looks like we got our first bounce earlier, and now we might be coming in for a retest of that. But this liquidity right here, I want to see it come in, stab into that, stop run it, and then I'd be interested in getting longs. That's it. You good?
Awesome. Yeah. Let me see. This is a very, we're going to go to 1 to 1.5, 1.6. Yeah, let's do 1 to 1.6. Actually, wait. So, same thing, 1 to 1.5, pretty much. And the high of the day will be between 5 and 1.2. But I'm going to give it an extra one just because we have high volatility. So we're going to do 1.1 to 1.6. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got for the long scenario here. All right. So, as you can see, as far as price goes, the distro, we have made a low of the day for the short, for the long true scenario in New York 1, right? So if we're going for a long true, you can see that the low of the day, the mode and the median was between 115 to 315, which we did the low around this time, and the price distribution was between 0.2 and 0.4. Now that is only during normal volume, under normal volatility. But like I said, the VIX is a little higher at the moment. Volatility is a lot higher right now, so you have to adjust for that, because if you don't, you are gonna find those levels get disrespected really easy. So I just went a few modes into the distribution, higher, in this case 2 extra. So it gave me that number right there. So this could possibly be a low of the day if we are in fact going to have a long true scenario for a New York 1 day. And we don't know that yet. Anything could happen. Let me turn off the false so it's a little less confusing. And then if that is the case and we get a long true scenario for New York 1, where you're looking at a high of the day towards the end of the day, around this area here, which is 1.10 to 1.6 in distribution, if you account for the extra volatility, which I do. So this is my personal wargaming, and that's how I'm working it, right? So I'm keeping an eye out on that, right? If we start getting signals of a long true day, like we go long for New York 1, we stay above that P12, that New York 1 OU, then 930 comes, we take the 930, we take the P12 high, and then we are above that 930 price, the opening price, come 9:45, 10:15, then I'm already thinking, okay, this is gonna be that true day, and we're gonna head up here for the rest of the day. So that's the case scenario number 1 that I'm looking at. Now, if it was to be false, right? If it was a long false, aka we go long for New York 1, and then we make a new high at 9:30 and 10, and then we get that 9:45 reversal, going back into taking the other side of that New York range that gets created. I'll be looking for probably to look for that reversal trade at that time. Now, you can see that the long falls low of the day, we have made it there as well, as far as the price goes, the percentages that I have here. We didn't do it. It's calling to do it again at 10 and 10:45, but it could just be a retest of this low, or it could be like it will put a new low, and then range for the rest of the day. So we'll see. We'll see it when it gets there, right? But if this is the case, if it's a long false, then I'm gonna be looking for that price breakout at 9:30, make a new high, and then give me all the all the 9:45 4-step reversals, and then I'll be looking to get into a trade going back towards the 9:30. And I usually do cash flow. I don't go for the whole move, so that's gonna be great. Anything you're watching there that you wanna say, Karl?
Yeah, I was just checking out, seeing what's going on. Like from the volume profile perspective here, what you can see after this down move, after we came in to put in the 8, as we've worked higher, we've lifted the point of control. You can see all the volume is now being traded up here. The appetite for longs is here. I think the what we need to hold is right at the P12 mid, because you can look from the overnight Let's see. Yeah, that was it. So that's also back a little. Yeah. So this is point of control for the entire range from 1800. Point of control sitting 100. We've just lifted above that from this move up. We just started trading. We've taken point of control from 138 to now, all the way up here. So the appetite to
I think we lost him. That's all. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he was. Oh, there we go. You're back.
what's up? Oh, you're back. I think who's dropping? I don't think I'm dropping this time.
You dropped Karl, but
Yeah.
it was very, very quick. It was weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Okay. I think there might be some weather coming out here. I don't know if that affects things. I'm new to the area, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Where'd you lose me?
We lost you when you were saying that
I was just.
they were losing the point of control there.
Oh, well, not losing it, but point of control. We could see it's from this move down, right after it came down at 130, set that low at 138. We can see they've steadily lifted that point of control all the way up to now, where it's above the P12 mid for this move. If we take the entire range from the overnight, the point of control sits right at the P12 mid. So this is a key area, and even looking at Bookmap, they've lifted the bid above that area, which sits right here at 400, right? So what I'm looking for is price to come in, take this 762 lots, right? Because I don't think they'll trade all that out anyway. I mean, it's possible, but and come in here and trade that. So, I mean, let me pull this over here because we can also see from a volume from the book map here, 1,200 lots sold. So this has been traded out here on the sell side. So we got a severe imbalance on what's going on in the book here. So that's what I want to see is price come in here and start to balance that out. That's why I think we can come down into these 400s and see this get balanced out with longs for the buy and bounce it up and go. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for that move to happen. If it happens without me and price just continues to run, they continue to just lift this bid up. That's what they're going to do. But I'm going to bet dollars to donuts that they come in here and challenge this. So see what happens.
Yeah.
See if I win some donuts.
We'll see. Good morning, Lara. Lara said good morning. I don't think the high is in. Jeff, you might be correct. If we're gonna put a long true, it's definitely not in. So I will agree with you there. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue here. Now we're gonna work on the short scenarios. Okay, so for short falls, you can see that we have a low of the day mode and median between 9:30 and 10:15. And then we have a high of the day median from 11:15 to 1600, right? That's what I have here. Some people, and you could do it that way. I used to do it that way. Will only use the mode when it came to the time of the high and the low of the day. They will only use the mode, but I like to have the median there until I get a more confirmation, like more data. I like to see the whole picture until I get like the data confirmed, right? And then once the data gets confirmed, then you can see that gap type, that time window, closing to a more specific time. So you might be saying, oh, great, from 11 to 1600, that's a whole day pretty much. Yeah, you can say that, but you get more data and you keep adding data as you go, and things get a little clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. And the best advice I can give you is if you don't see it clear, don't engage. Don't wait till it's clear. So And again, if you're new and you don't know anything about this, then that's okay too. Just watch it. Come join us every Monday, and you're gonna start getting it. We're gonna be here live for multiple sessions with different traders, and we all use the same statistics, the same database, and you're gonna be able to start understanding it a little bit more. And then if you like what you see and you think it could help you, you could go to the website right there. It's on this QR code. Go ahead, check it out, and if you think it's for you, give it a go. I would 1000% believe that it's gonna improve you. Okay, we got Drez in the building. Drez, welcome. I'll let you
We do.
your
We
name.
do.
We missed you, sir. See. Oh, he's not. I don't think he's ready.
Yeah, he might not be
Might
ready,
not be
but
ready. Let's give Drez-
to your point about
Let's give Drez a few minutes to get set up. Let's continue here with the shortfall scenario real quick. Okay, so I have mode and median between 6 and 7, but we already way past that. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and add a few more. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. There we go. So,
Yo, you hear me?
yes, sir.
See, what's up,
Yeah,
everybody?
we got you, brother.
Me.
Anyways, what you guys doing? How you doing?
Doing good, sir. Wargaming.
Low?
I already took a little trade, and I'm wargaming for New York 1 already. I'm already counting London as true. And if you got anything to share or talk about,
I'm just watching the chart right now. Give me a few minutes. Let me see.
Okay, yeah, you can settle down.
Inside Sunday's
Yeah,
game.
I took
Yep.
I took 12 points off of the 6 o'clock off the open there. It should have been a much longer trade, but I didn't get the full size on. I wanted to get at least 15 on, but only grabbed 5 and dumped it when it pulled back. Didn't re-enter. I was looking for a liquidity sweep to come in and challenge this 760 lots that are sitting at 537, and we are not. We're just running away from it and going to the top side. So I'm still waiting to try and get into a pullback long.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome.
We have short true Asia and long. Maybe soon to be true. No. One second, guys.
Yeah, and unlike Elianis, he does his wargaming now. I push my wargaming till after 8 because I found, for me personally, it I only wanted to know P12 strike rates. Really is what I look for at this time, and I wait for that later wargaming. I use that for after 8:30. I found what was happening to me is mentally I would start making decisions based on where those high and low days were, and either not take trades or take trades that weren't optimal for magic hour here for this type of smaller scalps and things. So that's what I wait for me personally for my wargaming. But I love that you do it now because it lets me cheat. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Well, we all have different approaches to our workflow in the mornings. I like to get them done early, and sometimes I just hide them, right? And then as more data comes, it's easier to just keep updating than retyping everything from the beginning. And yeah, like you said, I usually I tried, especially this early hours, I try to just keep the data simple, like it is right now. Like we don't have any direction for New York, but if I go here and I look at the P12 levels and the daily profile of the level, and I go to and see the P12 levels, well, I know that has a base 45%. For the mid, it was a base 85% between 6 and 7:45 to get hit, which would, we kind of open right below it, and then we went and hit it right there at 6. So that played out, but there was no meat on the bone on that trade unless you front run it like I had to do. I had to take it early, and Karl took it early from the bottom going towards it. I took it early from the swing going back to retesting it, just because. But we both went towards that 85% hit rate that we had right there. And then there's other levels that you can look at, and you can see right now with things as they are, we have a higher percentage to go hit that P-toe high than we do to go hit that P-toe low. So it's about 82 versus 60%. So right there, without even getting any New York data, you're already thinking we can easily come up here and take that P-toe and take that high of the day and make a new one, right? Which it would agree with the shortfall scenario that I just wargame, that is telling me we're going to make a new low day. Again, really close to the same zone that we made the current low of the day, which that just keeps cementing that this could be the low day. This 1.37%. This could be the low of the day for today. Or we are gonna keep overextending to the downside. It's either gonna be one of the two, right? And we do have the volatility for that to happen. So just keep that in mind. But anyways, the shortfalls law of the day is calling for 9:30 to 10:15, and that is a little lower than the current one, right? And then higher prices towards 11:15 and end of day for a new higher day of the day. If we potentially do a shortfalls firecracker, right? And if you don't know what that is, again, keep watching us every Monday. Join the website. There's a lot of free things in there for you guys to use for your advantage. And then if you decide to join the join the bootcamp, the QR code is right there. It's going to be a 3-month bootcamp, classes, dedication. You got to put time into it, put some work in it, and I think it's going to be beneficial to you if whether you're new or you're an experienced trader, already profitable, not profitable. I think it's only going to be beneficial. Drez.
So to Dionys's point, it's how we can look at the chart and understand that. I know how Drez sets up and how he takes his trades, and can figure out that he probably took a long here or a short there. Same with Dionys. And we've watched each other trade so long, and we understand the processes that we can read the chart and pretty much understand where we took and entered and exited our trades. Not only that, we all speak the same language. So it's not coming in here and talking jibbity jabbery about different things that we don't understand what it is. So we know we all speak the same language, and it makes it really conducive to people getting into the rooms in the Discord, being able to understand exactly what's going on in the charts. Not a lot of confusion.
Yeah, awesome. Drez, let me know when you're ready, sir. If, we want to share your screen and go over some stuff, just let me know. Don't let me.
Yeah, he's hiding the sauce.
Let me kill your vibe. I'm almost done here, guys. Gonna do my last possible scenario for New York 1, which is gonna be the short true case. And for that is the fun one. That is when we drop. Okay. So, and I call it fun because it's like a roller coaster, right? We go up and then we go down really fast. We go up slowly and then we just plummet. All right, cool. Mo will be between 10:15 and 12. I like that. That's the mode of medium, by the way, for low of the day. High of the day, this is the only one that is currently supporting the current high. That's a valid high. That's the 1800 to 7. So that already tells me one thing. If it's 7 o'clock and we haven't made a new high of the day, well, it's already 7:25. I guess that's stupid. But yeah. So I'm only gonna put 1800 because it's already past 7. So I don't have to put it all the way to 7. So 1800 or 1815. That was the mode for that. Okay, let's do it a whole hour. Let's do 1900. All right, cool. So the box is a little bigger, and then that low of the day. Let's add a few to it because, like I said, that volatility is we overextended in every single section. We have overextended, so I'm gonna account for that by adding a few more buckets of distribution to it. So that's bucket 1, bucket 2, bucket 3. So bucket 3, we got 1.8 to 1.4. Okay, 1.8, 1.4 to 1.8 for the low of the day.
Thought I heard Drez back there. Are you ready, buddy?
Drez.
You ready for a little
Yeah.
analysis? I thought I heard.
Sir.
Yeah, here you go.
All right.
Yeah, 7:30 about to
Take it
start.
away,
Like
brother.
3 minutes. You got my
Sir.
screen?
Pocket,
Yeah.
can you put up
Inside
the screen?
Sundays.
Let me see. There we go. Now your screen's up.
Yeah, so we opened last night in a gap, right? Came down, made a low around 1815, pushed up, couldn't close above the Sunday range that we created, 1800 to 1930. We made a swing here. Could have got a short here, and actually I took a short. Yeah, we can London made a low, but we made a low at 1:30 in the morning, and then London came. Like Odiani said, I preached. It's looking like a long true London and a short true Asia. So pretty sure we broke Asia OU right now, right here. So New York could do some damage here, right? We could go and make a new higher day and then push lower, or this could be the higher day and then start heading lower. We have both P12 mid. I didn't trade this morning because I was busy at work right here, but this is one of my trades for 15 points, cash flows, magic hour. We came in. We got in Sunday's range again. That's a good. That's a confirmation that we could go start. We're gonna go and start pushing a little higher. Also, what else? P12 mid. Did we hit P12 mid? But right at 6 in the morning. Yep. Came up 6 in the morning, hit it.
We opened below
It
it and
starts-
hit it.
Yeah, so that would be a long stop goes below here and gone. And yeah, guys, right now I'm just watching to see how New York 1 is gonna start doing. We start gonna a little pullback or let it form, right? Let it form for a better statistical approach. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient. I had no settle right now to trade. I had to wait. I had to wait. Inside Sunday's range,
Don't worry,
Ron,
Drez. I took that 6 a.m. trade for you.
You did? You hold it down?
No, yeah, I took that. I held it down for you, brother. I got 12 out of it. I should have got 15, but you know me, I try to extend. So on that pullback, I pulled out with 12.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
All good though, baby.
Yes, sir. That's a good move, bro. Shit. Who else took in the shot? Anybody took that amount you got with Trey? See, it was clean.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was before we got on. We didn't get on until about a little after 6:30. So.
Okay. How you guys doing? How was that weekend? Good. Got some rest, Karl?
Yeah, man. I got like 2 hours.
Oh yeah, nice.
That's about it. We good though.
See,
one.
I was saying that I took that trade early that you were talking about, that you were a little busy. Got me stopped at the first go at it. I already said this early, but in case you just got here or you understood Drez better, you can see it in my chart. Stopped me for the first go, gave me a second entry, didn't hesitate, added a little bit more contracts because it was even more confirmation, cover the queen, took some cash flow, and then finally TP at 30 points with the remaining. So I'm still up from that trade. And yeah, just sitting on my hands right now. We have that, like Drez said, we're looking a little bit bullish for the moment. So yeah, right now, if you look at my chart, pocket really quick. Thank you, sir. You can see when I put all the lows and the highs of the day, I kind of obviously we have, like I said, we have high volatility, so we can easily overshoot these ranges for the day, right? So take that with a grain of salt, because for the day total we over extended on Asia. We did instead of the normal or the median is the correct phrase. The median average that we do for Asia is 0.63 distribution in percentage. We did 1.85. For London, it's 0.49%. We did 0.93. So what you can see right there is that we are overextending those median averages of distro. So the easiest, it will be really easy to double the distro on New York on a day like this, right? Like we usually do 0.89%. With this high volatility, we could easily double that or even triple it. So just keep that in mind. It's higher volatility than usual. The VIX is higher today. So keep in mind we can overshot these percentages. But based with what I'm seeing here, just the big picture, low of the date might be in. New highs coming in soon. And then from there, we can range in between the two areas, and we're going to have targets, and we're going to have entries that are going to call for those trades. Like I already have a few already pre-planned, and I'm going to show them here. This is the old one that I'm taking out. Do we have another one? No, we don't have one here. Okay, great. So undo. Okay, great. So this was the swing that I took that pre-magic hour trade, pre-6 a.m. towards the P12 mid. Obviously, you can see that it got invalidated, so that's no longer valid. I could just take that off my chart and look for another opportunity later. But if I go to my execution chart, you can see that I already have like a pre-trade set up over here. So let's see this. I want to see. I'm curious to see where this will be my entry. My entry will be a little bit higher than this higher day clusters, and that will be looking for a higher day reversal trade that I'm already like pre-planned, just based on market structure and based on the data, right? Like you can see it better here. This is the swing that I have that has held, and I would like to enter close into this area and look for that higher day reversal going back down. So hopefully we'll see what we get. I'll adjust it based on the data, but for now, that's what I got.
I got that same area marked out on my chart too. That's funny.
Yeah.
We're around 590, 600. It's that swing that was formed after at the gap close.
Yeah. It was right here. The swing. You could. This is on the 20-minute, right? You could put it on the 15. After that big drop, and we came back for the retracement, it formed the swing, and that's the swing that got respected throughout the whole remaining of the week. And if I'm going to take a short, I'm willing to. This will be a $300 total with DCAs trade for a potential $3,000 TP. And if it tracks me in and we make it back down to this level right here, that will cover the trade, and it will be a free trade. So even if it goes and then it stops me out, which I'm willing to take that take a shot at it. I'm not sure it's going to happen today, but as you can see, if we do have a launch through New York too, we could definitely make it there. So we'll see. Pack trades. Yo. All right, guys. If you found anything of this useful, anything I was saying, anything Karl said, anything Drez was going over, and you're new here and you're a little lost, don't worry. Keep showing up every Monday. You're gonna have traders all the way from London to market close, and we all have different types of risk management, different types of business plans, but we all use the same language, aka the same data that we base our trading on, which is right here, the daily profiler. And if you would like to find out more, go right ahead, visit the website, the dailyprofiler.com. Check us out. There's a lot of free tools there for you to use. And also, if you're interested in the 3 months bootcamp, signups are available. Go ahead and sign up if you think it's going to be beneficial for you. It's only $100. And if you ask me, I say you're getting a deal, especially for the whole work that is put in there for the whole 3 months. But you had to put in the work as well. It's a boot camp for a reason.
Yeah, here's one of the indicators that our fabulous devs have created for us. This gives us strike rates off of any setup you want, like time base you want. So like this 1800, let me double check when it pulls here. So at the 1800, I have it to start at the 1800 and take that first minute, right? It creates these probabilities off of that first minute candle, and it gives me the idea that, all right, if we break short, this area right here where we bounced off of was the first area that we could get some of that action. And I took that long based on this, right? Based on us coming into this region and then firming up. I use some other tools too, like Bookmap and everything, to be able to decide, say, all right, this is where I want to get long. To where? To the other side, right? Right when we got into that other side now. What did that deliver. Now, if you were able to get it, because I was trying to get it down here, I missed it. I think I got it 30s. So yeah, so it's 194. No, yeah, 194 points. So in that area. So once you learn how to use these things and you can develop entry protocols and things like that, they like to pay, right? Because this one, if I had got my full size on here, which would have been 15 contracts, I would have been able to scale 10 here. I would have taken 10 cash flow, paid for this trade. We call it covering the queen, making sure that even if it came back and took me out, I was walking away with money in my pocket, right? So ultimately, I only got 5 on. First runner got out here. My second runner was up around settlement, just right around this area, if I remember correctly, right around 80s. I posted about this, but price came back, took me out here. And I even said in hindsight, I probably should have taken it off because the distributions for that time frame had been met. We had already, because I measure all the distros, that's what all these different color blocks are. This distribution here for this time frame, we had already met it. Meaning, what do we get here? This is 1%, right? And if you look, flashing on the other side there, that 18, 20 Sunday, 0.82%. Now, if I expand that out to the 5 minute, I believe it goes up to about 0.9. Just double check. See if I'm lying or not. I might be lying. If I remember correctly. No, it's lower. How'd that happen? Yeah, regardless. It was a 0.85. We more than met it, right? So max distribution, that should have been giving me the clue, hey, maybe you want to take your full position off here, right? And then what happened shortly after, we lose it, I get stopped, and took another like 100 and something bucks out of that. So this was like a $600, $60 trade. If I took it near the top, it could have been close to 900. So still a good trade. But again, here now we're doing the same thing. Oh, I know where I got that. So this 0.38 is the max distribution for 6 to 8, right? You see it right down there. Yeah, 0.38 or 0.3 is the average, but 0.38 is the max on a Friday. So we have overextended that. It looks like we're continuing to push, right? So we may be looking at possibly an anomaly day or just bigger swings. Looks like more volatility is coming into the charts. I mean, is Drez, you available? So Drez looks at the VIX.
Yeah, the VIX is higher today.
Or the VIX. Yeah, that's probably expanding. I usually just feel it from what's going on in the charts, and then Drez will come in and give me the update on what's going on.
Yeah, you can tell.
I'm sitting tight, waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, on the BBIX,
Go ahead, man.
we are above the level that other ranges do span, like Asia, London, and New York. So yeah, expect New York to be. Let me see right now. Let me check it out. How many points we moved in London and Asia?
We overshot both of them. We did 0.93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we did that, I'm expecting.
This is just where your trades will just get more expensive here if you're not careful. So that's all.
Yeah. Yep. So I do expect the same for New York 1 and 2. So right now I'm just had no settle now. I missed the settle, missed the bus. So I'm waiting patient to New York 1 complete. Yeah, patient is the name of the game. So right now I'm just waiting. We inside. We close to the 6 p.m. opening price right here. So could be an area where we could hit it and then retrace back. I just gotta see it, But yeah, got to
Well,
wait.
we just broke Asia right now, so let's update that. Asia got broken.
Broken, yeah.
Yeah. One of the other things I use too on the longer term, you guys have seen me use it, is these anchored VWAPs to the CPI print, right? And if you notice, we bounced off of an older one here. This yellow line. It's not coming up, but I forget what the date is. But this is a anchored VWAP to one of the CPI prints. This is also another anchored VWAP to another CPI. This is the October. This is probably November. And up here is December's, all the way up near settlement. So what Price would like to do is play in between these, right? I was hoping Price would come back down here after it got up into this VWAP and come back down and challenge it at this P12 mid. But these are giving really strong indications that we want to be bullish. And so that's why I've been looking for longs. And we may just come and take the top off early.
We are currently also on the way for halfway through a 3-hour line as well, as far as the candle science goes. So yeah, everything looking bullish. And if you look at the New York one, with the data that we have so far, adding the Asia being broken, let me double check. Yeah, it's there. It's giving you a slight edge towards New York being a long, and then obviously false has a 66% chance over true, but the false comes after the mode is after 9:45, right? 9:30 to 9:45. So spec price to keep slowly grinding higher and higher to 9:30.
Depends. We inside the Sunday range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, and we battling that mid. Gotta get, if we get above opening price, this opening price at 6 p.m. 5:30s, 25, 5:30, 50. Yeah, we can, but we battling this previous 3 hour. We got the open, the mid, and prices completely. It gotta finish. We got news today at 8:30, because if we do, we're gonna be dancing around P12 mid. So in the next 15 minutes is 8 o'clock. So if we do got news at 8:30, expect us to have a turn back into.
We got news at 10 o'clock PMI.
Yeah, PMI.
Okay, so P12 mid, yes, P12 mid, we could be going back into it again and trying it out.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm just saying, based on what I'm looking at the daily profiler, right? It has a slight edge towards New York one being long, and then also being false. So it got reason where you're saying we could go maybe retest the high or make even a new higher day, and then come back and take that hit the New York one and make it fall. So yeah. Right now, like I said, I already took the trade. I'm up about $90. I'll show you guys.
yeah, also in the weekly
We're
chart,
pinging right.
go ahead.
Good. No, you take it, Drez.
So this is my higher time frame analysis, what we did. And we opened, Sunday open, below the previous month 50 and the 5 EMA weekly. So if I measure that level, which is 693, 25, 693, we hit a 2% to the downside, which means that's a good level that we can hit and bounce from it. And we did actually last night, now that I see it clean.
Yeah,
We hit it right here, clean to the T. And now we put my fancy table here. We got statistics, right? This is what we powerful. So we hit it 2%, 66% of the time, meaning out of the last 47 weeks, 31% we hit it. I'm sorry, to the downside. To the downside is 27%, right? So our last 47, that means we are bearish. Like is we are setting lower prices, right? Now, if we get above this opening right here, we could go and back close this gap, this Sunday range gap, and then we could eventually go into previous monthly mid and then 5 EMA. But gotta see it to get in tune with that trade. I need to see near one how it finished for me, and yeah, guys. Also, we below NFP, and we do got NFP this Friday, right? If I'm not mistaken, this is NFP week. I could be wrong. Let me check my calendar. February, first week of new month. Hey, new month, new opportunity, guys. Hell yeah. Friday, yes. Friday we got NFP, baby. See. Yeah, hello data this week, guys. So, yeah, man. Volatility, like we said, expanding. It's expanding. So right now, we should be looking for either small risk. If you trade in Q and you don't like the volatility like that much, going to MAQ or less contract. Don't force the trade. Just be patient and be smart about it. We got the system. We got the daily profile to help us out. And for me right now, it's telling me to be patient because we got to form New York 1. I missed my trade, so yeah, sitting in my hands for now.
Yes, sir. Good stuff. Yeah, pretty much.
And this guy and Drez is doing all this while making some of the spiciest sausage you'll ever have, man.
Yeah,
like, this guy's incredible.
That is true.
I'm in the lab right now. I'm working right now.
You haven't heard it smacking the whole. He's in the seasoning department, so he has to slap it. You hear?
Oh, just FYI, real quick too. That was the open right there. We just came up to the, the weekly open, the daily open. Right, this is that pink line right here. That was the open before the gap and everything. So we came right up to it, rejected. 5:30, we didn't even get to it. So. Looks like we're starting to head back down.
Yes, we did.
And that's kind of the action I wanted to see. We also have, so here you go. Here's that 705 lots. Let's see if they take it out or they just pull it, they yoink it, whoop, and let it fall even further down to the 602 lots that are sitting down here right at 437. So let's see if they pull a zoink scoop. There it is. They pulled it. They didn't trade it out. They pulled it out. So watch. Let's see if it fades all the way down to this other level, and that's the one I think they're ultimately hunting right here. So let's see.
Yeah, right now, like I said, I'm done. I'm taking any trades for the moment. I did my wargaming, right? It's like I said, it's pretty simple for me. I'm waiting for New York 1 to give me more data, either so I could put the scenario for more accurate, and then and yeah, I'm gonna be trading accordingly, right? So obviously, if we go short, then we're gonna have plenty of time to go for the cash flow towards that back towards retesting that P12 mid. If we go long, then we got plenty of distance to go for that P2 high, for that possible new high a day if we go long, or if it is too violent and it doesn't give me any entries because we are moving a little bit more aggressively today, then I'll be looking for either continuation of the 930 or a possible 945 1015 reversal for that New York being false, right? So either or, there's plenty of distros to go, and we just gotta be patient and let price tell you what it's doing and just try to ride the wave. Don't fight the wave, ride the wave.
Yeah, man. That's what they mean. Trading is boring. I don't think we took a single execution so far on stream.
Yeah. Well, I recorded mine just so I could post it in my Twitter later, just in case. But yeah, it was
That's the name of the game. Patient, man.
Yes, sir. It was pre.
No, it is, man. 100%.
It's that sea sauce. Yes, sir.
We hit that 3-hour bid.
3-hour time.
We came up here, came close to the opening of this week open, like Karl said. Yeah, this area right here, yeah, we fighting that previous 3 hour, the 1800 to 2100 3 hour. So we came around.
Yeah, we got the perfect firecracker set up below us, boys. You know what I'm saying? Right down to that P12 mid. If we hold, like I like your call, like you say it all the time when we get the news, we like to hang around that mid. We extended away from that mid, but we're nowhere near that P12 high, and we got some levels that we have to crack through to be able to get up there.
Yes.
So I think you're spot on, Drez. I think we may linger around that P12 mid before we take off and get the data from the PMI numbers.
Yeah, maybe we get a short. We also let's see how 8 o'clock do. Yeah. Maybe.
Well, we almost came into. Yeah, there's a small swing that was created on. I know, Eldianis, you look at those 3 minutes, right? If you look at my screen,
for entries purposes, yeah. I had to.
Yeah, there's a 3 minute swing
and
here.
And then I looked for an entry on the 3.
Yeah, I got you. There's no 15 here, but this is a 3 and a 5, right where we backed off and right where Globex Open is, which could have given criteria for an entry if that's what you're looking for, because you could have parked a stop right behind Globex Open. It's been a real nice area to engage and take advantage of all these 90% strike rates that are right on the way to P12 mid. So that was my hope, was that maybe we work a little bit up a little bit more, give us a crack above Globex and then head down. But hopefully we can hold here and take advantage of that firecracker, right? Because we're setting up for one for 9:30, which would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well,
get a.
yeah. So
Good.
alert number 1 just went up for a possible apex instead of a line. We took the current hourly mid and the Q3 low. Now the next alert will be if we take the opening price and as well, and then it will be also the previous hour. And then after we take that, it's most likely going to be an apex rather than a line if it does. But if it's going to be a line, this is most likely where it's probably going to start bouncing aggressively back to the upside. So we'll see. We'll see what it does. I'm actually just observing it and just keeping an eye on it, but I'm not actually trading it. Like I said, I want to wait for the whole New York one to give me more data. That's pretty much it. See.
Yeah, that's a C setup.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. See, baby, come on, give it to us.
So as you can see now, they pulled liquidity at 437 that was sitting there. So there was 700 lots right above where price is now. They yanked it. They also
clock
yanked
is up, new hour open,
600 some odd lots. Yep. Let's see what we get.
Let's see what happens.
There's a volume
Ready?
imbalance.
Yep.
There's a volume imbalance down here. 1,200 and some odd lots, 700 something lots sold out. So almost 2,000 lots sold down here around the 400s, 425s. So they're out of balance on the buy side. So I think they got to come down here, rebalance that, and get some buys down in this area. That's why I like that area for long.
My fault, guys.
Bye gold. What happened with gold? Let me see real quick. Did it go up?
Let's go. Let's take a look at our metals over here.
Gold. He said bye. It's just a little retracement. It's nothing crazy. We went all the way down and we were back up. But right now it's another retracement. I mean, that is a lot of money, though. That is a lot.
Don't sleep on copper, gang. Copper is going to be the new silver, the new gold. I think there's room in copper.
All right, we're getting that bearish distribution. We are attacking that previous hour opening price, and that is your apex alert. I was freaking muted. I'm sure. Yes, sir, Macris. 450s on NQ, boys. Ooh, 450s. That is, yeah, we're about to get there. We're about to get it to 450 right now.
Yeah, we got to crack this 465, but there's really nothing standing in the way of it right now. Like I said, they pulled a lot of that. Liquidity is gone. Book is thin now. Looks like a lot of the participants left the building. Everybody who's excited to be in here with 700 lots, they are now gone. Got a lot of single digits on the tape, so meaning they can run price fast, like to the downside if they wanted to.
Apologize, guys. Yes, sir. Q1 low. Ni madre. Wow. Damn. Who said 450s? Yes, sir. We're going there right now. See.
Sir.
Dang.
I think they're going to take our firecracker early, boys.
Yeah, I'll probably get in tune with this. And so, how many more minutes? 10 more minutes?
10 more minutes.
Let's see what happens. We get it short.
Sweet darling. Oh, man. We're dropping. Yes, sir, Nick.
Yeah, baby.
We
That P12 makes fire. That P12 makes everything. It tends to be around there.
Yeah, you can build a business on P12 mid, low, high.
Yeah.
You can literally build a business around those levels at the right time frames. Yeah, I mean that's literally what I had to do because I couldn't trade 9:30 and after 9:30 for the longest time. Just scheduling and personal stuff. So that's why I kind of started looking at the pre-market, looking at 6 to 8, and really, that's what nailed it down for me was the fact that at 6 a.m. we get that's when the P12 high, low, mid gets set. So now we get first touch strike rates off of that, right? That's where I went into a little bit of a deeper dive to see, okay, if we touch the P12 mid first time, first strike, how much do we extend past it? Do we mean revert? And most of the time we mean revert back into wherever it was. So if we're above it, we come in and touch it, we mean revert back up.
So for
we could
anybody new,
extend the typical. Yeah, good.
no, for anybody new, that's why in Magic Hour.
Yeah, man, that's it. And so the typical extensions are right around. I gotta get my spreadsheet again, but it's right around 0.13. If we get into FOMC days, it extends a little bit more. Like I think it was about 0.23. So you're talking about anywhere from about 25 to 50 point extension before it'll snap back and revert back into the range 60 some odd % of the time. So that's like the behavior of the P12 mid, and that's what I saw, and that's how I came up with, hey, this the magic hour, baby, because we can actually get some really good statistics and trade off of this and not have to wait till New York 1 sets and all that good stuff. But there is far more data once we get New York set in and get those variables played out. Then we have even more data.
Yeah, and the key is to be patient, right? Like this short looks juicy for that P12 mid, and you might be thinking, "Oh man, this thing is dropping. We're gonna get that firecracker ahead of time, and it's gonna leave me behind." I can't tell you how many times I regretted taking that movement late. You know what I mean? Like how many times it came back and would have got me in at the entry that it was supposed to, and it would have saved me a lot of drawdown and make a really good trading day over a bad trading day, right? So
100%.
just be patient, stick to your plan, stick to your business. Don't fall for the FOMO. This is all, like I said, we got plenty of room to take the trades today. There's no, if one passes you by, it's okay. Wait for our next one. If you respect your stop, if you get stopped out, like perfect example right here for me. I took the trade when it gave me the first entry right here, and it couldn't give me cash flow, couldn't give me anything, and then stopped me out right there. Like this was my invalidation up here, and you can see it just wicked me out. It was just a whip. Like after that, it never went back up there, right? And the trade played out beautiful. And this doesn't look like much, but when you measure this, even from like the first entry, this is where I got out right here. You're looking at right here. You're looking at 17 points, right? And the whole move went down like 50 something points, like 53 points, right? But I'm looking for cash flow, so I'm not looking for the whole move back to the P12 mid, which was right here, 29 points, 30 points. But yeah, sometimes that would happen. Respect your stop, and if it gives me another entry, then you enter. I would rather do that, and I've been there before. Again, I'd rather do that than not respect my stop, and then this candle goes with the moon. And now I blew an account for not respecting my stop where I could have just entered when it gave me another entry, So I just wanted to say that because I know I still struggle with it sometimes. And, being real with you guys, I still have to find myself every single day. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are too. And I'm pretty sure, maybe not in this stream, but I'm pretty sure that there was people waiting for that short. Didn't take it for whatever reason because he hadn't confirmed or anything when it was up here, and now they're seeing it all the way down here, and they're like, "Oh man, it's gonna go to the middle without me," and they're entering down here at the bottom. And look at this thing. This thing already like bounced. How many points? Like 20 something points, 25 something. So if you're trading anything decent as far as size. That right there, that could be the difference between a green day and a bad day. Well, actually, I shouldn't say green or red day. Between a good day and a bad day, because a good day is when you follow your rules and you stick to your guns, even if the P&L is red, and you follow your
Bingo.
rules.
I was just about to say, I went through the same thing on my trade, only having 5 lots on when I should have had 10. And if you jump to my screen pocket, the same exact scenario played out, but just to the upside, right? Took my 5. Now, me, I don't know, a year ago, even 6 months ago, I would have chased this. And if I chased at the wrong time and I got myself in where I may have potentially been sitting through points that possibly could have got me out with a tight stop. Did I get in up here at these 490s, try to suffer 40 points of drawdown? That would have stopped me out, right? So this is why I don't chase anymore. The trade for me was getting 15 on 5, taking 10 off here, and having 5, and then partialing out 3. That's what I like to do, right? That's the main thing I like to do. And if I could get that 15 on, that's where I try to hold, 3 to 2, 3, whatever I can for that big or maximum 100-point run. I'm not trying to do that with the entire position. That's how cash flow is king. That pays you. That's what keeps you in the game, right? So me being able to stay in the game is, like Eldianis is saying, respecting the rules. I didn't get the size on I needed to participate in the rest of this move. I just got a small. That keeps me up. Where am I up today? 802. So I'm not going to complain being up 802. And keeps me fresh for 9:30 when that comes, to be able to take advantage of this firecracker that looks like it's going to be setting up for us.
Yes, sir. And I don't know about you guys, but every time I do a mistake, it's easier to make the next mistake for some reason. Because you're already behind, like you're already trying to play catch, like you already have like an extra chip on your shoulder that you let your ego take over, and it's just not great, So for those of you guys listening, watching the charge right now, and you were looking to get short and you saw that big move without you, don't worry. It'll give you another entry. Just be patient. Make sure.
Even if it's tomorrow, tomorrow or another day, it doesn't matter, man. What you don't want to do, like what Eldianis is talking about, is reinforcing those bad habits. And trading and learning how to trade and executing at a high level is very much like playing a professional sport. And you need to get the reps in. You need to get your swing desk. So if you're a baseball guy, you want to be in that batting cage, and you want to dial in a swing, right? And if you're swinging all over the place at different setups, at things that are not your swing, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail miserably. You're gonna foul pitches off. You're gonna strike out all the time. You're gonna have a crappy batting average. But if you can stay in the pocket, and if you can just line up that pitch and get your swing right in that zone, right in that sweet spot, you're gonna crack one, right? You're gonna swing with confidence, and as you do that over time, and that's where I'm doing it. I'm in the midst of dealing with a whole lot of personal stuff, and that's partially why I couldn't get 15 on there. But once that muscle is reinforced, once I continually see that good, even though it's smaller than I think it should be, I'll start to dial that in, and I'll start seeing those 15 contracts go on. You'll start seeing me step up to the NQ contract where it'll be 3 minis, because that's what I go for, right? But right now, where I am with my account sizes, this is the size I have to play in to be comfortable and reinforce all those good habits until I can get to that place again. And that's what being in the pack does, man. We've got a whole bunch of people in here that hold us accountable, and to make sure that we're not tripping up. Because I know if I'm taking crazy trades all over the place, not just because I'm doing this live, Drez will probably message me. I know, Austin, Mickey will tell me, call me a retard. but you know that's the reality. You know, you need to stick to your plan, and you need to just take that swing over and over and over again.
Yes, sir. Now, I do want to say, guys, we have 50 people watching and only 9 likes. If you guys,
Oh, that's it, man.
If you guys got any value from listening,
These are a lot of regulars too. I'm disappointed in all of you.
hit that
I'll
like
see you in the
button.
Discord.
Hit the like button. Doesn't hurt. And stick around for Austin, who's coming up next. I believe
Oh, yeah, you should be. We're already there. Yeah, 8:15. There
yeah.
we go.
We're almost there. So
Should be coming in soon.
it's gonna get a little bit more exciting because Austin has a lot more excitement in him because he's younger and he's recently married, so he's on that honeymoon phase. So yeah.
He starts up at 8:20, by the way. So we got a few more minutes.
Yeah, and I have 4 minutes. So yeah, so stick around, hit the like button, and yeah, that's what we got for you today. I know Drez is probably looking to get short pretty soon, just by looking at.
I'm sure, guys. I'm sorry. I was dang it, I was freaking muted. I was freaking muted. I'm sure, baby.
There he goes.
Go. I'm sorry.
You might want to share Drez screen.
There he goes. He got it. They got it up.
Okay, cool.
See,
Go ahead, take it away.
Short right here. We got a swing, right? I was waiting 10 more minutes. We got it. We pulled a little. I got short at, what is this? 93. I'm short for 93. 15 points. Let's see. 15 points for 93. What's that? See,
Yeah, you got it in 1 minute, baby. Maybe 2.
Yeah. So, yes, sir. Yep. TP hit. Right. So.
All right, Magic Hour crew across the board. Profit, baby. That's how we do it.
Yeah, 93. 15. Right there. That's the trade right there. And let's see. TP, let's go. Give me TP. I will not lose this trade. Go. I will not. I'm liking it 7 points. So stop at 7 point less. So let's see. We get hit.
Boom,
Okay,
baby.
my stop. See.
Boom, baby.
So whoever gets fed. Hey. No, not yet. Come on, baby. Don't play me in front of my flanks. Give me 15. Let's go. Come on. I'll be talking to the can anyway. And we got 2 minutes, so we can cut it right now. But that's my trade, guys. Yes, sir. Take the boot. There you go, Agri.
That's what's up.
See,
Sir, see.
that's it.
I knew it. I was like, wait, why is Drez not saying his short? Because that's his setup right there. That's his entry. Good stuff, brother. Oh, what happened? Did I drop? Well, I think we lost Drez and Karl. Internet issues, but I know Drez hit TP, so he's probably happy. Austin should be coming on any minute now. Karl is back, and yeah,
There we go. We're back.
it was awesome to have you guys.
Market maker trying to take us out
Yes, sir.
while Drez getting his TP in. You know what I'm saying? All three Magic Hour traders TP in the green. Let's go.
It was a nice day. Okay. So, any final words before we call it, Karl?
Man, listen, that's a textbook Magic Hour right there. I mean, 6 o'clock gave us early cash flow. I mean, you experienced it too. Drez would have hit it if he wasn't busy, but he got his. He got his off another setup he goes for, and you know,
Awesome.
Magic Hour prints once again.
Yeah.
So
Same thing for me, guys.
it's a good solid handoff for Austin.
Yes, sir. Same thing for me, guys. Thank you for joining. Don't forget to check us out on our socials and check out the dailyprofiler.com. And yeah, see you guys next week.
Hit the damn likes. Hit the likes. I'm gonna yell at these people when we get in the Discord.
Likes.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. Shine a rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Good morning. Good morning. How about Magic Hour, ladies and gentlemen? We had a really good London session. If you guys tuned in to London, Bowie really did a good job trading this morning. We had Magic Hour. Drez, it looked like, caught a really nice short this morning. Looked like Karl, I think if I wasn't mistaken, it looked like he took some pretty nice longs off of the 6 a.m. So really good job this morning. I didn't see Miguel. Miguel, I don't know if oh, Miguel's still here. I didn't see what trades Miguel took, but good job this morning, guys. How are we doing this morning? If you are new here, if you are new watching for the first time coming in here, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if you are coming in from a place where you're still trading from a beginner, if you're coming from an advanced state, if you are just trying to see what we do, or if you're an existing person that comes in every week. Thank you for coming back. We got, oh, Miguel took a 5 a.m. short towards P12 mid. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. He got a little bit earlier. Nice. Good morning. Good morning. We got SBS Sniper. I think you look new. I think is this Jay? Sometimes I get your guys' profile pictures flipped up. Hey, welcome. We got Scotty. Good morning, Scotty. We got Seth. Good morning. Good morning. Raxith. Good morning. Matrix Brain. Let's go. Equilibrium. Good morning. We got Wes. Good morning. Julie. Good morning. We got Chitaki. London session. Yeah, London was I don't know what that says, Chitaki. I'm gonna have to refer to my linguist, but I'm pretty sure that means in Japanese amazing freaking profitable London session. If so, you would be correct. Hey, drop a like if you haven't yet for that Magic Hour. Yeah, Karl, Drez, LD Honest, they did a good job this morning. All right. Get stuff set up here, and I think we're good to go. All right, guys. The first thing that I do every single morning. Oh, give me 1 second. We got a guest coming on this morning. Well, not a guest, Cody. Cody usually trades the late New York session, but he's going to be coming in and joining me today at 9:15 a.m. EST. All right. Sweet. So the first thing that I do every single morning, one thing that I always like to take an opportunity on these live streams to do is just to show you guys what I look for and kind of the whole workflow process behind this. Because it all started out with just how can I get a statistical probable trade? How can I back it by repeatable numbers? And then how can I apply risk management to it? That's where this all started. And I wanted to see, okay, how can I look at this market in a way that's objective, where if I see that there are certain levels that have probabilities attached to them, and then when live price is printing in that direction of probabilities, I take the trade with positive risk management. That's, in a very big nutshell, my whole philosophy and how I trade. So going into the market today, the first thing that I look for is I go to the hourly chart. And all I care about when I'm looking at the hourly chart is, first and foremost, where are we at within statistics? And when I say statistics, it's just any level that's backed by a probability. So if you have a level that is going to be retraced, like you guys can see right here, midnight open, on the 1 hour time frame, it gives you a really good look back on TradingView, about 1,000 days. But midnight open has around, historically, a 65 to 68% probability of being retraced. So if I know that we're above midnight open, and this level between 8 a.m. to noon is typically going to get hit more than it doesn't, then all my goal is to let live price tell me, are we in agreement to go to that direction and take a part of that 65 to 68% probability? Or is today a day where we do not come back to midnight open, or we do not have that 65 to 68, but we actually experience the other side of the coin? And so one thing that we do to give us this context of, are we revisiting a lot of statistics or are we not revisiting a lot of statistics, is where are we at within the daily candle? How has this daily candle started the day? Because that's what we as day traders do. We trade and the print of the daily candle. We trade the fluctuation of, here's the open, and we watch the candle do this right here. Like if you were to replay the daily candle from the open, it went up, made the wick, came down, tested the open, broke below. Now it's trying to retest the open again. Just like if you go to a 1 minute candle, what are you watching? We can go even all the way to a 15-second candle. What you're watching is just the retest of that same thing. You're watching the candle open, print, test, open, test, print, close, open, open, close. And that's all we're doing. That's all we are doing, is we are trying to capitalize profitably and consistently a repeatable move within the daily candle as it's making those little wiggles. So with the context of how that daily candle's printed, the first thing that I care about is where are we at within the high and the low of day. Is it statistically relevant that the high and the low that we currently have, is this something that matches what we historically do? So right now we have a 1900 high of day. And this is what we call an out of stat high of day. And then we have a 1 a.m. low of day. Now let me go to the 5 minute just to get a more specific time, just to make sure. Yeah. And then when I mark my out of stat, oh, dude, what am I doing over here? This is like amateur hour. Gotta get some. There we go. Let me know if that's too loud for you guys. I like a little something in the background so it doesn't sound super, super silent. Because trading can be very boring, all right? Profitable trading is very boring. So We have an out of stat high of day and an out of stat low of day. Now, what does this mean? Well, statistically, like I said, we do not lock in the wick of the daily candle at 1935, and we do not typically lock in the wick at 135. So now my whole goal, my job as a trader, my job as somebody that is going to put risk on today for how I specifically trade, is my job is to say, okay, if these are out of stats, we're not just going to blindly follow a spreadsheet. We're not just going to sit here and say, okay, I'm taking a long right away because it's just arbitrarily out of statistic. I now need live price to agree towards one of these directions. Because if you are an ICT trader, we talked about this even over the weekend, a lot of what we do can be applied to a lot of ways of trading, whether it's ICT, support and resistance, supply and demand, volume, profiles, book maps. A lot of people in the ICT world, right? They say, okay, well, what high or low could be rated, or where could we sweep the liquidity, or any of that. And so all we're doing is we're putting, some sort of objective number that this high or this low could be taken. And so when I'm in a trade, and the whole context of why I do what I do, and why this may seem pretty crazy here, is I'm trying to war game all the potential ways that my opponent could move. And then all I need to do is execute when one of those ways align. Because see, the beauty in day trading, and the beauty of these charts is historical data, right? We always hear this when we put our money into an investment platform. Historical data does not equate to future performance. We always hear that, and that's very true. But one thing that is very certain that we can measure and quantify is still statistical repeatable movements that this market does. Now, does the market change in terms of volatility? Does it change in terms of all these different erratic movements due to news? Absolutely. All that stuff, 100%. But the sheer basic foundation, the fundamental of how this candle prints, this daily candle, I can't speak on the monthly, can't speak on the yearly, can't speak on none of that. But what I can say for certain with numbers is that how this daily candle prints has been repeatable since electronic trading has been around, because you can find it yourself. You don't have to believe me, you can find it yourself. And so when I'm doing this analysis, I'm not trying to sit and account for taking 100 different trades. I'm actually doing the opposite. I'm sitting here accounting for what is the highest probable print that this daily candle could do. Then once 930 opens up, I can take the highest probable print and just let my risk be aligned in a positive manner. And then the math will do its thing. You see, this is where I love statistics so much. And honestly, this is why I get so much passion from this, is because like many of you, when I was an unprofitable trader, I just had a lot of weakness on the chart in terms of having confidence issues. And I think we all have that, like you can't click the button, or you're scared to click the button, or you're scared to hold a trade, or you're scared to pay yourself, or you're scared to not pay yourself. All this fear that we get because it's uncertainty, because this market is very uncertain. And so I had to ask myself, well, if this market is very uncertain, and that's my weakness, right? That may not be some of yours. Some of you all may have different weaknesses. But for me, I had to build a system around my weaknesses. I had to build a system around what gives me confidence to just hold a trade, take a trade, be completely removed from the emotion of being fearful of clicking the button when my setup happens. How can I do that? And I was like, well, if I just have numbers, right? If you were just to ask me if I have a 50.1% chance of surviving something versus a 50-50, I'm going to choose 50.1, because that's objectively a higher probability than a 50-50. And I think everybody here would too. So it's the same thing. If I know that this is an out of stat high, and then when I am in my trade, if I've done all my homework now, right, it's 8:39:37. If I do all my homework now, and I do all my prepping now, I prep for if price does this, or if price does this, or if price does this, or if price does this. If I prepare for all these different scenarios, okay, all I got to do is wait for one of them to align, and then I take the trade. And then I take the trade, and that's it. What are y'all saying in the chat here? Danny says, like many of you when I was on prop. That may have came out way wrong. Like many of you, as in we all probably relate. Where is Mick? He won't be able to be here today. He has other things he had to get done. He'll be here next Monday though, next week. Don't you worry, SBS Sniper. Cody's going to be coming in at 9:15 a.m. EST. He is one of the lead traders for the late New York session, the ambiguous hour. Hey, real quick, I forgot to mention this. You guys see the pinned comment, all right? I want to get to my goal last time was 150 live viewers, and we knocked that out of the park. So now I ask all, what do we got? 87 people live right now. So all 87 people live. Let's get this to 180 live viewers today. I want to break 180 live viewers. If we can break 180, that'll trigger another giveaway. And so all y'all got to do is click that pin message in the comments, go to the tweet, like it, retweet it, and if we get to 180 people, I will pick one random person that retweets and likes, and we'll do an $80 giveaway. All right, so if I do the high a day, low a day, right? Let's go back to it here. So if I have an out-of-stat high of day and an out-of-stat low of day, we have bearish statistics below with opening prices below, and then we have bullish statistics above with an out-of-stat high above. So what I'm doing right here when I'm saying all that, what am I saying when I say out-of-stat, like statistics above and below? All I'm saying is that there are objective reasons for price to checkpoint these areas and also objective reasons for price to checkpoint these areas, right? They all have very high probabilities. You can see them right here. So if these all have high probabilities attached to them, well, then now I just got to wait for one side to become obvious, and these become my partials. These become areas that I target when I'm taking a trade. These become areas that I scale out of or take cash flow of or anything. So now I say, okay, well, if I have an out-of-stat high of day, I have an out-of-stat low of day, and then we're breaking above the P12 mid. So the P12 is the next slice of this. The P12 is the first half of the daily candle. It is the high and the low of 1800 to 6 a.m. So all we're doing here is we're just cutting this daily candle in half, and we're saying, okay, if we understand that this daily candle opens, prints, and tries to see which way we're going to go, and statistically, the first quarter of most time horizons that can be divided by 4 pieces, statistically will have the higher low. Well, if the first quarter will have that higher low, like if I break apart this quarter here, what did we do? What did we do? Right? We made a high in Q1, and then the second highest probability is a low in Q3. Now, if you're in the boot camp, I got a pop quiz question. What do we call Q3? And what did we do in Q3 today? What's the 4 names of these quarters? But what specifically do we call Q3? Because we did it, and there's a reason why we call it this. So now going into the New York market, well, if we have the answers to the test of where the high and the low and the midpoint of the first half of the daily candle is, well, then now we can see, okay, well, if we're reacting bullish, okay, we break above the P12 mid, right? You can even see it here in the pre-market as the P12 mid was forming, but the P12 mid was locked in at 6 a.m. And when we broke above it, now I'm saying, okay, this P12 mid until 9:30 is going to give me some context clues on how the rest of this daily candle is going to be printing going into 9:30. And so if we can go into 9:30 now, so now I'm going to war game how 9:30 opens, where it could open, in the scenarios of how we could attack these statistics. So if we come to the upside and we take these bullish statistics, we take previous day lows, we come up and maybe try to make an in-stat high of day at 9:30. Then I would be looking at, because this is bullish at P12 mid, if we're above and breaking above P12 mid, my target is P12 high. If we're breaking below P12 mid, doing something like this, then my target is P12 low. And because live price is currently from the daily candle standpoint breaking above the P12 mid, this is giving me breadcrumbs, right? The live price component of the day is giving me an idea that maybe we attack the high of day first instead of the low of day. And then vice versa. If we get back down below P12 mid, I'll start seeing, does live price agree to get to the P12 low? And so then the statistics that we use for, okay, well then what happens if we do come up for the P12 high and going into 930? This box is going to represent the high and the low of 930 to 931. If 930 to 931 opens up somewhere at or near 930, so here's my trade ideas for the day. All right, so if anybody is sitting here like, what is this dude saying? What in the actual heck is going on here? Bottom line up front, here's my trade ideas going into the session and what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that if we take this high going into New York 1, this is scenario number 1 that I would like to put trade and risk behind. We come up. Oop, there we go. Sorry. We come up. We open up the market somewhere either at or near the high of day. If we break below, I will be looking for extended cash flow shorts to the downside for the false and for the retracement to all these bearish statistics. And you can see kind of now, as I'm even showing you all my trade, or like my potential trade idea for the day, you can see why I use these levels. So if 930 breaks to the downside and gives us a really good high of day or a wick on the daily candle, well, then what this does is this gives me the ability to do two things. This gives me the ability to define my risk, because 930 is an acceptance to the downside. And what is 930? 930 is the RTH open. The RTH opens at 9:30 a.m. EST. Everybody is trading. Everybody and their grandma is buying stocks. So everybody and their grandma is buying stocks, and we accept, just like any auction. You go to any auction, if the auctioneer is like, can I get 10? Can I get 20? Can I get 30? Can I get 40? Can I get 50? Can I get 60? What's that look like? Like if you were able to literally, and I'm giving somebody $1 million business idea, okay? No, like you guys can go and run with it. No royalties attached to this business idea. If anybody would go to an auction and build chart data, OHLC chart data of what an auction could do, which I guess you couldn't really do a high and a low, right? Because auctions are only going up until somebody finds. So maybe we do I don't know, we'd have to figure out some way to chart it. But if you were able to chart an auction, that's all it would look like, right? We break, here's the open. Can I get 587? Oh, yes, I can. Can I get 652, 652, blah, blah, blah. And then if nobody is bidding this, right? If we start out, can I get 591 in the market? It's not just going to stay here like in an auction, like in a normal auction. What it's going to do, it's going to keep asking. It's going to keep asking, hey, does anybody want this price? Hey, does anybody want this price? Does anybody want this price? And so that's how I look at 930. I look at 930 as just a simple, this is where we're opening. And if we know that this is where we're opening and this is where the general market is in acceptance, whether it's for a minute, whether it's for an hour, I could be wrong before it's fully correct. But at that very moment, it's an acceptance to the downside. And so if price is in acceptance to the downside, and I know that statistics are telling me that, okay, once live price is bearish at a bear height, at a 88.89 in the past 73 days, at a 90.28 in the past 73 days, at a 87.5%, like all these probabilities here are, 80, I think the smallest one's 84. Go ask ChatGPT, how many days in a row does an 84% probability fail? And you will find that it's very low. So if I know that there's high strike rate opportunities of where price could just simply checkpoint to, I'm not trading this high strike rate move right away. I'm not just simply clicking the sell button right now and just trying to get lucky for a short. I'm waiting for live price to agree, so that way I have all the piece in my chart that I need to just let the trade mature, to let the trade just go to where statistically it does. And guys, I'm telling you, this is where I get goosebumps using statistics, and this is where I love day trading so much. Is that right? The confidence, the piece on the charts, the ability to execute in one of the most traded instruments in the world, in one of the, you know, the most difficult professions, the highest, one of the super high fail rates, and I'm able to, just a normal retail dude, able to execute and just be cool, calm, and collected. You know, like that right there is something that is invaluable. And that's why I tell people, stop trying to chase being a profitable trader. That's just a side effect of good process. Chase finding what clicks with your brain and never look back. Find what clicks in your brain and never look back. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. What are y'all saying in the chat? Let's bring it back here. We got I Am Twist. What up, Twist? Morning all. Thanks for last night. Austin really helped. Absolutely. Twist and I had a really nice phone call. EQ says MAE plus MA fee equals. Yo, what are y'all doing today? Wingo, net off the P12 mid, then higher. Candle Science says we close above C2. Maybe we shall see. Wingo, are you our every boot camp? We have at least one Candle Science, like it just clicks. Like people just love it. Is Wingo the Candle Science guru of boot camp class? What is this class number, Justin? Are you in here? What's this class number? What is it? 0526? Something like that. 3-hour effect, Apex. Oh, this is the boot camp movement. No. We call this the Q3. It's either reversal or continuation. I Am Twist. You can get. Oh, you guys are goofy. Looks like the MAE MFE has a high probability of making MAE at 9:30, 9:45. See, it all clicks, man. It all comes together. It all comes together. And now one thing that we have here that's a little bit more of an edge is we get to see what we did overnight. So conditionally, here's where we get to project the high day, low days. Let's keep going here. Having a good time this morning. Letting the coffee kick in. Hey, what kind of coffee do you guys drink? I drink espresso. My favorite. All right, so here goes the comments. Here goes the comment. One of my favorite drinks is a double shot of espresso with some brown sugar, and you shake it up a little bit. All right, brown sugar shaken espresso. Oh my God, you guys want to feel like you just did some liquid cocaine? I don't even know if I can say that. Well, we'll see. Oh my Lord. All right. We are long false broken for Asia. We are long true none for London. We are none for New York right now. So I'm actually going to hold off. Yeah, I'm going to hold off until we see which side we take for New York 1 for these high day, low day projections, which again, it's very, very close to the high, but I don't want to spend a lot of time wargaming all 4. I'd rather just cut it in half. Hence why you guys can't tell for the pack members. I'm like strategically just trying to take my time here until we clear the high or the low of New York 1. Agree, just have to find out what clicks. Yep, that's it. So I just wargamed the long scenario, right? Just wargamed and the long scenario and the trade ideas that I want to take if we do take the high and we do make a new instat. But what about the other side of the coin? What about the downside? What about if I am wrong? Okay, because I don't know if I seen Nick earlier in the chat. Shout out to Cold Brew, really cool dude. Shout out to Cold Brew, by the way. Cold Brew, him. So Mickey, when Mickey and I met, Mickey introduced me to 930. So that's where like I love using 930. But Cold Brew, when he first started talking about how he, or not didn't first, but when I first started seeing him talk a lot about how he trades on Twitter, he started talking about the 30-second opening range, and then he got that from PAX and all this, just people feeding off each other's ideas. And he was showing me how he trades using the 30-second opening range and all the other stuff he does. And that stuff I found so interesting, how just 9:30 is such a big pivot of the day. And I just never looked back on that. Like I've always traded to some sort of statistic of some kind, but being able to define my risk even better by just using literally the RTH Open has just been such a game changer. So like shout out to Nick. Nick, if you guys see him in the chat, he's Cold Brew on Twitter, and he's definitely given me a positive impact on my trading journey. But what about the other side of the coin here? What if we just keep on pumping up to the upside? Because now we're long for New York 1. What if we do the true scenarios? This is what we find here in the Daily Profiler. So I go in here, and we're going to sit here and say, Austin, you're not sharing your whole screen. That's the first thing we're going to say. All right, so y'all should see my whole screen now. And we're going to come in here, and we're just going to say, all right, what did we conditionally do overnight that's going to give me the highest potential high day, low day? That's it. That's all we're going to do. So we can see that right now we are long false broken for Asia, long false broken, long true none for London, long true none for now, and then long none. So we are long for New York 1. So now, just like if you were, in the military, wargaming for all the potential scenarios for a mission, or if you are wargaming, you guys know how when you're running late for something and you're wargaming, like, what's the different outcomes of, like, if I left at this time or this time, or, what if I just sat and did this or that? It's the same thing. Like, you're just wargaming. You are trying to have different scenarios, and then you're just planning for what scenario. Like, if I have traffic, I need to leave 2 minutes early to account for this, and another 5 minutes early to account for this, and blah 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 blah. That's all we're doing. We're just wargaming. We are just building out using what has statistically happened in the past, and then letting live price tell us which one is right or wrong. And so today, we use these high and low distributions and times, and then I'm just going to input it in here into my indicator. So we are long. So we're now going to do the false first, because false typically is the higher probability. And so we can see that for the long false high of day, that is a 0.8, 0.9 with a time of 9:30 to 11:30. Then for a low of day, 5 to 6, 11 to 11:15. And then for the true, this is the directional. If we just move in a direction, this is from 1.3 to 1.9. And the high of day is 15 to 15:15. Ooh, that's a good high of day for just a trending day. All right, so now we got that. So now what you guys can see on my chart is, oh wait, hold on. I got to recheck the coffee. Hey, if you're new here and coming in for the first time, first and foremost, it is 30 minutes till 9:30. The goal last time was 150 live viewers at any point. We are bell to bell from, you can look at the bottom of the screen, from 6:30 a.m. right? We started with Bowie. He did his own session at 3 a.m. Then we closed it down for like an hour. Then boom, 6:30 a.m. starts. We are live until market close. All right. So from any point from now until market close, if we hit 180 live viewers, we just broke 105. We are at 105 right now. So less than 80 people. If we get 75 more people on this stream, all you got to do is like and retweet the pinned tweet in the YouTube chat. Check the YouTube chat. It's pinned. You go there, click like and retweet. If we hit 180, I will pick one random person on stream, and it'll be an $80 giveaway. You just got to join the Discord, and I will give you the $80. What do we got? Coffee. What's the coffee here? Folgers. We got Dojo Cat, some Folgers coffee. Dude, Folgers coffee is the ultimate. So Folgers is the only coffee we brought when we were like doing field stuff, and we'd have a little canteen cup. That's what we were drinking. Canteen cups is Folgers in the field. Stumptown? I've never heard of Stumptown coffee. What the heck is Stumptown coffee? I'm gonna have to check that out. Stumptown coffee. BMB says that sounds like a typical Starbucks girl. Yo, I promise it's not. I drink very strong coffee. Like I like just a tad bit of. I like a tad bit of Starbucks girl. All right, not a whole, just a tad bit of Starbucks girl drink. All right, but you just put a tad bit of brown sugar in there. Ooh, I'm telling y'all, put some brown sugar, just a little bit with some espresso. It has to be with espresso. If you put it with coffee, it's not going to taste good. It has to be with espresso. Cocktail with an umbrella. Oh, Dale's a funny guy. Dale's a funny guy. Which NASCAR is sponsored by Brown Sugar? Oh my god. Rip says it is sad that you give up coffee statistically. It is said that if you give up coffee statistically, you use 60% of the will to live. Yeah, that's true. I do. Dude, thank you, Wingo. Can somebody in here back me up? See, Wingo, iced brown sugar, oat milk shaken. Now, I like it iced, but honestly, I like it better warm. Like, not even really, you don't even have to shake it up. You just put some brown sugar in there, mix it up, let it dissolve in the espresso. Oh my God, it's so good, dude. Is this Henry elongating your sentences? Goat milk. We got Tuesday, $6.95. And also, we do these streams not just for having a good time and showcasing real trades. We also do it if you guys have questions about what we do. So if you're new here, if you're just tuning in and you're like, dude, what in the absolute heck is going on? Ask me anything. I'm an open book. None of this is me trying to gatekeep any of this, right? I explain anything that you would like to know. Okay, is it me or does P12 High have 95% more regardless of long, true, or false? You would probably be correct, Tuesday. Let me confirm. Let's confirm the old dashboard here. So if we go long, true out of New York 1, we have, obviously, we're going to have the higher probability, right? That's a true. If we go false, high probability of, so Tuesday 695. I'm going to ask Tuesday 65. Anybody can answer this, but I'm going to ask Tuesday, and I'd really like to see if he answers this. Contextually, if just logically you were thinking in an if-then scenario, if I were looking for a false, what would be the minimum price movement that I would maybe try to be looking to expect out of New York 1? What would be where I would want to see price potentially net and reject and then go and start the mean reversion or be the invalidation for the continuation higher? What up, Jay? Is this from X? Oh, wow, that's cool. I didn't even know. I didn't even recognize Restream showed you where the comments are coming in from. That's pretty cool. We do this mainly on YouTube, but I said screw it. I'll just let it go to Twitter too, because why not? But what's up, Jay? Shout out to Jay. Met Jay yesterday. We had a really, really nice phone call. Got to learn and meet Jay and how he trades. Way, way different than what we do. But that's the cool part. I think that's the most interesting part about trading is finding out how other people trade and understanding what just gives them their aha moment. What's their light bulb moment that gives them every single day that light, you know, in their soul to just sit here and execute something that's so hard to do. So shout out to Jay, man. He's going to be coming on here at some point. I'm logged into 20 devices. See, okay, so we either need 180 live viewers or we just need, right now we have 110 people. So we only need 70. So we only need we only need like 3 people to watch this stream on 20 different devices. All right, that's it. That's all we're asking for. That's not a lot to ask. So just go out to Best Buy, go out to Walmart. If you're in New York City, go to Canal Street, buy a rip-off iPhone that's $20. All right, get 10 of them. Put some SIM cards in them. All right, we're not really asking for a lot here. The $80 you may win in the giveaway could pay back all the stolen cell phones you bought. It's a pretty win-win here. Check out Death Wish. Dude, Death Wish coffee slaps. I freaking love Death Wish coffee. Love Death Wish coffee. Put Death Wish coffee on a little slow pour drip. Little drip action just for some regular coffee. Ooh. On Top the Rock, I roast my coffee, got some 96-hour anaerobic fermentation. I've never actually roasted my own coffee beans or anything like that. I may try that one day. That's a pretty cool idea. Chris says, get you one of those bedazzled mugs. I'll do it just for you, Chris. Just for you. Just for you. Oh, I said slaps, BNB. I said slaps. I said slaps. Slap your mama, it's so good. All right, so what are these high day, low days? What are these boxes? What are these weird little stupid boxes on my chart? All right, if Jay's still in here watching, what are these boxes that's giving Jay almost a heart attack right now? Because if you guys don't know, Jay, he trades with like a naked chart. And so when I met him yesterday and we were talking, I was like, dude, listen. All right, listen. You may have a stroke if you see my chart. These high a day, low a day projections. Sorry, guys, my going back and forth here. So these high day, low a day projections, what they do, these boxes here, is if we go true, which let me make sure. Long true. Yeah, okay, we're good. So if we go long true, so a directional day, that's literally what, and if you guys see the chart here, if you guys see the dashboard, that's what it is, right? This right here that you see, this is just historical price of when we have these specific scenarios. And so if you can see here, this is what a directional day would look like if we went true. Note the time. All right, note the time. 9:30 to 9:35. 9:30 to 9:35. When market opens, when RTH opens, if it is a true day, we have some sort of expansion off of 9:30. That's those directional days that you all see. But then the other side of the coin, what we do the majority of the time is when we have this type of scenario. We have some sort of high of day. This is what we refer to in the pack called the firecracker. So this is the firecracker effect. So this is where we have all stats in a single direction. Like you guys can even see, this is literally happening today right in front of you. When we have all statistics stacked in one direction. So in this case here, we have opening prices 1 through 7 a.m. And all I do is I just project the opening price of each of these overnight opens. So like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. You get the point. And why do I care about that? Why do I care about the opening prices? Why do I care about all this stuff? Because it gives me objective checkpoints. That's it. If anybody's new here, having these opening prices and all these lines on my chart with levels, honestly, is like the same way if you are, let's say, a market structure trader and you're trying to trade towards another high. Or if you are an ICT trader and you're trying to trade towards a relative equal high or low. Or if you are a supply and demand trader and you're trying to trade towards a supply and demand area. Or if you are a volume trader and if I put the volume on the chart and I was like, okay, from this range, you guys see my volume profile here? If I put this volume profile on my chart and I was like, okay, well, here's the POC, here's the low, blah, blah, blah. It gives me what? Levels. It's the same thing. But from a statistical standpoint, I don't care about just any random high or any random low or, any random support or any random resistance. I care about levels that I can actually have objective numbers to. That's it. Like, it's just levels that, imagine if you are a market structure trader. Imagine if you are a trader that does something like this and you're like, okay, my goal is I trade reversals, right? PTFX loves his Wu-Tang. He calls it his Wu-Tang when it makes a W pattern. If I'm a reversal trader, well, from a market structure standpoint, or if you're trading towards another high or another low, that's what most people do, right? Like this will be a target, this will be a target, this will be a target, this, and then if let's say you have 4 micros or you have 4 positions on or 4 contracts on, 5 contracts on, you may partial here, partial here, partial here, full TP here, whatever. We build levels that give us ideas to scale out of trades for in some way, shape, or form to give us confidence to hold to that level. That's all I have these levels on here for, is that when live price is agreeing towards whatever these levels are, and then here's the other kicker, guys. Here is the secret sauce. When the levels are stacked in the same direction and live price is agreeing with that direction, we get this right here. We get this right here. We call it the firecracker. When we have every statistic, every possible reason from an objective standpoint to start coming to the downside to some degree, and we just aggressively just take them all. And if you guys want to see an example of that, I think we just did that the other day. Well, we did a reverse firecracker. I mean, look at this. We did that on Thursday. We did one on Thursday. You guys like the sound effects? I did it myself. We did one right here. Check this out. We did it on Friday, the January 23rd. Check this bad boy out. All right, look at this. This was Friday, the 23rd of January. If anybody wants to go and just look at this, or if you're watching the recording and you want to, study it yourself, whatever. When we got above 930, you see all these levels. Look, we had 89.47 bullish level. We had a 76 bullish level. You see these opening prices right here? They're very faint. 3 a.m. opening price, 2 a.m. opening price, 1 a.m. opening price. All of this stuff, midnight open, all of these levels have probabilities, right? And so all I need to do now, when I'm taking that trade, is we got to get above 930. And look, Just like an auction, when we finally get above 930, what are we doing? Can I get boom, 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 boom? So it's like a reverse firecracker, right? We pump it up to the upside. Now, this wasn't the sexiest and cleanest one because we didn't have just everything stacked in this way, but you guys get the point. That's it's not always going to look 100% perfect, but that is a firecracker. That is a firecracker. Wait a minute. Do my eyes deceive me? Do we got Mr. Cody himself in the house? What's up, Cody?
What's up, dude?
How you doing this morning?
You know what? I'm doing great. It's a Monday. It's a great day. Can't complain.
What'd you do this weekend? Did you do anything? Did you do anything worth sharing?
Just kept working on my algebra. That's it.
What's your if there was a gun to your head and you were being like, all right, this is the best coffee that I can assure you will like. What is that coffee?
Dude, I'm a basic coffee drinker. I just like a nice black cold brew. That's it. Just black cold brew. Good. Don't need any sweetness or cream or anything.
All right, so we're gonna kick Cody off here for throwing some shade at my brown sugar shaken espresso. I hope you guys enjoyed Cody. He did a really good job today.
Heck yeah.
No, I like cold brews too, man. The cold brews. I drink cold brews when I'm like, I think they have like, don't they have the most caffeine content? Isn't it like even higher than espresso?
I have no idea. I just like the taste.
Somebody fact check me. I'm pretty sure cold brew has like even more caffeine. Like, dude, every time I drink a cold brew, man, I'm like even more wired than espresso. What are you seeing this morning? Let's get into the charts here. What are you seeing wargaming going into the market?
Hold on. I'm still doing my candle science, so after I finish this, I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. Here, I caught you indisposed. I'll go back to me.
Yeah. Still setting it up. Just walked in the door.
Daggone it, man. I wish I had my camera set up today. My camera, I left it on overnight because I was doing some recording.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys can't see my beautiful face, or I'd be up here with Cody right now, rocking it.
It's all right. More for me, I guess.
Yeah, you guys can. Cody's the star today. AC still. There's go. Nick, are your ears burning? I was talking about you, bro. That's funny. Still drinking diabetes. Dude, guys, it is the smallest of small sprinkles of brown sugar. I'm not sitting here putting a half a cup of sugar in the coffee. So stop judging me, Nick. Mr. Nick. 40 to 60% retracements. Probable Chris. Chris, we got a unique day today, don't we, Chris? From a Mr. NQ Stats standpoint, if you guys don't know Probable Chris here in the chat, he is the leader and creator of NQ Stats and another amazing platform. Gives you some statistics around NQ specifically. BNB says 75% chance to close above previous day low. And there you go. Yeah, Nick, I'll when Cody's done with that, I'll let him kind of go even more into that because he loves the candle science stuff too. But you're saying, is this music too loud, Cody? Does it sound too loud?
No, it's pretty low. I was listening to the stream earlier. I don't even know if you could hear it unless you turned it all the way up. So,
okay, good. I'm just making sure because on Restream, it sounds a little bit louder, but
yeah. All right, we got long false.
Open prices are enigma. Yeah, they're just great checkpoints, man. That's all they really are.
Yeah. It's just where those probabilities shift, right? Like, just knowing, like, oh well, it's not doing what we thought it was going to do. Something new's happening, so you make new decisions around it. Let's see. Let me put in these high of day, low day projections real quick, and then I'll see what I'm looking at. 10 minutes to spare. This is like the quickest I've done all this. Epic. Usually, because I go into the office to do some work like around like 6, and then get back home around now about 8:20, and so I always have to do this pretty fast.
See, See, that's the low key, the beauty of it all. You know, it's like when you get this workflow down, when you get your system down. I mean, it should only take you 5-10 minutes to knock it out.
Let's see, we got. We're gonna be way lower on those load days today.
Hey, we got somebody I haven't seen in a while. Echalaki. I always butcher your name. You just got to get used to it, man. He remembers me with that Cuban coffee. Dude, Cuban coffee's my favorite, though.
I don't think I've ever had Cuban coffee.
Dude, you got to have some, man. It's the best. Has a little bit of sugar in it, Cody. I got to warn you. Has a little bit of sugar in it.
I'll let my fiance know, dude. She's got like the sweetest coffee ordered known to man. I'm like, this is disgusting. I feel like I'm just like sipping pure sugar. She's like, oh, can we get Starbucks? I'm like, sure. What do you want? She's like, I don't know, iced vanilla latte with extra cream and 6 extra shots of vanilla. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, this is crazy. What are you doing? 0930.
Dude, Alyssa's the same way. She's the exact opposite. So you guys are giving me crap about me putting just a tad bit of brown sugar in my espresso, buddy. This woman goes to Dunkin' Donuts and basically just orders milk.
Exactly.
Like, babe, I'll just go to Walmart if you want some coffee. At that point, I'll just go to get a gallon of milk. There you go. Put it in your coffee cup.
All right.
London
Let's see.
Yep, I agree, Chris. That's what I was talking about. I was seeing that too.
Let me check this. What's the false probability today?
Like just a sheer probability?
70.
70.16.
I bet it's by like. There's a little uptick at 10:15, so I'll say by 10:15. Yeah, London.
Here's where the probabilities kind of shift a little bit because it's anywhere between 70.16 to 84.52, and that's only because we haven't broken London yet. But if we do that false scenario, then common sense tells us if we do this up then down, then that's London OU is just the natural target.
Yep. So let's see. So we got a false. That means we're gonna reject. I mean, I'm leaning more towards the long true scenario today. So the low of day that we have is past the 70th percentile due to candle science. If you're looking at my chart, we have the 90th percentile all the way down here at 973. So if we do come out and take this low of day for a long false, we're going to be in anomaly land anyways. So I'm really going to be watching the first 15 minutes. If we just blast up and make new high of day and start accepting of P12 high, so some 15-minute closures up there, I'm going to start looking for previous day's mid and potentially previous day's open. Long true high of day, we do have it going all the way up there with some probabilities. So I wouldn't be shocked if this was a full-on reversal day today with the sell-offs that we had last week. This might just be one of those bounces. But my line in the sand is just going to be that false by 10:15. If we're not false by 10:15, then I'm just going to be looking for this thing to go higher. Now, if we do just dip down and go false right at open, depending on if we break London OU or not, it'd be that's going to be my line in the sand for a low of day. If we can't break London OU, then it might just be a range day, a range one day, and just we hang out here in the middle all day. Because we are pretty extended in the Asian session. I mean, we went 400. We did the whole entire range, daily range, just in the Asian session last night. So I'm expecting more volatility today. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got all the way back up to previous day open, but I also cannot be surprised if they decided that they just want to park this as a range and then see what happens overnight again. So I'm either a range or an upside type movement. That's what I'm looking for today.
Cody, can you explain to the beautiful people what gives you what is your earliest sign of a range or a potential range?
Yeah, so if by 10 o'clock we're still in the 1 minute opening range, the 9:30 opening range, so the 9:30 to 9:31, if we're still like hanging out there and really haven't broken out of 0.1% of those either side, most likely it's just going to be a range day. Or if we dip down and make this false, and then we instantly take the high up here, whatever high we put in before we go false, that's also an indication of a range day because we're just sweeping both sides repeatedly. So those two things are my main indicators for range days.
I would agree. Yep. I mean, and if you guys want to see what Cody's talking about, we literally did a carbon copy of that on Friday. You guys see here when, well, not like, you know, Friday wasn't a total range day, but when we make out with the 9:30 like this is what he's talking about. When we just stay within 9:30 around that 10 o'clock time. But we finally did end up breaking out. But on a classic range one day, we just operate somewhere within the 9:30 like this. What are you saying?
Because, yeah, we're so far extended on that low a day, like it's past the 70th percentile due to candle science, which would be this purple box right here. So we're already getting into anomaly land with this low of day. So it's either we're either gonna continue like with this volatility, and we're just gonna like have like a 400-point New York range. could just like come all the way down to the 90th, but I'm not gonna be looking for it to go much further than here if it does make a new low of day. That's gonna be my line in the sand, which I don't know what that lines up with previous week low or something. Let's see.
Well, and we got to remember, right? It's the opening of the new month. Like this will be the first trading day of the month, so it could be pretty volatile.
Yeah, it lines up with previous month low as well. If this thing does decide to snap down, but if it does just sell off, I'm just going to be patient. Just because I know we're getting into anomaly land down here, I'm not going to get stuck in a sell way down here.
Yeah,
if it just goes without me, it goes without me.
Dude, and these are the days, man, I can't emphasize this enough, guys. Like, dude, micros do damage on days like this. I mean, do not, and then, you know, it does a lot of other damage. The bad damage is days like this, slinging a lot of size when you're not 100. And they listen, some people do sling size, but if you don't know your edge, a day like this could really hurt you. Nick says, Nick, freaking goofball. Nick says false probability is 74.5. You guys know Nick loves statistics. I think Nick actually does statistics more than I do. Poopy diapers incoming. Oh man, put a cayenne pepper in the coffee.
There you go.
Y'all want to wake up, put some cayenne pepper in your coffee. Dude, I don't even know where that started. Somebody said that one day. We were like doing a stream or something, and I don't know if I made a joke about it or I said it, and everybody took it so literal. They were like, Austin, you put cayenne pepper in your coffee?
I did it. I did it after you said it. I tried it. It just tastes like spicy coffee. I mean, what else do you want? You ever had like a spicy Mexican hot chocolate? Like, essentially gives the same. Yeah, you can they spice their hot chocolate.
Honestly, I've never had a spicy hot
chocolate.
Or
like spicy chocolate. You never had spicy chocolate?
Never.
Oh.
That actually sounds like it would probably be pretty good.
It's actually pretty good. Just take a shot of turmeric and cayenne pepper and ginger every morning. You'll feel the most alive you've ever felt.
Dude, we get those little shots, like at the grocery store, those little
those wellness shots.
Ooh, man, dude, they're great.
They have the black pepper in them, and they're like they hit you in the back of the throat, and you're like,
yeah.
All right, let's see what happens here. We are open.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Let's have a good day. If you are trading, make sure you are connected to your stuff. Make sure you're on the right chart. All that good stuff. All right, going into the market right away, one thing that I'm already hyper aware of, as you guys can see, this is a 1 minute candle. A 1 minute candle building the 930 range, and we're already 0.28. So I'll tell you all right now, boom, 0.3%. Got to be patient, waiting for 945. This right here is a danger zone. Danger zone for me. When I can't define my risk outside of this 0.3% at 930, I just sit and wait. So 945 will now be my new thing. I want to see, do we get above or below 930? Make it obvious. I can use these 25 and 75% levels of 930. Boom, you can see the range is now set. So basically this is where I'm managing risk. So now if I get a breakout, can I manage risk around this area? If I can, boom, I'll take it. If I can't, is what it is.
Wow. What is that, like 100 points off rip?
Dude, right away. 37 basis point open, Cody. Like,
they said, "Oh, you want to try a trade today?" Just kidding.
Dude, that is nuts. All right, we're getting above 930. Let's see how we close this candle. Really not looking to force anything or really take any part of this. There's two major reasons I'm not looking to take part of this. Number one, we have now an in-stat high of day at this daily candle, and we have a false with all bearish statistics below. So I'm really at this point, this is where the difference between how I trade and other people trade kind of come into play. I do not sit and try to buy the high. I don't sit and say, I'm just going to get in now because we're long, right? The highest statistical probability and where my risk is at the most right now until 930 to 945 statistically, and I'll show you guys the numbers here. If you guys see my chart or my screen, this time period right here is where we go false the majority of the time. So I'm not going to take a long, number one, I'm not going to take a long if I can't sit here and define my risk around 930. But the second thing is I'm also not going to put my business at risk for taking a position with a financial decision behind it if the probabilities are all stacked in one direction. Okay, you guys, I said this all the way back here. There are probabilities and reasons, objective reasons for price to just 66.6% of the time come to this level, 93% of the time come to this level, 73% of the time come to this level. Then I'm going to respect that until we drop out of the time period to do so. So if live price stays above, now this is where I start to disregard these statistics. This is where I do not care about these. If price starts to stay above 930, by 945, if we get above 945, I'm long. I'm going to say that again if anybody's watching and they're curious about how I'm now kind of pivoting for how we've opened today. If 945 opens and I can define my risk, I'm long if we get above 945. If we stay above 930, if 945 opens and it gets above 930, all this cool stuff, I'm long. If we do start heading to the downside and we do start making this potential false move, and I can define my risk. Here's the weekly open. We're stacked right on top of the weekly open right now. If we do get back below 930 and I can define my risk anywhere between this 50 to 75% level, I will take this short for the firecracker. So it's really just which direction does the RTH open want to choose? And then I'm going to let RTH tell me if I'm trading towards statistics or if I'm trading towards the directional move. And that's really what's going in my mind right now and what I'm trying to do. So no trade just yet.
Yeah, I'm just watching here to see if we're going to get a 15-minute close above this P12 high.
15-minute close, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks like a beautiful move to the upside, Cody. It really does. Wish I could actually be a part of it. I just
I'm
can't.
still sitting here on hands. Or yeah, sit here. What was the low here?
That was a clean retrace. Like, look at this. Reload at 25%. Beautiful.
Yep. I like it when it comes down at least 20% into the. It just barely missed there. I probably would have pulled the trigger, but it didn't get deep enough retrace. Womp womp. What are you gonna do?
Let me see. I think we were due for a true too. Isn't this like we were on like a 5-day false streak? Something like that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we've been on a decent false streak. Look at YM.
Do I want to?
I don't want to, Dave, because it's going to break my heart. Oh, no, this ain't breaking my heart. Let's see. So we went long. I'll tell you guys this right now. This, dude, like YM looks beautiful now. It's setting up for the directional. This is my weakness right here. This right here, if you guys could copy and paste, like if you want to know if Austin had a red day, or maybe not a red day, but like a difficult day, this is it. When we go false for New York 1 with 930 being the reason we go false, oh man, I struggle. That's when I struggle the most.
Yeah, at this point I'm gonna be waiting until 10. See what we decide we're gonna do. Like, I mean, the candle science, if we aren't taking previous day's high, or 30th percentiles all the way up here at 853. So, yeah, we'll see what we do around previous day mid. But if I'm gonna be just looking along this,
yeah.
Plus one Asian extensions and -1 Asian extensions have a really high probability of being hit most days. We missed the -1 down here. And so I'm even more inclined to believe we're going to come hit this +1.
While Deuces says risk management is boring, you need to break something.
Yes, sir. That's what I like to hear.
All right, I'm long. I'm short. All right, I'm long again. I'm covering this long. All right, I'm short now.
My HTF algos just made 10 bands. I'm out of here. See you guys later. I just lost the mortgage on the house. Homeless. I'm homeless. Guys, anybody have a spare bed?
Guys, anybody? Hello?
My internet's being cut off. What's going on? I just copy traded guys now. Broke. Copy trading on a 20 second delay is bold strategy.
Well, unless you copy trade, me, because I take drawdown, dude. So they're getting like a sniper position by the time they.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, it's we got 133 live viewers, dude. We are less than 50 viewers away right now. I'm just waiting until 9:45, guys. I'm waiting for 4 minutes to see if we get a good range on 9:45 that I can define my risk on. If so, I'll see if I can take a position into that. But right now, if you guys want a chance to win $80, click that pinned tweet in the YouTube chat, like and retweet it. And if we get to 180 live viewers, we'll do an $80 giveaway. Drop a GoFundMe in the chat. Yeah, this is looking really bullish, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was saying during right before open. I was like,
look at that
we're so far
close
down. Yeah. Like we're so far, we dropped so far down. It's like, if this is going to turn around to be such an anomaly day that like, I would just have to, give the market a round of applause and move on with my day. Like, it would be so abnormal for it to have come back down here based on like a candle science approach.
It's been really funny, Cody, the past week and a half on my Asia trades. I've been right about the daily candle move, but it stops me out. Like last night, I got long here when we pulled back, and then I added right here for the gunship. Cash flowed here. Then it stops me out when we go false for Asia, and then obviously, I mean, I couldn't have weathered that anyways. But either way, like, dude, look at this. This was the move I was trying to hold a runner for the continuation going into New York. But this happened the other day too. I was taking a short out of Asia, and we did this. Stops me out, then we just dump.
See what we got off of this 15-minute break for daily levels.
There are plenty of DGen gambling streams to watch if you want to be a part of a small percentage of people who actually pull from the market. Yeah. Yeah, guys, if you guys are new here, we don't just take trade. We're not what do they say? We're not tradertainment. We're not trying to, entertain you with clicking buttons. We're trying to give you value and still have fun at the same time. But yeah, like just because I'm live here, I will never, and anybody here, Cody won't, Drez won't, anybody, like just because we're live doesn't mean we're just going to click the button. Like it has to set up with what we do. That's the whole point of why we trade and do this live, is to show you guys just a realistic process. That's it.
Exactly. Let's see what the old dashboard's telling me.
Oh yeah, what's your 3 hour? I mean, I'm sure. Let me see. If I could just guess. I mean, we had a
Q1 low. This would track a Q1 low because Q2 made it equal low, so we do the Q1. It made it first.
Yeah. Oh, but the Q1 low in the first hour, that's a really good line signature, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, we got 1 more minute till 9:45, ladies and gentlemen. So here's how I'm planning on this 9:45 trade. If I get it. 9:45, I treat it just like the 9:30 here. 9:45 opens, First and foremost, can I define my risk? What is this? Now, why do I care about 945? What's the point of 945? Is it different than 944, 930? I collected data on this candle for a continuation or reversal. That's it. Because Mickey teaches in the boot camp this 945 reversal. So roughly around 945, if we do reverse from the move we made off 930, it's around this time that we do make that reversal. So I use this range to tell me if we're going to continue or if we are going to reverse. If we reverse, I'm hands off. If we continue, I'm hands on. And I know that if we get a 1 minute candle closure outside of the 945 high or low, we have a median favorable price movement of 0.17% and a median MAE of 0.1. All right. So now all I got to do is see, okay, we got 3 seconds left. I'm taking this high and the low of this candle. And this is honestly a really, really good, like that's a really good range. Look at that, Cody. 10 basis points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we make a new high at 10 o'clock, our MAE for this being the MAE of the 12-hour drops off, because right now it says 12 over the last 50 days at the 930 to 945 candle. So if we start taking that high, then our MAE is for sure this 6 o'clock open. And so like that's going to be the line in the sand. If we can't take this high, then it potentially could reverse here. But if we take out that high, then I'm just going to be looking for continuation higher.
My bad. I just flipped your.
This 930 to 945 high. So you can see this giant 15-minute candle over here on the black screen. This lines up with 12 of our MAEs over the last 50 days. So if we can't take that high, then this potentially could come all the way down. But if we do take that high, it starts falling off, and then we're looking more for the MFE. So yeah, so we just took the high. So that's my sign right there that this is probably not reversing here, and we're going to trend up.
All right, so I just took this long. Can only really get 3 for my risk. One more.
The 10th percentile of the 930 to 945 break is at previous day mid, which is at 794. So that's a really high cash flow move up there to 794.
You said 794. So I'm going to try to get 1 micro. So I'm in 4 micros. I'm going to try to get 1 micro off here at 754.
Your stop's only at 3 micros, by the way.
Thank you for saying that. I did update it. I guess it didn't confirm. Oh, it's not confirming.
Cancel and re-put it.
Huh. Yeah. That was weird.
Yeah, we do have ISM PMI at 10. So we'll see what happens here. Like I said, I'm just waiting until 10 o'clock now.
All right, so statistically, like I said, this 1 minute candle has a 0.17% MFE. And so now I just let the statistics tell me if I'm right or wrong, right? Live price is going to, if I'm in the right side of live price, then statistically we have a median chance of getting to here. And so all I'm trying to do is get this cash flow probability here, this just low-hanging fruit price movement, to just get a little bit of risk off the table. And then if I am right about the overlining move, if I'm right about the whole move, I can then use the 10 o'clock candle to scale out of this trade.
I like. You're taking off at 63, 763, around there.
I meant to, my bad. I said 754 something. I meant 761. I projected my 10 basis points wrong.
Gotcha.
I did it from my entry, but I meant to do it from the close of the candle. So 0.1 is at 762. So I just got it right here at 761.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Our minimum cash flow move off that first 15-minute candle is up here at 786, and that's right below previous day mid. So I think you're
previous day mid
fine.
at 1.1.
Yeah.
Cash flowed out of one of them.
Yes, sir.
Oh. I'm going to put one more micro here right under previous day mid, and then this will make me a cash flow positive trade. And then I'll let the rest of the scale out if we do what Cody was saying, which was just a 3-hour line. Look at those MFEs, Cody.
Yeah. Yeah, I have them on my chart for the 10 to 9/8. There's your second cash flow right there. Nice. There's previous day's mid. Minimum candle science high of day would be here at 853, which is right at the median of this MFE distribution.
There you go. Say that again for the people.
Yeah, this purple box would be, if we're not going to take previous day's high, this is where I'd expect the high to go or to be set for the day. The lighter box is just the higher probability. The darker box is the lower probability. And then what you see here, these distributions, this is distribution off of the first 15 minutes of market open. And so you can see this, there's a solid black line that barely extends right here. This is the median. And we can see it lines up with the smallest or the highest probable chance of where the high day could be. So I'm expecting this to at least trade up to 856 or so, which lines up with what I was saying earlier about potentially hitting this +1 Asian extension. There's nothing for me to get in yet. I need a pullback to try to find an entry.
Yeah, we have, this is honestly another really cool thing with stats, guys, because it's not like only for trading towards probabilities. So you guys can see my screen, like, you know, I'm long now when there, and I got one more micro at 10 basis points off my entry, guys. So if we do some sort of just aggressive pullback, because I do know we do have news coming in at 10 o'clock as well, PMI. I really don't want this whole, like, I don't want to pay for 2 micros of risk here. I'd rather just get one more cash flow out because I got that extended cash flow locked in from previous day mid. And I do agree with Cody 100%. I mean, you know, this is still a good high of day area. It's just, do we make the pullback for the continuation, or do we just rip? Now, one thing that in the statistics world that I found very interesting that you can see this happen is if we have, let's say, a median distribution, okay? If we have something that happens at median, so if we know that price is going to at median do something, people often forget that there's another side to the median, right? Us as day traders, we get kind of caught up in the high strike rate portion. And if you were to, you know, look at Cody's screen here, let me switch back to Cody's because he has it really, really like easy to see. If you look at Cody's stream, he has it looks like a sideways bar chart. And it's just a distribution graph or a distribution chart, whatever you want to call it. And the lower that peak, the highest point there, that's around the median. And then that dotted line that you can see, that's the average. So in the world of statistics, averages get skewed because if I were to give you a data set of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, and I would say from 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, those numbers I just gave you, find the average. That's going to get heavily skewed because you have a 100 and then 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you do the median, it's not going to be as skewed. It's not going to be prone to skewness. So we can kind of use the average and the median to see where is that typical you know, if live price is agreeing, where's just that at median and average, what's that typical price expectation? What's that realistic expectation of price? So anything below average to median would be what? If you have a median, that's 50-50. That's 50% of your data. That's the middle. That's around a 50. If you were to quantify that into a strike rate, that would be roughly plus or minus a 50% strike rate. Anything below that, so then the lower portion of that middle of that distribution chart on Cody's screen, that's your higher hit rate. That's what I call cash flow. So if we just tap into that area and reject it, maybe we're just doing the high probable price movement and then we make the high of day. But then here's the other side of the coin that I find very fascinating. If we break through the median and average, think about what those numbers actually mean. Those numbers are quantifying both sides of the coin from a range day and also a trending day. And so when we do break above the average and median, what are we doing? If we're doing something above average and above median of the time, right? If we're doing something out of the norm of an average and median, we're doing the extreme. So we're also able to see from a price standpoint, when live price is giving us this bullish signal like what we're seeing here today, if anything is giving me a bullish intent of some kind and we start breaking above what we do average and median, that's a trigger in my brain to say, maybe this is the day we do that anomalistic minority price action, which is just a trending straight line. But then the other side of the coin, and why I'm protecting myself here, is I'm paying myself. Number one, we got news in 4 minutes. But number two, this is still a beautiful high of day. I don't have any bias. I never go into the market and say, I'm only long, I'm only short. If we make a high of day anywhere in this area, and then we start coming back down to 930, there is still a beautiful possibility of we call it a wet wick, a firecracker retracement back down. So that's why I have one more micro just sitting here, just in case for the off chance we do that not off chance, just in case we do the probable price movement and making a high of day. But I'm not going to limit my upside by just, closing the trade and being done.
Exactly. Yeah, I looked at the Tenacious distro as well for that 9 a.m. pivot that we have on Mondays. It's 0.52, which puts us right in the middle of that average and median of this distribution as well. So
Wingo said, in all honesty, I was thinking everyone is saying to themselves, Austin is chasing. You explained. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, right, is 930 is my bread and butter. But if I can't define my risk, I can't define my risk. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And so then 945 is that continuation reversal time. And so I just use the box to help me see if I can get into it. And when I seen this 945 as 10 basis points, guys, I get excited to lose, not to win. I take trades to get excited to lose. This is a 10 basis point trade. That's cheap. For the off chance of a 0.17 MFE. Are you kidding me? That's beautiful. All right, there we go. One more cash flow out. I'm going to keep it now at 1 micro. And let's see if we get this wet wick, Cody. We got 2 minutes till PMI.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see if this just dips down and respects the mid or can't even make it down to it. That's what I'm watching. If we can't even make it down to the mid, I'm going to be looking to long this. Because I think it's going to try to flash down, and then we'll see if there's follow through.
Thank you, Dave. Boom, baby. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, dang, I forgot. We have Now I won't mess with it because it messes with the music. I added the boom baby sound effect on here. But then I gotta blow your all's eardrums with the music turning it up.
All right, 1 minute till news here.
This is a good question. What do you mean by you can't define your risk? Meaning, because I use 930, Shannon, really good question. Because I use 930 as my invalidation, just like if you look at this 945, the invalidation is if we break back below 945. So I'm wrong. If I'm long above and then we get below, that's objective invalidation. So when I say define my risk, I mean, can my risk of what I'm trying to position for this trade be easily defined through my invalidation? If my invalidation gives me that good risk, that's what you seen me do. I was excited to take this trade and lose because it's cheap. It's like, you know, I could lose this trade 2 to 3 times. I could get chopped up 2 to 3 times and then still end up on the positive side. So
flashed it up.
There we go. PMI.
Worked it both ways on M and Q. On NQ, it just went up.
All right. We got 10 o'clock here, Cody. If you guys see my screen. So if we are in this 3-hour line, I'm honestly happy if we do get this scale out at 823.25. This is just 10 basis points off the 10 o'clock high. So if we do the apex, my stop loss is doing its job and protecting me if we suck back into 930. But then if we do the, you know, at this point, if we do the trending scenario, right, and we take the 9 o'clock high, I want to be a part of the high probable, you know, take the high move. Get paid. Shannon, does that answer your question though? Basically just being able to define what I'm trying to risk in a trade using my invalidation. If my invalidation is too big, even if I am, you know, really confident in the move, like I was confident that once we got this second break here, that it looked like a really good break, but I just can't define my risk. You know, I can't be a part of this trade because if I am still wrong, I don't care how beautiful the trade looks. Even beautiful trades lose. You know, even beautiful trades take losses. And so I can't go into the trade thinking this is a beautiful trade. I can just take it. I need to go into the trade of this is a beautiful trade, but can I, number one, define my risk? If I can't define my risk, I mean, it's a beautiful paperweight.
Yeah,
it's just there. Trades by Bruno. Austin, when you measure the MFE of the 945, do you measure?
I'm long here.
There you go.
I'm going to go long. I'm going to see if we're going to get this follow through. We're breaking back above 1 minute prices. So I'm just going to look for new high here.
It's not based on a time, Bruno. The measurement I did off 945, it's based off the candle close above 945. The 1 minute candle close, Bruno. Or if you're talking about, you're talking about the MFE by noon. I'm sorry. I read the question wrong.
We covered one right there.
Okay. Beautiful trade, dude. Oh, you got the same thing.
Going to move to break even just in case this doesn't want to get follow through. And then I'm going to move my other TP up to this median at 859.
Why does it do that? Can anybody let us know in the chat? Because I just now started having this issue.
It has something to do, I think, when you, I don't know, I think it's for the base OCO. I don't know why it does it. It's like a new thing that they did. It's like only on the original. Like if you do it with the order, then it just messes up. It's just stupid. If you do it after, it won't do that.
Yeah, it's just now started. Dude, it's a scary thing. You can't like price just starts slamming to your stop pretty quick.
Yeah, so cool. I covered one there. I just didn't want this just to do a wick rejection off of previous day mid again. So cover the risk there. If this wants to fall down and end up being a stupid line, then or apex or whatever. But I pretty high conviction that we're going to be going up to this +1 area around here at like 894. Everything's telling me upside. So we'll
what's
just
your
let this
final
play.
X? You just letting this run?
Yeah, I'm taking it to the median of this distribution off 945. So 859.
Nice. 859. Ooh, nice. That's a good one.
And just in case, I have to cover here at break even, because if this thing decides it just wants to wick the 9 a.m. high and just come right back down, then I'm going to be looking for an apex trade anyways. So I'd rather just secure everything I can and move on.
Which is a very real thing.
Yeah.
For those of you listening, we get so like, because we never have a bias, but we do sometimes like, dude, this looks like a beautiful 3-hour line. And guess what price does? Oh, we're going to do a 3-hour line, but we're going to make it the most disgusting 3-hour line ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, guys, nothing's really changed for me. I'm placing my cash flow, my final exit here. I mean, this is a beautiful day. I mean, this is above average. I think this is like right at median cash flow for me.
Hey, if this hits, I'll catch a 100-point stream or a 100-point trade on stream. That'd be pretty cool.
Second stream, baby. First stream, Cody. I think you got like a little bit of a cash flow day, like you just managed risk really well.
Yeah.
So this is a part of your stats, dude. Look, you guys see a snapshot of just a trader doing the same thing, and sometimes you're gonna have you can't get that follow through. You're managing risk, but then you get a day like this where once your edge lines up, no hesitation. You guys didn't see a single ounce of hesitation with Cody. He said, "All right, I'm long." That's it.
Yeah,
right.
I mean the pullback happened. So especially in the 05 box, I just tested this a bunch. Like I really like when we get like in the next hour like a 20 to 30% retrace of the previous hour, and we kind of opened the 10 o'clock hour around that 20%. And when I said before news opened, I said if we don't flash down and break this previous hour mid, I'm gonna long this. And like I got a confirmation that this was a structural confirmation that, hey, this is a pivot here, and so it's worth the risk. So the market was still strong. We couldn't even get down below the 30% of that previous hour. Market's strong.
Come on, don't tickle me, NQ. Don't tickle me. It's tickling me. I'm laughing. I'm giggling.
You're good. Let's see. Let me look at this real quick. We did confirm that. There you go. Heard it. All out. You're all out.
Do you keep, what is it? Oh, shoot. Nice. There we go. Look at that. That's it, guys. That is the trade today for me. And now I will direct your attention to going long. Dude, I love this stuff, guys. Can we just take a minute? Like, dude, just be present for a second, guys. This is what it's all about. Like, this is what trading is. You know, it's boring, it's unsexy, it's you sit here for 5 hours.
You sound like you're underwater.
I'm underwater.
Far away. You were like far away from the mic just a second ago. Sounded like you were underwater.
Am I still underwater?
Hello, no, you sound good now, but I guess you like turned your head or something.
Oh, but yeah, man, like you guys see, and this is why I love live trading so much, is you guys get to see, but then it's also just really fun to do for us. But you get to see, somebody execute using objectivity, right? We all on this stream use the same statistics, the same tools. We just use them in different ways. You've seen Cody get in at a different time than I did. You've seen Cody manage risk differently than I do. You see Cody scale out differently than I do. But what did we do? We both spoke the same language. We both seen what we like to call a 3-hour line potential. We both seen the expansion above 930. We both seen the potentiality for 10 o'clock to take the 9 o'clock high. We see and use the same statistics. It's just, how are you actually engaging and managing risk that makes you confident to do that every single day? Because if I were to copy the way Cody's trading right now, I will tell you guys right now, I would be having a stroke, because him putting that sell stop at break even is giving me an anxiety attack. But that's his. That's his way of trading.
An anxiety attack. That's funny.
Hey, let me know in the chat. Drop it in the chat if you guys were a part of this bullish move. Let's go. In the Discord, I usually ask you guys show the trades. We can't share pictures in the chat, in the YouTube chat. So let me know. Did you guys get value from the day stream? If you're watching, we got 121 live viewers, 70 likes. Hit that like button if you got value today. We shared all executions live on stream. We shared our analysis. We shared what we were doing beforehand, what price had to do to get us in the trade. We shared stop losses. We shared we shared all of it. So if you got value from today in any way, shape, or form, please share this with somebody. Hit that like button. Click that comment in the chat. Yes, you get entered for $80, but if you just want to share with other people realistic trading, this is it. You know, I'm not sitting here slinging 7 minis because that's just not me, right? But I'm sitting here and I'm making enough money just to literally pay and cover basic life expenses in a single trade. How crazy is that? Using objectivity, being confident in the charts. Let's go.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm watching this Q2 open here in a couple minutes to see if we go ahead and take out this Q1 high.
We got
personal
Andrew.
Best day. Yes, sir. Let's go.
We got Dale. 872. Friday's loss forgotten about. Positive risk management. Wingo, are you okay? I'm never okay, Wingo. That's the beauty. It's the beauty in what we do. Nick says you see Cody drink different coffee. DB Tech got some. Nice, DB Tech. Cody, just move your TP to Q4 high. Just do it. Come on.
Nah, dude. Yeah, PTFX tries to do that to me all the time on stream. Come on, just extend it. I'm like, no. Absolutely not.
I'm just messing with you.
I am going to be trailing here, though, because we are entering this high of day zone. I'm not going to let this thing round trip me 90 points. So I'm going to move it up to a previous 5-minute candle low here.
Nice. About to move into Q2. I think that Q2 volatility could wick you right out for the
yeah.
TP.
I'm not. I'm just moving it up to secure if this thing does decide it's going to just be, because we haven't really had a very big pullback yet, and so there is a pullback coming at some point. I don't know when that's going to happen. It could happen now. It could happen in 2 hours. It could. I don't know. So I'm going to secure. I'm going to just secure on the way up. Because for me personally, if I got round tripped 100 points, I would be kind of sad. I know it's only 1 micro, but I'd be pretty sad.
Well, it's a high volatility day, dude. 1 micro, you're about to make $200 extra on top of your already profitable position.
All right. Well, I got tick denied, so you know what that means. Oh, there
All
it is.
right.
Right there.
Oh, baby. All right. Now that we're 2 for 2, I think this qualifies a soundboard. Hold on.
There you go. Hold on. Let me take my headphones off.
Boom, baby.
Yes, sir.
Mother freaking trade group, baby.
That, and if anybody says that's AI, they're just hating. That is, in fact, Snoop Dogg.
It's the Pack Mother freaking trade group, baby.
Let's go.
Here you go. Here's my copy trade right here. I only risked $150 per account. Traded 2. I mean, almost 500. So I mean, I took 2 micros.
2 micros.
That's a solid day for me right there. I'm not a big, like, one thing y'all will learn watching these streams. I'm a very low risk trader. Even on prop firms, I don't care if it takes me 3 months to get a payout. I genuinely don't care. I am longevity focused, and like, because the way I see it is, people that, and I'm not hating on anybody. I think like you can do it. There's many ways to make money with prop firms. But my main thing is like, I run a profitable business, like my own personal business. And like, if I'm only going to be 2xing or 3xing or 4xing my money by a bunch of eval spins, And with payouts, I'm better off just putting all that time in my actual business. So like, it's not about the amount of money. It's more about the amount of return per spin for me. And for me, that has to be at least like 7 to 8 times. So that's why I'm more longevity focused.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a superpower too to not put a lot of pressure on any given day or trade, and like just keeping your position size like low like you do. It gives you that extra level of just, dude, I can literally lose. Yeah, like darn.
What's $150?
I'm not gonna reset you.
It would take me, typically how I trade the 150s and I rotate accounts too, it would take me 24 straight losses to blow my whole portfolio. That's just not going to happen.
We got marketing Seba here. I'm just Santi Suarez. Santi, you're in the boot camp, right? Santi Suarez, you got like see, I'm really good with pictures, not names. You have like a Viking profile picture or something. I don't know. Santi Suarez. He says, I like the way you look at data, and I'm a data maniac. That's awesome. Heck yeah. Appreciate you, Santi. We got EP. Let's shout out all the people in the chat here. First day on my Learn to Lose account plus 700. EP, what did I freaking tell you, bro? Learn to lose. Okay, so EP, did we do are you talking about the 1-2 challenge? 1-2 challenge, 1 micro at cash flow, 1 micro and extended. Good job, EP. We got who else? We got Eric. Eric got some nice money today. Let's go, Eric. Let's go, DB Tech. We got Astar cheering EP on. Karl Hungus, the Magic Hour Trader. 250 and 191 on 2 Top Step funded longs. He said he blew up my funded eval, ended up with 25 micros at 930 somehow. I'm happy executing top. Dude, this guy. He's like, all right, let's go. 251 blew up my Apex eval.
Freaking Karl, man. Karl's a guy. Karl's the best.
Dude, Karl's a whole vibe, bro.
Man, I need to have a beer with Karl. I feel like that'd like to be the most entertaining experience of my entire life.
Oh no, you don't want to have a beer with Karl. You want to have the other
thing.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Oh man.
What else we got here in the chat?
We got Raise the Bar J. Bar.
Jay is one of my favorite people in the Discord. Jay's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's freaking killing being a squad leader too, by the way. Shout out to him.
Yeah, Jay's the best.
Snoop was in the last boot camp, yeah. And if you want to learn how we trade, if you want to see what we do, we teach it all. Click that hyperlink on the screen. It'll forward you to the checkout page, the wait list, and we do it every 3 months. So we are in phase 1, about to go into phase 2 here soon. So in about a month, you will be accepted into the onboarding, and then the next class will start.
Someone asked me, how many accounts do I manage in each bucket? I use 3 buckets, and currently there's 2 accounts in each bucket. So there's 6 funded accounts right now, and my whole goal this quarter is just slowly growing those. I want to get up to 5 per account or bucket, and that's kind of the max I'm want to do. So it'll be 15 total accounts, but right now we're at 6. We're just slow and steady building it up.
And that's the beauty of the trading part. And I tell people this all the time is if you guys look at my screen, this is why I fell in love with trading. a lot of businesses, and Cody can attest to this because he has another business outside of trading. The more revenue, okay, there's two major obstacles in business we got to accomplish, right? Line one is revenue, line two is expenses. And the whole point in any business is to make this gap as efficiently big as possible, right? Because sometimes it's just unrealistic, but as realistic and as efficient as possible. But in a lot of businesses, the more revenue that you make, you can't just do it alone, right? Like the more clients that Cody gets, he can't just double himself. He does what? He's going to hire somebody, get more equipment, maintain the equipment, right? Like expenses will trail with your revenue, and you're trying to keep this gap as big as possible. In trading, guess what? Like the eighth wonder of the world is. The eighth wonder of the world is the more money that you make, you can actually start risking less and less. And you're like, you make 1% on a $10,000 account, like a 1% on 10K versus a 0.5% on 50K. You know, what is that? Let me do some quick calculator math here. 10,000, that's that. And then 50K, what's the average? 2,500, you know? So it's a big difference between if you just sit here on a $10,000 account versus like, I don't have to risk as much. You know, a lot of people say keep risking and upping your risk at the same proportion of your account. And you can, you know, there's 100 different ways of managing risk. But I think one of the most fascinating things is the more money I accumulate or the bigger buffer I accumulate, I can actually start lowering my risk and make more money. Like I don't know. I think it's pretty cool.
Yep. That's why trading is the ultimate. If you learn how to master yourself, it can be super, super awesome. But most people struggle with that part because they don't have objectivity. They just have vibes and feelings.
And I seen a really good tweet the other day. Shout out to, I think his name is Crack on CRAK.
You reposted that, didn't you? You reposted that? Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, shout out to Crack. He made a really good tweet. And to summarize it, it's you have two kinds of traders in this world. You have like the price action / I don't want to loop them all together, but like the price action traders, right? And then you have quantitative traders. And you got an extreme of the quantitative traders where they're very, very statistical focused, but you know, it's difficult to read a chart. And then you got the PA traders where they can read a chart, but they have zero interest in statistics and all that stuff. The quantitative trader, the struggles they have is aligning live price to those numbers, so that way they can efficiently manage risk. And then the price action trader, the common problem they run into is either the fear of scalability or the fear of being a discretion or the fear of, is this target actually high probability because I'm just going based on my experience or feelings? You know, like there's a lot of things going in your head of uncertainty when you're trading pure, you know, okay, is this high actually a high probability high, or am I just saying that due to recency bias? Well, let me go run the numbers. It's just like if you were to say, is this real estate investment a good real estate investment? Well, I'm not just going to look at that property and say, well, I can read real estate action. Like it's not like I could just look at a chart and be like, oh, the real estate market's going up. Okay, let me just buy this house. No, I'm going to run the numbers on this specific property and see if it makes me money. And so the same thing is what we're doing here in day trading is we are running the numbers on an investment or a financial decision, let's say, and we're able to execute consistently and be confident in the execution.
Julie asked if I'm just with Lucid. Yeah, right now I'm with Lucid and my funded futures. Those are the only two I have right now. Mostly because of the payout rules. So
yeah, Lucid pays quick.
And my first payout with Lucid, I literally submitted the like request and then it was in my bank account 2 seconds later. It was like instant. It was insane. Okay.
We got John Harris. John Harris says 2 micros for 195. For months, I've not been able to sit on my hands when the open range is too big, but now I'm able to stay disciplined to manage risk by waiting for 945 or 10. Thanks, Austin. Nice, John.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. Love to hear
Cameron
that,
has
dude.
Cameron has a good comment there too.
Love seeing the mentality from both of you, waiting for the move and not trying to full port things, singles over home runs every day. Yeah, I think, to your point, Cameron, and this is like something that I think if you guys want to, what's that article that went viral with Dan Coe? It's like change your life in an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
You guys want to change your trading perspective in 1 second? Here's your trading perspective change in 1 second. Every single time you execute a trade, just ask yourself, is this habit, this execution that I'm about to do, if I multiply this by 100, would that equate to a positive P&L? Would that equate to profitability? Would that give me positive expectancy? And then if that would, if you're like, okay, I would be okay with this habit. I would be okay losing to this trade. That's why I tell everybody I'm okay losing. It's not about winning, because as you guys see here, these numbers are all above 50-50. Like if it doesn't matter if I'm taking the opposite move, like what me and Cody did, where we're shooting for the 3-hour line trending move. Well, guess what? There's what we did here. Cody, what was the probability of us doing a 3-hour line with this sequence when we were going into 10 o'clock? What was the static number that you had?
Let me see. Going into 10 o'clock, at the moment 10 o'clock opened, it was like 50-50 almost.
Okay. And then when we took the 9 a.m. high, what did that shift to?
It's like more towards like 55 line.
55. Yep. And then when we go to replay mode, so that was the overall overarching move. And then if we go back here, because I have the levels disappear when they get hit and stuff, go to the 5-minute. I know when we break above 930 and we break above this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go to 930. I meant to go to 945. When we break above 945, I told you guys this back here. When we get a 1-minute candle close above 945, we have a median probability of 0.17%. This means anything below 0.17% is even higher. Anything, it's above 50-50. This is around 50-50. And as we get closer and closer, that's your high strike rate. We had a 75% right here. So if every single day, and this is what I mean when I'm telling this to Cameron, of every decision I make, if I compound it times 100 with positive risk management, as long as I can make peace with that, I'm taking the trade. And so if I take this position and I'm saying, if every target that I choose, if every reason that I'm cash flowing my trade that I can validate is giving me 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, all these different targets that have high probabilities, I'm already de-risking my position. And then every trade that I'm taking over the course of 100 trades is all on the right side of statistics. They're not always going to win. They're not always going to be profitable trades, because there's still variance and volatility, and I'm going to have red days. But over the series of the 100, if I'm always trading at a batting rate, I'm shooting at targets that are above 50-50, I am beating a coin flip. I am beating just a monkey clicking the buy and sell button. And then now all I got to do is, to beat the monkey even more, use positive risk management. I'm not going in here with 5 minis, because I can't afford 5 minis. But what I can afford is 4 micros. And then of those 4 micros, scale them out at efficient targets. And then that habit will pay me over the course of 100 trades too. And that's all we got to do. Home runs will happen. Home runs will take care of itself. Part of understanding your edge. If you guys want some free statistics for today, here's your free value. We got 102 people tuning in. Sadly and unfortunately, I don't want to speak it into existence. I would love to see us hit 180 in a matter of seconds, but usually we get our peak audience around New York. So I guess we'll just run it back next week if we hit 180. But when it comes to what was I saying? Oh man, Cody, I just lost my train of thought. My espresso everywhere.
You're talking. I don't know. You jumped to the audience. I don't know what you were saying before that. I was reading these
Dude.
comments.
I'm just. Well, I hope you got. Oh, you got value. Here's some free stats for you.
Oh, there you go.
Here's some free stats for you for all the people in the back. And this is all collected by hand, by the way. This is like not code. Anytime I do research, it's all like very mind-numbingly by hand. This isn't like AI. This is literally me with a Google spreadsheet inputting the variables. I just copied and pasted on my chart here. So this is another reason why I can trade and hold these 930 moves. Okay, if you guys want some sauce, God, that's so cringy. We have these statistics right here. So on any given month, this is 2 years of data. On any given month, we are going to have around 8.4. So obviously we can't split a day in half. So anywhere between 8 to 9. We have around 8 to 9 days out of the 20 trading days in any given month that we are going to extend off of 930 by noon without looking back. And what do we call these days for the bootcamp people? DMPDWP days. What do we do the minority amount of the time? DMPDWP trending days. Is 44% minority or majority? Minority. So a little less than half of the month, we do get some expansive move. So when I know the data and when I tell you guys, just understand the statistics of your edge, this is a part of what gives me that confidence to let my runner run, because I know it's going to get stopped out 50, over 50% of the time, 60% of the time, I'm going to get stopped. But these runners, these do the damage, right? And this allows me to say, okay, it's the first day of February. Maybe this is one of those 8 to 9 days of the month, right? Maybe it is. I don't know. So that's some statistics there for you going into the day. About 8 to 9 days out of a 20 trading day month, we love to expand off of 930 without looking back, without doing anything else.
Heck yeah. We did take out Q2's low here at 10 o'clock. So potential apex signature happening here. Let me change this to red and make it thick. But this could just be a sweep out as well, but this is potential. If we can't take out the Q2 high, then potentially an apex. But if it takes us Q2 high, then the line's all but confirmed. Wingo said something in chat. Can Cody go through his wargaming one more time or walk us through how he did the high day zone on Candle Science? Yeah, for sure. So I started doing this, and Mick does it a little bit different, and it just depends. I just found this useful for me. Is whenever I do the Candle Science and I find on my high of day, or not the high of day, the previous day high and previous day low, if I have less than a 50% chance of it being taken, well, then that means that the next day's high of day would be below the previous day's high of day, right? That's just common logic. So when I see this right here where it says C3 high above C2 high, 66% below, I only look at the below reference here. I don't care about the above reference. And so then I just take these zones and mark them out from below the previous day's high and get it there, because it's more likely that we don't take previous day's high unless what? Unless we take this previous day's open. Well, then the moment we take the open, I can come back to my chart and be like, okay, let me see where the higher probabilities are now. But until we take that open, everything says, hey, we shouldn't take that previous day's high yet. And so I look at it on both sides. I always look at it on both sides. I want to know. And since the higher probability is that we don't, then I need to expect it to be below. And what else does that line up with for me is like, okay, if this is a long true day, the long true high of day projection is right here at these levels as well when it populates. So you can see the high of day, the time is different, but we're in the same area. And so like that gives me high conviction. And when there's two separate systems that are not correlated at all, they're ran on different, like a different way of running the data, but they're lining up to show me the same thing, then I can have high conviction that that's a possibility, right? And so that's just the way I do it there. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, I can play both sides. Matrix. I can play both sides. Not in the way that you probably are saying it, but all right, let's see what happens here.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it is ambiguous hour time. So, Cody, I'm going to give the floor to you.
Sounds good.
PTFX looks like he said he's calling in sick today.
Yeah, he just messaged me, said he wasn't feeling well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all back here for re-engineering stream later today. Like I said, this is not going to be just done. We're going to be streaming until bell to bell. So Cody will be taking over from now until noon. You can see at the bottom there. And then Justun and Danny will follow after Cody to do some bootcamp focus sessions around what we're going over in the bootcamp right now. So you guys can see what that is. If you guys got value from the stream, like always, please hit that like button and stay grinding on your goals. And never, ever, ever let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. And I'll see you all later. Bye, everybody.
Peace out.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description. Do you want to win $80? If we get 180 live viewers, one random viewer that likes and retweets the pinned tweet will win. Enter in now.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack Drez on the mic, PTFX on the side. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to the close, read the flow with me. Pack Drez, PTFX, PackTV.
All right. Where is... Oh, there it is. There's my chart. What's going on, guys? Still here. Still kicking it. If Pocket or Austin are in the background, can you all turn on the music? That'd be awesome. Nick. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm just... Us not getting follow through on this previous quarter being taken. I'm expecting this just to be a fake sweep out to continue higher. I'm expecting this DWP style range in the afternoon. So whatever high day that we plant here in this 3 hour, whether it's in the next hour or this hour, I'm going to expect us maybe to trade back down to previous day mid and then possibly put in a high of day, end of day. So that's kind of what I'm watching here. I already did take a trade if you're just now joining. I took a long from down here. Here's the execution. Took a long down here, scaled out here, and then got a runner. Nice runner up there. I probably won't take another trade this morning. This is already a really good move. Ranging style conditions aren't my best conditions, so I will wait to see what happens, but we will just play it by ear. Just play. But heck yeah, great move. I'm gonna have to clip my wargaming out of this morning so I can post it, because this was the move I was looking for this morning before market open, was this move back up. Now, I'm expecting high of day to get planted somewhere in these purple. If we do break this first blue line here, that's previous day's open, then these are going to shift up probably somewhere up here. I don't know the exact numbers. I'll have to go and get them. But we're just playing it by ear if this wants to be one of those days. We do have a higher probability of taking previous days open at 61%. So I would not be surprised if we do take it. But heck yeah. Beautiful Monday. Beautiful Monday. So yeah, we're just going to be here chatting. If you have any questions or want me to go, if you're in the boot camp, want me to go over anything. Yeah, Dusky, if you replay the video, I was talking about how if we got accepted above P12 high, and when I mean acceptance, I just mean like a 15-minute close, then I was expecting us to get to at least this +1. It just disappeared, but this +1 Asian extension right here, that was my expectation. I said I was either expecting a bullish move because the low of day was already past the 70th percentile, which means that it would have to be abnormal. And so my two things I was looking for was a potential rip, or if we dip down, then just a range. And so market open said rip, and that's what we played. According to the daily profiler, this you're gonna look at this green box right here. This would be our distribution in time. So it's an end of day, high of day, but we're in the right area. So that's part of the reason I'm expecting a range, some sort of range with an end of day, high of day, because we already met the distribution expected, and so that's typically when we start to range and then put in that end of day, high of day is what I'm watching. Yeah, no problem, Dusky. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Did I miss anything? Rejecting that Q2 high. So let's see what happens. If we can't take this Q2 high in the next quarter, then I'm going to expect this high to stay for the remainder of this 3-hour period. So until noon, there'd be only a 28% chance that we take out that high by the end of the 3-hour if this fourth quarter does not take it. If the fourth quarter does take it, then we're going to be at whatever high that puts in, we'd be at 73%. This is going to be a really pivotal quarter to determine if we're going to get a little bit more pop up or if this is going to start retracing back down to previous day mid. Nick, how many lines did you get on Wordle today? I need to know. I need to mentally prepare myself. Let's see if we break this Q3 low. Row 4. All right. I can beat that. Row 1 for sure today. Just going to pick a random word. Yeah. We're a little early on time, Matrix, but this could be a high of a range that's going to be set. High of a consolidation. My cockiness can be stricken down by the Almighty. Yeah, I'm watching to see if this is going to break Q4 or Q3's low. It's been a good day, so I want to keep it that way. If I do take any more trades, it's purely going to be cash flow trades. I'm not going to look for any extended targets. Going to be talking like in this volatility that we have. I don't know. We're at 720 or 730 daily range. So anywhere between 15 and 20 points. If I had to be a fruit, what would I be? Pineapple. Be a pineapple, dude. We burn or what? Possible. Bearish SMT with ES right now. Okay. That would line up with, would that line up with potentially a high being set in Ferrari? I'm not too well versed in SMT. Say banana, dude. I hate bananas, bro. I hate bananas. I did not like them at all. Let's see. Since price moved away quick off the open, it would lead to looking for a range 2 or DWP depending on the Q4 price action, not taking the high of the hour. Would you look for a short to take previous hour's low? No, I'm not going to be looking for a short just because Q4 doesn't make a new high. I need to see something a little extra blue horse. And if we think about candle science, it's going to be this open. Until we take this previous hour open, probabilities according to candle science are still at the top side. So line probabilities start shifting more towards apex. But until we get below that and this hour mid, of the Share the screen. Sorry about that. Hopefully someone will flip the screen over here in a second. Let me add them. Oh, there it goes. Appreciate it. Sorry, like I was saying, I didn't mean to get caught out there. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Y'all can see me now. You constantly make eye contact. NQ's weaker. Gotcha. So previous hour, I mean this current hour, depending on... Yeah, so I wouldn't be doing anything, Blue Horse, until this hour closes, which would now make 10 o'clock. Previous hour. So it doesn't... Even if Q4 doesn't take it, I still have to respect the candle size probabilities as well. Graham Schlemps, what were you thinking after the big opening move? Elaborate on that. I'm asking because R2 DWP at some point would take previous hours low. Yeah, typically that is... You're going to learn this when you go over the daily profiler, but typically that's going to happen in the afternoon. It'll be the 12 o'clock or the 1 o'clock hour that takes the opposite side, typically on a DWP. If it happens earlier, then that's probably when it's the range too. No problem. No problem. Man, what a day. Yeah, gotta wait till this next hour opens to try to determine anything. Just gonna be waiting here. Have it rolling over to next week. They will tune in. What? Man, this is exciting stuff. We call it ambiguous hour for a reason, because typically we'll make these big moves and do nothing. So you never know what's going to happen. How did you get your candle science levels? Yours are different. This is what I put in right here. That's not why they call it. Why is it Doja Cat? Why do we call it ambiguous hour? You are funny. You know, it'd be epic. One day I'm gonna get my fiance to come stream. We need to tell Austin to get his wife and my fiance to like take a trade on stream. I think it'd be hilarious. Buy them an eval and let them full port it. See what happens. Well, all signs are pointing to an apex. We just got to start breaching this previous hour's mid. Yeah, what if they trade better? I know, that would be so embarrassing. Yeah, have a great day, Dale. Yeah, they probably will trade better because they have no bias, right? Like they have no oh, I should do this or should do that. I don't have a lower lifetime gain. Someone who takes their first trade. Yeah, I'd probably have to hang it up right there. I'd be like, all right, guys, I will see y'all never. See where this hour closes. If this hour closes underneath its own midpoint and we open up in between the mid and the opening price, this is my sign to just do nothing. It's just hey, just wait until we either get above the mid or get it below the opening price. I'm comfortable with that. Heck yeah. It makes the most sense if we do use previous day's mid as support. So I'm looking for the bottom of the range to do something there. Yeah, see you later, Nick. Have a good day. Good night. One minute till new hour. Let's see what happens. All right, looks like we might open it below. Let's see. Let's see. It's kind of weird being up here on stream by yourself. It just feels like you're talking to yourself. Like in the Discord, because they can interact instantly. But here it's the 20-second delay. It's like, I almost feel like I'm just talking to myself. All right, we're going to open above previous hour mid. So probabilities are still to the upside. Apex line probabilities tell us that potentially an apex. So I need to see us break a quarterly high to tell me that the line is in play. I have my hand in your back pocket in my imagination, dude. What? That's hilarious. Let's see what the probabilities are for this 3-hour period, starting at 10. Let me check this out. Closing long with a 1 and a 2. All right, reacting off the mid here. Yeah, for a 3-hour period starting at 10, so like a rolling 3-hour period, the higher probability is that we take out this high than this low, which lines up with candle science. But we'll see. Let live price determine. See if we can get a 5-minute close above this 05 box. If we get a 5-minute close over this 05 box, so the first 5-minute candle, if you're new here, then if it taps back in, that's when I'm looking for a long. If we go low, if we get a close underneath here, I'll still wait till we get a close up here, but I'm not going to be looking for a short. With momentum, I'd rather play the bottom of the range that's going to establish. And because this is telling us that's most likely an apex, I'm going to long. I'm not going to take profit here. It'll be a cash flow trade, especially since I'm expecting a range, just strictly cash flow. Whenever I find it, if I find an entry, we'll see. Let's see what the breakout of the. Let's change this to the other pivot, which is this quarter. 30 to 1045. Let's see. So the breakout of this quarter right here, this third quarter of 10 o'clock, that's typically your pivot. So we're right here at cash flow. The median would put us. Let me turn this off. Median would put us about right here. So it'd be below the open. Cash flow is right here, though. Yeah, if this reacts off of previous day's mid, steps above 05, I'm going along this. Appreciate it, Jeff. Hey, 823, that's awesome, man. Keep it compounding. All right, 05 box is set. We're still until we break this low. I'm still confident in long, or not the low. Until we break previous hours open, this red line, and I'll label it previous hour open. Till we break this, I'm gonna expect a bounce. Okay. But I'm going to need additional confirmation here, being at the end, knowing that this is most likely an apex. And again, I'm not going to target the highs. It's just going to be cash flow. Kind of make it to 800 for my paper account first. Hey, it's about where I'm expecting to bounce. Dusky. Need that extra $7. Yes, sir. If you are new here, and you're looking at my chart and you're like, dude, this guy's psycho, just know that it's not as complicated as it looks. We do these live streams every Monday from London session all the way to the end of New York session. Yeah, so just tap in every Monday. Maybe you can learn a thing or two. If not, at least you can watch us take live trades. Real trades, not full porting minis or anything like that. Just taking trades that we normally take. All right, I like this. I like this suck back into the range here. Where's equilibrium? Here, we're doing it right here. Someone tell equilibrium that we're sucking back in the range. Previous hour mid. Jeff is lying. I lost $238 following these guys. Thought what after the first trade, Grant? If we get a 5-minute close over this 05 box, I'm going to be looking for it to dive back into it and then look for a long. Well, stepping back above the previous hour mid. Couldn't make it back to previous day mid so far, so we're still strong on a daily candle. Watching my paper money burn on this Esper. Yeah, for real. Said, see ya. Let's see if we get a close out of the 05 box. That's what I'm watching, just a close above this blue box on a 5-minute candle. If we dive back into 20 to 30% of it, I'll be looking for a long. If it just rips, then womp womp. All right, there's our close. See if it dives back in here. Looking for it to come back to at least 838. Gotta go explain. See you later, Dusky. Have a good day. Didn't dive down deep enough yet, so still just waiting here. We've broken out 0.1 on either side. Nope, 0.5 down there. Expecting this wick down here to be the false 05 break. Yes, sir, Wingo. We did. Those levels get hit a lot. Those have a really high strike rate. The +1 and -1 have a really high strike rate. And we failed to hit the -1 this morning when we dropped down. That was like my big telltale sign. We failed to hit it. And so I was like, all right, well, if we get a ripper day, it's going up there. It doesn't typically fail both of them. It's very rare. Oh, we got a new 15-minute here opening 45 seconds. I guess I don't really need this lower purple box anymore. Let's see if we get a dip down into this 05 box a little bit further in the next 15 minute. Price will usually have some type of retracing around that. Oh, nice. I don't even know how to measure that, Wingo, but if you see it happen, then you can definitely find probabilities around it. Dang. Didn't get dive deep enough into the 05 box. This would have been a pretty good little scalp there. Oh, might still come back down for me. We do have a Q1 low now, so I'm expecting this with the false 05 breakout. I'm expecting this to be the low of the hour. I'm not expecting us, like I said, I'm not expecting us to take this high during this hour, but this could just be the move back up to the top of the range for the next 3 hours to take it out. Yeah, isn't that cool, Wingo, when they all start lining up? It's a really cool thing to see. I think we might have talked about it on Friday. It's like you see them all line up. It's like, wait, how did they know? It's like, well, we didn't know. We just looking at the probabilities, and probabilities tend to shift in one direction or the other. Possibly. I'm not too sure about the candle science, if there's an indicator being worked on. That would be cool, though. Dang. Just didn't get the far enough pullback. I was looking for this little green line right here to get retraced into. Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Whoever. Perceive Veba. Broke that 0.1. Expecting the false 05 breakout. Expecting a Q4 high. We did just break Q4's high here of the previous hour. So this is an indication that possibly it won't be an apex. Because we're breaking this quarter high. But we'll see what the remainder of the hour does. But this is your alert to say, hey, if I'm not expecting this high to get taken out, this was my alert to be like, okay, you know, it's back on the table. And when I say it not getting taken out, I just mean by the close of this hour. I fully expect this high to get taken out by end of day. I need to get rid of this line. There we go. Where's the 3-hour mid? Make this thing thicker, make it red. There you go. No, it's counted as an apex. And the data I ran in Doja Cat, I count it as an apex. In my data, it's still counted as an apex. I'll do it for you live right here. This is a line, and this is a line. Those are the only two things that are lines. Or this is a line, or this is a line. This is an apex. This is an apex. The way I did it in the data. I know Mick says for it to be an apex, it's here, but in the data, this is an apex. 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 Let's see how else I did it. Oh yeah, then this is an apex. This is an apex. But that's just how I coded everything up. Dang. That would have been a nice little move up there. I was looking for that Q5. Would have been 30 points. Womp womp. And the whole reason I set it up that way, Doja Cat, is I was trying to figure out a way to play this H2. So, like, do I want to hold it to continue? If it's an inside bar, then I need to get out before it just ranges here, right? Because then the next 3 hour could do anything. Remember this, breaking this, make a different color. Pink line, that's not very pink. This pink line, this was our alert to say, hey, it's possibly not an apex anymore. Possibly this high is getting taken out. Along with the fact that we couldn't really break below previous hour mid. We broke it, but we instantly rejected it. Yep, Wingo, exactly. It's looking like it's going to form one. The higher probability was an apex, but you have to know where that invalidation is. That's that Q4 high that we made. It's the invalidation, especially with a false 05 breakout. Yes, sir, Andrew. Based on the volatility of today, which is funny because our VVIX is dropping back into the range now, which means we're compressing, which means we're about to start ranging. Makes sense. I'm still not putting off the table that we might take this previous day's open. And if we take previous day's open, probability for previous day high also shifts up. Yeah, exactly, Wingo. Exactly. So would I be correct when I say that we have the best probability in Q3 of H3? Because that time we should know. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean that if that was like your final confirmation, yeah. But the major pivot point is this Q3 of H2. That's usually our major pivot point for an apex versus line generically. If you go into the stats, and I'll show it to you. So if I'm on 9 to 12, right? And it doesn't matter which quarter has the H1 extreme. Watch these probabilities right here. So if it's a Q1 extreme, meaning we made a Q1 high, most likely an apex. If it's a Q2, most likely an apex. If it's Q3, almost 50-50, but Q4 is where the line is. So what's that tell us? That Q3 is the pivot point, because that's where it flips from apex to line. And so how can I build around this? Okay, so I know that's the pivot point. I also know that the next quarter was below this pivot point. So the first thing we have to do to alert me that it's going to be a line compared to an apex is we have to break the previous quarter's high right here, the Q4 high. That means we sucked back into the range, breaking below. And then if we break that high, then it's going to be a line. If we can't break that high, then no confirmation. We've got an alert. So then at this point, what am I looking for? I'd be looking for us to break a previous quarter's low to say, hey, yep, the apex is still on. Yeah, exactly. A pivot in the data. Yep. A pivot in the data, Miller. I hope I doxed you again. Whoops. And this all makes sense, right? Because if we take this previous quarter's low that's about to form, what's that tell us about this hour? It's most likely a doji. If this hour is most likely a doji, then we're probably not going to get the 3 hour line. It's probably going to stay. It's probably going to stay an inside bar. So everything's an alert and confirmation. I have an alert that the apex may be off, but it has to confirm by taking the Q3 high. And then, so I'm thinking that, but then to know that the line is off, we have to break a previous quarter's low. So right now, it's still telling us, okay, apex may still be on. We're just having, or line maybe still be on. We haven't confirmed, but we're alerting to that. But the moment we break a previous quarter's low, I can turn that completely off and I can look for this to come back into the range. Because that's where the data shifts. Unfortunate that it just barely missed it by 3 points for me to look for a long. So sad. But at the end of the day, I already caught that other one, so. Remember what I was saying earlier too, right? At the open of this hour, I said it makes the most sense to plant the lower range somewhere around this previous day's mid. Because the way I like to look at it, it's like, okay, if I know there's likely a range, what is a high time frame level that makes the most sense? And so I see 2 here. Previous day mid and previous day and P12 high. Well, it didn't really make sense for us to come all the way back to P12 high unless we saw some momentum coming down, which we weren't. This was just kind of stepping. So in this area, it just makes logically the most sense, right? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I did a lot of research over this pivot point this weekend. I already subconsciously knew it. But then when I talked to Austin this weekend, he was pointing out the pivots and I was like, oh, let me go do some research around that. Yeah, and if you're new here and you're just tuning in for the first time and I sound like I'm speaking a foreign language, that's all right. Keep tuning in on Mondays. And if you're so inclined, join the Discord and the boot camp. The boot camp is $100 for 3 months, but you'll learn how to look at price objectively, find these pivot points, find these invalidations, and don't have to feel subjective again. So if you want to, do it. If not, come back next Monday. I'll be here nonetheless. We'll all be here. We do live streams from London to end of New York session every Monday. We do have Justun coming up here at the top of the hour for a bootcamp focus session. So you'll get a little insight to what they learn in the bootcamp every Monday at noon Eastern Standard Time. Just a little focus session on what they've been learning today or this past week. So if you're in the boot camp, make sure you stick around and hang out with Justun for a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to take any more trades today. New York 2 session's opening, so that's usually my cutoff time. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into this long. That would have been nice, but it is what it is. Took that one trade. Let me get off of that. Don't want that on there no more. Did take one trade here. Go to the 1 minute chart. Got in about right here. TP'd as we were pushing up to cover my queen. And then this was where I was expecting high at minimum. So TP'd up there. Nothing crazy. 2 micros. But now let me look at the daily profiler for the afternoon session. So anyone that's following along with to see what our probabilities are. Let's see. We have a 65% chance of going long out of the New York 2 session. And if we go long, then we have a 62% chance of true. I'll just share this. If we do go long true in New York 2, then we're looking at end of day, high of day. If we go long false, then there's no real edge, but the cluster of data is at least at 1330. So maybe a 130 spike and then fails. If we go short, short's interesting today. We typically have more of a true, but it's 69% false, which that would give us an end of day, high of day as well. Oh, nope. This still gives us a 1030, which is interesting. We basically keep the high of day that we have, and a short true should do the same thing. Yep, does the same thing. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm expecting end of day, high of day. A long is more probable, 65%. So, and then if we go long, a true is more probable, 62%. And that tells us end of day, high of day. So that's what I'm expecting. But yeah, we'll just let this play out and come back tomorrow. We do live stream every day in the Discord for the pack members. Appreciate it, Ferrari. Yep, I'm expecting higher in New York too. Yep. I'm expecting we're at the right distribution for our high of day zone, this green box, but the wrong time. This was from this morning, and so I'm expecting a range. I'm not expecting us to just be like, oh, let's blast off to the moon. It could, but more of like, okay, maybe we close this hour here, take this high, drop down, take an hourly low, and then end up higher, something like that. Yeah, no problem, Bill. Range higher, exactly. Just a range higher. Similar to what you see, like all right. I hate when that happens. Try to share too much sauce. Basically similar to what you see. I was saying, like similar to what you see, like here, like a big push away, ranges, and pops new load day. I know this is stuff I don't see, but same sort of idea. Same thing here, big push, set end of day. This one ends up not doing it. Got a Q3 high now? Yep, Q3 high. Full port if long true. Hey, if I'm not giving financial advice. Whatever you want to do, by all means, you do what you want to do. I'm just a guy on the internet. Man. It's about time for me to play my daily work. Maybe I'm sorry about the internet cutting out, guys. It's really frustrating. can be extremely frustrating if you feel it in your plums. All right, let's see what happens. Can't break the pivot of data. Cluster, sucking back into the range. See if it breaks a previous quarter's low. Got last quarter of this hour coming up in 3 minutes. Let's see if it's going to break. I mean, so at this point, you'll see how we're not expecting a line, but I've just walked through it systematically here. So I do every day. I just walk through these quarters systematically until something lines up with high probability, and then I take a trade. If there's any sense of indecision, I just wait. I got all day. Is this setting up for a doggy style candle? Oh, whoa. Matrix, be careful there. Oh, they're just shit. Stupid internet's making me mad. I don't know if you heard me, but I said 10:30, 10:45. Yeah, pretty much, dude. My internet is garbage and it's just annoying. It's so weird. It'll be like 3, 4, 5 days in a row, perfectly okay. And then it'll be 3, 4, 5 days in a row, just randomly cuts out, cuts back in. I've had technicians out here. I've had new router, everything. I'm hardwired in. And then it'll just randomly say not connected, switch over to the Wi-Fi, switch over to the... It's just... it's annoying. Oh, Doji. That makes more sense. Yeah, it's definitely... I love stats. I love this Wi-Fi so much. Anyways, we broke previous quarters low. One of these days it'll work the way I want it to. Really do love stats. Yep, Wingo, I love it. For what specifically? Matrix Brain? Like high day, low day stuff? There you go. Back to the 05 box. I mean, I've looked at it a little bit. Gold is too much risk for me, even on micros. I haven't looked at it specifically on Line Apex, but I have it in my files to look at. Have gold, copper. Right now, I just have it on NQ, but I have all the data. I have 10 years of data on, I don't remember. It's like 20 different assets that I can go back and run it on. Just got to change the script a little bit to run it on that data. Reminder, in 10 minutes, Pocket's going to be up here. Justun, spilling all the sauce. Make sure you bring a napkin and paper towel. I know, bad dad joke. It's fine. I wonder if y'all could actually hear the music on y'all's end, because I feel like it's just lo-fi, just banging in my head. It'd be hilarious if y'all can't hear it and it's just me just vibing out over here. Bouncing off that 05 box. Thanks, Vlad. Appreciate it, dude. Nope, no music. That's hilarious. It's so loud in my headphones, like playing it through the streaming software. It's really loud. It's just funny that y'all can't hear it. Go, I'll have to work on that for next week. We're gonna have to figure out the optimal without our eardrums bursting. Austin, what's up, dude? By the way, they can't hear the music.
They can't hear the music?
Yeah, I just asked him. I was like, because I hear it, just fine, right? And I was like, just like vibing out over here, and I was like, hey, it'd be funny if y'all can't hear the music. They're like, we can't hear the music.
We hear it now?
Yeah, and I'm gonna lose my mind. It's funny.
What we think? I think we seen this morning on the long true for New York. It looked like now that we didn't take London OU, I think the long true high day is power hour.
Mm-hmm.
New high of day by end of day.
Yep, that's what I was saying. A range until end of day. Maybe just range higher. It's so funny that the music is so loud, like on our end, but just disappears on their end.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like even on the on Discord, when you play music on Discord, it'll automatically quieten the music if you talk.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, here the Restream don't care.
No, not at all. Well, look at that. Good thing I cut my trade, dude. We didn't get the 3-hour line.
Yeah, dude, that shocked me. I mean, yeah, we're in the fourth quarter, so we still got 10 minutes, but
it could. It's just it probably won't though. I mean, we've already been taking quarterly lows, and it'll probably take it at the beginning of the next 3-hour period, and then suck back in the range and all that stuff.
Dude, 11 o'clock and 10 o'clock, it's like they're like these brother and sisters. Like one of them acts really good, and then the other one just does the opposite.
Yeah.
And then very rarely you'll see the clean follow through, just both of them just DMP day.
And the day you have the clean follow through is the day you didn't hold a runner. It's like, no. Because like it usually does this. Like it usually like if 10 o'clock was nice, then 11 o'clock isn't, or vice versa. And it's like, it's a love-hate relationship. I'm still formulating a way to get involved in the 9 o'clock hour, because that's my biggest downfall, is waiting till the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Because I miss, a lot of times I miss, 30 to 50% of the distribution of that 3-hour period, sometimes more if we get a really big move. And so I'm working with something on a 5-minute closeout of the 9:30 range, similar to the gunship, and then waiting for a pullback there, because I'm not a huge fan of 1-minute closures of the range, just because, just for me, like I make really bad decisions around that because it can whipsaw so quick. And when I lose a trade in like 10 seconds, I'm like, it's like my brain just short circuits and I just start doing stupid stuff.
Dude, trust me, I get it. You gotta, if like breakout style trading isn't like what makes sense or makes you feel uncomfortable, it's definitely a different style,
But yeah, so I've been working all weekend on, because I know that if I can implement getting in earlier, not so much like the first 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, but implement getting in a little earlier, the net change on my expectancy is going to be way more, because I'll be able to capture a bigger move compared to when I just entered during the 10 o'clock. Majority of the time, it's just a short cash flow move. But always evolving. That's all you can do.
The beauty of it is you took that one piece, which is the 3-hour line, and like you made it into a whole, like, this is your thing now, right? You just obsess over that move, and that's literally what we do. You just take a move and obsess over it.
Yeah, one of the boot camp members from the past boot camp messaged me yesterday, and he was watching one of the old recorded videos of me and Mickey talking during the classroom, and I was talking about 3-hour lines and apexes months ago. I was like, this is all I care about, is just these two things. Like, I don't know. And like, even at that time, I was like, I didn't know how I was going to, get to the point where it's at now. But I was like, this is all I care about. I don't care about the 9:30 move. I don't care about anything else besides Is it going to be a line or is it going to be an apex? That's all I care about. Yeah, Wingo. It can be pretty difficult. There's some days where a front run of 930 is really obvious, and you'll see that in the stats. Mick talks about that a lot. But majority of the time, front running it is not super easy to read. We're not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying it's a little bit more difficult. Trademark. Trademark everything from now on. Filing the patent right now for everything. The fastest approval patent court in the United States is about 45 minutes away from where I live. So if we need some patents, just let me know.
Do you have a patent, Cody?
I should. I don't know what for what, but I should. Dude, I need to clip this session and make some shorts out of it because I called this rip during my 5-minute war game.
I really want to see this freaking high get taken, man.
I think it'll wait. It's just gonna wait till the next 3 hour because it would make sense, right? If we're expecting this DWP style range, then the next 3 hour wick up, take it, suck back into the range, take the 12 o'clock low during one, and then move on. Because we still have a pretty high probability of taking previous day's open at 61%. But I think that's going to be during power hour, just maybe a pop towards that.
Well, we got 1 more minute until Bootcamp Focus session. Let me ping the Bootcamp peeps here. And Cody, do you have any final words of wisdom?
No, it's just like I always say, don't be an idiot. There you go. That's the best advice I can give any trader is don't be an idiot. Just like you formulate these plans and you do all the work to do the plan, and then in the moment you do something different, you're being an idiot. Like you did all the hard work for what? So just make your plan, do the work, and just stick to it. Win, loss, draw. Let the edge play out, and then every quarter reassess, determine if it's a you issue or a system issue. Most of the time it's a you issue.
And then literally, like, you guys get to see, like, go back and watch these recordings. Go back and watch the timestamp of when Cody got in. Like, the thing that I find the most value in live trading isn't, seeing somebody make a win or a loss. It's seeing somebody operate under pressure in the market that is just, at the end of the day, we still don't 100% know if we're right or wrong. We're operating around uncertainty. And you guys get to see what it looks like to just when traders have peace on the charts through using just objectivity. So good job today, Cody.
Yep, appreciate it. You guys have a great day. I'm out of here.
All right.
Did you find value in the Ambiguous Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something, and you know it's gotta be something to notice. And you know it's gotta be something to notice. I think we on to something. Bootcamp Focus. Bootcamp Focus.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Boot camp members, if you're in the house, give us a little shout in the comments there.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, Danny, there you are. Move me up. You got a dark camera. You don't even have an icon. What's going on?
I clicked the button to be blurred, and evidently I don't know how to use this stuff very well. I'm learning.
Actually, mirror camera. Sometimes I can control things oddly enough, but no, not that one. Good day, Ricardo. Hey, Vladimir. Nice to see a few boot camp members here. There's your little icon, at least. So today's a pretty chill session. Just going to go over some of the stuff we learned in the last boot camp class, on Friday. And well, I wouldn't say we're the goats, but I do appreciate your handing the baton off to us, Mr. Pack Trades, Cody, who I'm sure had a killer session and called a nice long there. I heard at the end of it, but I missed it. I was MIA for a bit, had to take a little break from the computer for a few hours. But welcome everybody. So this session, we don't really trade live here. Danny and I will just sort of talk over stuff that we've learned in the boot camp. If people are new to our lives here and have questions about the boot camp, what value you get out of it, all this kind of stuff, then please do put some questions down there. If you're from the boot camp, like I said, please put some comments down there. If there's anything good, bad, ugly, whatever you're getting out of this, then please let us know. Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us. So we'll be on here for about an hour-ish, just going through stuff. I was going to go through the ME, MFE stuff a little bit, just sort of some basic stuff that we learned inside the boot camp, maybe a little bit of the four-step reversal, which is stuff we learned at the end of last week. There's Danny. Hi, sir. Look at that. And now you're not talking.
Oh my gosh. Got the camera, got muted. Trying to figure out where to look. If I look at you, I look goofy on the camera, but if I look at this dot, I don't see you. Anyway,
oh, there you go. That's we have that same problem. I'm looking at screens and then it just looks funny. I'm used to doing this kind of stuff sometimes, but it's been a little while. Afternoon, Julie, one of our squad leaders. So we have people inside the boot camp who help guide, help be reinforcement to the knowledge learning inside the boot camp to help kind of give some structure to the newbies. And Julie is one of those faithful squad leaders, so appreciate you. And Lara is also in the club, so thank you so much for joining us. So yeah, I was going to talk through that. I don't know if you had anything else you had planned, Danny, if you wanted to go through anything, but I was going to do that.
I'm up here in the great Tennessee tundra. I never knew that tundra extended all the way to Tennessee, but evidently it does.
There you go. Yeah, we were up at my mom's place and on the Quebec side, so we were minus, I don't know your guys' language, but I know we were minus, I think with the wind chill it was almost minus 40 at some points, but we bundled up and went out and did some tobogganing with the little one and had some fun, so it was good.
Yeah.
So if anybody has any questions about the boot camp, let us know, and yeah, if you're in the northern area, stay warm. So one of our last classes was actually about this 12-hour MFA MAE. The neat thing about some of the stuff we go is we can definitely go through it publicly with people and show you guys kind of the ins and the outs and maybe the reasoning behind it. It's pretty handy for you guys so that you can understand what you're getting into and what you're paying for and why you're joining the boot camp. But unfortunately, without the tools, it makes it a little bit harder to follow along. And we have some amazing people in the pack trading group and all that stuff that create these tools, which give us lots of data and statistics to work with in order to make our jobs easier when we're making decisions on the chart, or to help give some direction for us to help us keep focused on where we're going, as opposed to having like a bias that's created from feelings. This helps give us that kind of definitive way of looking at things that is a little bit more subjective instead of objective, which is pretty helpful for all of us. I know Danny and I can definitely appreciate some of these tools from stopping us from making decisions at the time and place that we shouldn't. So this one here kind of got blown out of the water today with our crazy pump at 9:30. But basically what this means here is oftentimes we will see what's called a line or an apex over a 1, 3, and even 12-hour time frame sometimes. And sometimes we see a shallow where it just goes straight to the upside. And sometimes check mark where we'll have a little bit of a pullback maybe into the MAE, which is max median against excursion, and then create. Oops, I didn't do the double tap. I did the double tap and not the single tap. So we'll create a little bit what we call a check mark. Well, we'll come down a little bit, and then we'll head up to our space. And then there's other things where obviously we'll do things where we'll go up and then come all the way back down again. And obviously the jury's still out on what we're going to do for the rest of the afternoon. But as you can see, we're hitting new highs, which Cody even talked about during his live, mentioning that there's a very high likelihood chance, obviously, so that we were going to hit high of the day and keep potentially going forward before we made any correction back down. So yeah, so the check mark, what this pink line kind of tells you is the average amount of space that it will go against you before it starts making its check mark. And the other cool definer that we have sometimes is the time. So in this case, we hit the time factor. This is when our biggest move came in, which is why more, and I'm not going to get into massive details, but if people want any answers or questions or whatever, and thank you, Wingo Trades. So in our boot camp, we'll often ask the team questions, especially the people that are learning, what do we see here? And obviously he knew right away that we had a super shallow MAE to MFE. So the MAE never got hit, but time-wise, we definitely did make our final decision and our final confirmation at 9:30 that our direction was definitely going to be up for the day. And some of the other stuff we learned is when we do that, we oftentimes range. And what Cody was talking about also in the session before he changed hands is that it was very likely we would range this afternoon and potentially creating a pullback at some sorts, which turns this day into what for our bootcamp members? Right now we are in A, and what are we possibly going to go into? Let's do that. We'll still ask some questions of you guys out in the chat, and I know there's a little delay. Anything to add to that there, Danny? Sorry, I babble a lot. You know that, though.
No, that's what right there at the end, you just said what I was going to suggest is, okay, so we see the shallow MAE into a, kind of taken off towards that MFE, but how does that coincide with the daily classification to tell us what's coming next? So that's perfect.
Awesome. I learn sometimes. And then outside of this piece of information, which obviously is very important, is whether we hit our MAE either in price or time or both. DNP could be DWP. Look at that. We go trades with the save there. So we got 43. Yeah, let's get some more chats going. But yeah, so appreciate that. So yeah, so we definitely are in a DNP, and we can see that a little bit more clearly if we look at our homework one. So our week one homework setup, when we go into here and we turn on our super simple one, you can see obviously that no hour is taken out the previous hour low yet. And so we're in a DW or DNP where we have not had a pullback. So, and with DWP would be with pullback. So we're waiting for potentially one of these hourly boxes to breach this little bottom one. Now that could mean a couple of things. We could end up ranging really tightly, and we've done that before for the next hour. And then when our 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock candle starts, we may just breach down a tiny little bit and then start going up. Or we could make a deeper dip. We don't know, and that's not the stuff we're trying to predict. The idea here is we want to be cautious in this afternoon. And again, we're not trading, but we just, even part of this, we want to give you guys ideas of where we're looking at. And this is the stuff we learn in the boot camp, where we might not be hasty with trade ideas and let the data tell us what's going on. And so we're waiting to see what happens in that hour, whether it ranges, because you don't want to get chopped out in this first hour while it maybe finds its footing and then has its outburst later on where it maybe swings down a little bit and then takes off, or again, vice versa, maybe taps up a little bit and then starts heading down for its DWP. So yeah, thanks guys. C Max says exactly, and Mark with the DWP, which is hopefully what if we play suit during this hour, we could see. I don't foresee us happening during this hour, but it definitely could. But I expect this one to create a smaller range and then us dip into it in the second hour of the 3 hour. So yeah. And that's, again, the reason why we feel this way is the reason why we have this idea is because of what data has told us. When we make this aggressive move away from the 930, we oftentimes, this is a pattern that we've seen many times, and it kind of creates this whole environment. Nice hat there, sir. I'm still waiting for my friggin' sweater.
Is yours still stuck in the mail?
Yeah, I don't know where it is now. It was in Chicago, and then it went to Toronto, and then it went back to Chicago, and now I don't know where it is. So hopefully I'll get it sooner or later. The problems with Canada mail system and this weather, I'm sure. But go ahead.
Did you talk about the candle science to go along with that, all this?
No, because we're kind of past that one, so I kind of glazed over. But if you want to add some value to how that leans into this, because it definitely does lean into the MAE, MFE, and the 3 hours and all that jazz. So you're welcome to go through that if you wanted to share your screen and do some stuff.
No, I'm all right. Today's kind of a fast day for me because I got to be back outside again. But
yeah,
I do love how he kind of tied up to, or kind of finished up the candle science. And basically, the number, how do I word this? Because I was drawing the lines out and putting all the percentages on every single line. I was doing the weekly, the daily, the 12-hour, the 6-hour, and I still enjoy doing that. But I figured out, based on the last lesson that he gave us, that I don't need to put all those numbers in there over and over and over again. It's really
he
easy.
definitely simplified the process, and later on there's going to be more stuff that will be more automated, which will help with what you're usually doing and make that easy to even get that from, which is cool. But yeah, our idea,
if you take out those opens, or if you take out the opposite open, if you take out the opposite high or low, I mean, all the stats just swing, and it's amazing. So.
Yeah, Wingo, they absolutely were. And to go into that a little bit, I guess, just as a quick synopsis, even starting at 8 o'clock, obviously we took out the high. So that means we're looking for a red candle out of that one. And in turn, that actually snowballs into expecting a red candle for this one. And until we actually had an opportunity where, and we still haven't though, because this ended up being an inside bar, which we talked about at the end of the last class or the second last class. But even here, we didn't actually break out of this one, so we still haven't switched our flags yet until this hour happened, and we finally did again with a high, and we didn't switch our flags again. We're just keeping them up now, and again we're still expecting potentially an up, according to candle science as well, which I think I agree with. It's just whether we do another like I said, tight range and then come down and go back up, or whether we carry on or not. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. The Cody utilize. Yeah, Cody. Hey, Cody's a smart dude. We really appreciate having him here, and he's becoming a bigger and bigger piece of the pack, and in a great way. And he's digging a lot deeper and working with the devs to dig a lot deeper into his line versus Apex, which marries really well with candle science. So it's a really neat evolution to see our tools and resources that we get to use inside the pack evolve and just make our lives easier and easier. I mean, the neat thing about it is, it still comes down to our knowledge base and us finding the tools that work best for us. But the neat thing about it is there's such a gamut of them to use, and they keep getting better and better to the point that even if you're not a candle science person like I wasn't, as it evolves and it gets easier and easier, you're going to be able to add it to your mix kind of thing in a really fluid way, as opposed to just kind of trying to kibosh it like I used to do. But I'm getting there. I'm actually really liking it, but it just takes time to get dug in. Like anything, you got to put the reps in. Any questions? Hit us up, please. Please make this hour a little more exciting. It's always hard. It's a little nicer when we're in our little, for this segment anyways, it's a little nicer when we're in a little bit more of our little boot camp bubble. But this is still hopefully going to hold some value, especially if we get some new people coming in, checking things out. Because this is still new. This is only week 2 of doing this live. So, what is Danny saying here? We're humble guys. Maybe respect. Yeah. Yes. Well, there's some in the group that are doing really well, like Wingo Trades, and there's a few others that are. Well, there's a lot. Every boot camp, we get more people that are smart and keep adding value to everything. We're growing and evolving. So, love it. Love it.
Yeah, very much. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I just figured I'd type it. But yeah, you guys, I mean, each class seems to bring in, and nothing against the previous classes, but it seems like we're bringing in higher and higher caliber traders and people that have been around the block for a long time, you know.
And that's actually kudos to those people, right? Because they're the ones that are usually hitting the pavement and telling people, hey, this was awesome.
So yeah, I'm eager to to see what kind of how we continue to grow as we bring in more and more really talented people. And then the people that, are old and retarded like me, I get to learn from those guys. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. Austin and Matt, Mickey have built something pretty special here, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
Just looking at our past Fridays, we got quite a pattern of long Friday. Like this is today, almost to the T. That's one where we pulled back. That's quite a bit of pullback, but sorry, just looking at some past ones, guys, while we're here. Danny, sorry, what did you say? Danny, I do take offense to that. I know I helped bring the curve down.
He's probably secretly one of the best traders here.
Are we there? Are we there yet? Are we long? Are we short? I'll be honest. Tell me what we're doing. Ricardo's been really active in this boot camp, so appreciate you. I started a month ago, and I'm super grateful, guys. I removed the stress of my trading with the data you show us. So thank you. Like we appreciate seeing you guys benefit from all this. December 29th. Well, that's a good reason why that one's a little bit funny, but that's funny that every Friday was pretty much long. This one's a doji, but it's like just before New Year's. So, or no, that's Christmas. What am I talking about? No, that's 29th. Yeah, just before New Year's. So that's why. I love this stuff. Sorry, I'm going there, but we are starting to go through some of this stuff. So a lot of these lines are going to start making sense. Mickey has gone through a little bit of it. So for you, those of you in the boot camp, we're going to start seeing some of this other stuff come into play as we go through stuff. Today, though, pretty much everything got blown out of the water. So 42 drawings. Let's get rid of those. Stick to this one for now because it's kind of got the information that we've worked with so far. And if we look, we obviously blew that. And now in the last hour, obviously out of gas a little bit. We ended up getting out of the 0.1, but not by much. So Ricardo, he loves the great Ricardo in phase 2. You have to learn how to trade. My favorite part of the boot camp. Good question. Maybe Danny wants to do the same. For me, so personally, because I'm kind of the admin side and kind of just how to help everybody through it and whatnot, I really like seeing the business plans that people, the wolf tanks basically that people come up with. And really, it's just sometimes seeing the unlock, seeing the aha moments. So it's not necessarily a part of the boot camp. I just find a lot of joy in seeing people unlock this information and find value in it. And as we go through, it's been really cool because we've had more and more engaged people. Like this is probably one of our most engaging classes. And people, I don't know, there's haters out there will hate on anything. And people sometimes say things like, oh, but you have to pay for it, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, $100 is nothing. And the nice thing about it is when people come in here, they actually put in the work. Like to ask somebody to come in here for free, we've done it. We've offered people to come in for free. But almost every free person that's come through the boot camp has never made it to the end because they're not ready to put in the work. They have no skin in the game. So to me, watching those aha moments and watching them grow and watching us have more and more of them is pretty epic. And that's all been happening over the last year. And to watch that is pretty epic. So for me, that's me. That's a little bit of a scapegoat because you asked what I like most about the boot camp, but mine is a little bit more unfavored to everyone else's benefits out of it. But you got anything, Danny, for that for fun?
No, my beautiful wife just walked in the door, so I was saying hi to her.
Oh, there you go.
So I tuned out for a second.
That's okay. He was just asking what your favorite part of the boot camp is.
Oh, all right. Well, what would be my favorite part? I guess probably the daily profiler. That if you guys don't know my story, I told it a little bit last week, but I began to struggle a little bit about, 6 months, a year ago or whatever, and started having anxiety attacks like crazy. And it was because of the daily profiler. That thing was jacking me up. It was too much information, hitting me way too fast. And it was just, all my trading just took a nosedive. But it turned out that I was just trying to do too much stuff and I was overthinking it. And I had other personal issues going on in my life. But after I came back and did the boot camp again, the daily profiler, because I had my head on straight, that thing just, it revolutionizes so many things. So you guys got that coming up next, I believe, right? Is that coming up? Yeah. So that, I think that's probably my favorite, with candle science being a very, very close second. But that daily profiler, if you don't let it overwhelm you, keep it simple as much as you can. That was my favorite. It's definitely my favorite.
Sorry, I'm half reading the last chat, I think, of a conversation, so I'm trying to go back and figure out what this pigeon's all about. But but the angry lion. Okay, I'm on the page now. Okay, that's funny. Yes, 700 points today. I just realized, saw your comment, and went, I want to look. I didn't look at that, but yeah, from I don't know. I didn't see Austin this morning because I was doing other stuff. But did Austin catch the long? Is he still in a long? Is he milking this for all it's worth? Did you see? Or were you watching it all, Danny? Oh, you're talking to your wife, I think.
Oh, I didn't realize you were asking me. I know. Who else would you be asking? Sorry. Yeah, but I think he took profit when it started to do a false apex earlier. But I could be wrong. He may have stuck it out.
Well, and not only that, actually, I'm looking at it. He might not. This would have been 1 o'clock in the morning, so he would have been out of any trades, or he would have been in a short from this high. I was looking at, it's 1:30, that he would have been in bed by then.
Oh, you're talking the overnight stuff.
I was looking at the overnight, because if you caught the candle, because I just looked for 700 points, but I did realize that's a little late in the night for him to be getting into a long.
Yeah, I believe he got stopped out, if I remember right.
That makes sense. He was long early on Asia. He got stopped out. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, yeah, it would have been more in here where he would have gotten, yeah. You can't win them all. Wah. He probably still made profit, which is crazy, but good for him. What is the craziest business plan you saw where the goal was achieved? Oh, that's a neat one. We don't, like, not everybody shares their stuff afterwards, so I don't know if there's really goals to this, right? The idea is that they create a plan, and that plan may evolve. So as much as it's a neat question, I don't know if it's truly something we can answer. But I mean, I have seen some really cool people come out of the boot camp and excel, like, in a massive way. I mean, one of our first ones would have been Drez, for sure, is an easy success story. So it's not necessarily that their goal was achieved. There's really, goals are ever evolving in trading, as I'm sure you guys can agree to. But Drez being one that really excelled afterwards. Cody, like a lot of our live traders came out of the boot camp and really started finding their wings after that. And then we had some people come into the boot camp recently, even, that have already gotten funded accounts that maybe had struggled getting there consistently. And some that have even gotten to payouts that, again, same kind of thing. They've struggled to consistently get payouts, but they got there fairly soon after leaving the boot camp, finishing the boot camp. So there's definitely lots of success stories, and a lot of them are even posted in the WAP under the reviews and stuff. So
in fact, I think some of them are in here right now. Why don't you, if you have, I know of somebody that's been chatting in here a little bit that said that they have never gotten a payout until the boot camp, and then within weeks after graduating, they'd got their first payout. So
that's huge.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. So yeah, throw it in there. Tell us how well you've done. Previous students, team leaders.
Just seeing, sorry, I've already caught up on the comments. We're good there. So yeah, so we're still doing, like, again, that's one thing with the afternoon session, is sometimes it's a wee bit slow, especially at 12 o'clock. Gunship gunning though.
I forgot when I said daily profiler and candle science. Yeah, gunship is definitely up there too. Gunship is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool, and it looks like the lunch break initialized. So we are, again, thinking along that way. So there's a few ways.
And when Austin first rolled it out, I tried to take every trade, tried to take them for the max at MFE. You can't do that. It's still a tool that kind of points you in the right direction. It's not an entry signal as much as we would like it to be. That's just not how the world works. So, but yeah, gunship is cool, really cool. You guys are gonna love that.
And I'd show the 4-step reversal today, but there really was no reversal today. 10. Yeah, it really couldn't do any of them. Look at that. See, I used the playbook to set up the 4-step reversal stuff. Aren't you proud of me, Danny?
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, nice. Well, I'm not sharing my screen, but yeah, I did. I like it. I did it for the what are the other 4 steps? What do we call that? Where is this?
Oh, yes, the 10 o'clock 4-step trade.
I just call it the other 4 steps. That's
yeah. There was one I think a year ago, a boot camp where I was like, oh crap, there's 2 4 steps. I think I started explaining one of them and I was like, oh, we learned the other one. I missed that class this morning.
Yeah.
Go ahead in a moment, but
but we haven't learned that yet because that's more with the profiler, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm still at the funded stage, but I'm about halfway through my first prop account since boot camp, going real slow. But I'm trying to trade it as if it's real money account. Nice, that's good. Hey, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, and we've said that saying inside numerous times. I mean, there's really no. The problem with a lot of people in this space is we start putting ourselves up against other people and start getting a little bit too overzealous because we see somebody else succeeding faster than us and we think that makes us failing. To be honest, there's a lot of times where if I had have just slowed down, I'd probably still have accounts to this day. I'd probably be at multiple payouts on a single account if I had slowed myself down and not tried to speed up my run. Speed running this is not a place for speed running. Leave that to the video games. So good job there. And I'm looking forward to hearing about your pass and hopefully future payout.
Yeah. That's my Achilles heel right there is I try to grow it too fast. Mm-hmm. And every time I slow it back down, then I start doing well again. So I think that the trick to accelerating it is not like, growing the position size over time. I like to, this is my plan is I'm going to scale with accounts, not scale with size, and let the copy trader do its job and just keep it simple, keep it small, trade tight, follow my rules, and slow and steady, and let the back end do the heavy lifting.
And like Leon's just said, today's a high volatility day. You don't want to be slinging too much no matter what because you'll get wicked out in a heartbeat. Nicely said. All right. And how do we know it is okay to increase our size? Could you use it? So we'll get into that sizing and stuff. I mean, within reason, there's a couple of ways, and we actually I can go through a couple of things with that. So one of the things, and this is actually a free tool that we offer to anybody, not even bootcamp members. And I'll just throw it on. Actually, I think I have it over here. Yeah, dump pouch. No, not the GGN one. Pardon me. Dump pouch, there it is. So sizing, it's kind of dynamic. So it's really hard to give quote unquote advice on sizing because it depends on a lot of different factors. One of them being your risk tolerance, your plan, and where you're doing things like your stop loss and what kind of account size you're doing and all this different stuff. But the dump pouch can be a really cool way for you to start figuring out your size. And so, like I said, this is a free tool you can get. And yeah, really great question. And so basically, if you wanted to grab this tool, if you are not a PAC member, PAC members already know about this and should have already seen about it, but you can go ahead and grab things. So what I like to do is I like to pull the position back in. So 25, 80, 50 is our entry. So that pulls our lines up here. and I'll just do stop loss. Let's say we're going long, 25,820. And you put things like your account balance. So what I do for this is I put down my max drawdown. So let's say I'm doing a 50K account. I'll put 2,000 in there because that's the max I'm allowed to lose on that account. And then I'll put a percentage. If I'm doing an eval, I might put it a higher percentage than if I'm doing a PA account, because I want to protect the account and give myself a larger, Danny, what's the word I'm thinking about? Time when you, how many times it takes you to blow your account,
risk of ruin.
Risk of ruin, thank you. Words are hard sometimes. So if you want to give yourself a larger window for your risk of ruin, give yourself more protection, then you're going to put that percentage a little lower or higher. It's kind of how you calculate that is up to you, how you want to figure that out. And then when you go into there, your take profit. So we'll put that at, I'm just going to put it up here just to get it in the screen. And there we go. So now I've got my lines, and based on what I'm doing, if my target is here, obviously that's going to be a little bit high. So let's say we're going to aim for previous day high, because that's a target that might be achievable for today. And my stop loss, I want to put on the other side of the previous hour just to give myself some room. So it's telling me I can enter in with 3 contracts. And once I hit the pay the trader line, I'm going to pull, technically it's saying all the contracts. So this one's a little bit of a, for example, because I'm putting a pretty big stop loss. What I'd probably more, and my entry's up here, sorry, ignore this. So let's say we're entering right now, and I'm going to put my stop loss actually on the other side of the 05 box, because I'm expecting we're not going to touch that. And there we go. So entry is 4 contracts. And then around the 50% zone, I'm going to take 3 of them off and leave 1 runner to my profit. Thank you, Dust, for the risk of ruin as well. So yeah, so in here, that's where I can use this tool as a way of minimizing my risk. My max loss is 300 to protect my risk of ruin. So it'll take me, because I'm using 15%, it's going to take me that many. So 369, so yeah, basically 2 and a bit. So it's going to take me quite a few. If you wanted to increase your risk, let's say you're doing an eval and you want to maybe take a little bit better chance, you can put this to 25%, for example. And then what it'll do is it'll increase your contract. So you're going in with 6 and then pulling 5 out and then leaving a runner. And again, your max loss there is 500 based on this. So these are great ways of like simple ways of you managing your risk. But otherwise, there is definitely other ways you can choose your sizing based on however your plan is. But you have to have a plan. And that's really probably the more important thing. And Danny, I'm sure you have a few cents to put into this, but the plan is probably more important, because that's what helps you define your risk and define how much you should put onto a trade. If you don't have a plan, you don't have a trading style, you don't have ideas of where you're going to put your stop loss and all that stuff, you can't really get to a size that's meaningful, if that makes sense. Anything else to add, Danny?
No, I was just going to say if you're not careful, somebody might have thought that you were being really subjective with what you were saying, and it's not. You're going to build a plan for how you scale in and scale out of those trades, and you're not going to just do it on the fly. You're not all willy-nilly. You're gonna plan it out, and we're gonna teach you how to plan it out.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want. You can go crazy and wing it, and some people probably do well. I mean, but we're gonna teach a more methodical, plan-focused approach to that.
And like I said, even at minimum, this gives you that plan right out of the gates, but you still have to have things like why you're trading, why you're making decisions. And because I mean, you can just put this arbitrarily anywhere, and at least it will protect you from over leveraging your trade, because you're forcing yourself into some constraints here. But is this a trade for you? Is this a breakout? Is this something you're going to actually do? You still have to plan that trade beforehand. So yeah, no, good points. But good question. Thanks, Ricardo. Always handy when you guys throw some questions at us. Helps make the conversation flow. So always appreciate you for that. But yeah, if anybody's new here and just checking us out, then the dump pouch, I can't remember where the link is for that. I should have had that. Now that I went through it, I didn't even have the link for it. But if you come into the Discord and ask us about it, we can get you the link. It's in the Discord, but it's a free indicator. This dump pouch one.
It's in that onboarding, isn't it?
Well, no, but I'm talking for people that are not in the pack at all and not in the boot camp.
It is a free indicator. Got it.
Yeah, that one's a free one. So,
all right.
One of those free ones that Mickey likes to offer to people to help them with their psychology and other stuff, which is what.
Oh boy, Austin is getting us in trouble.
Why?
This is Austin. Ricardo is asking about Austin's terminology. Go ahead. I'll let you handle that one, Justin.
Oh, sorry. Where am I reading? Did I miss it? This one?
Yep, there you go.
I read something about cash flow or extended cash flow plan. What's that about? So Ricardo, again, yeah, this is more later on right now. So this is something that Austin would, yeah, you're right. Austin would have talked about this, and no, we're not going to get into that right now. He talks about it openly, and in all the lives, he goes through it, and basically it's just based on your plan. You may it's part of phase 2. Based on your plan, you may see a higher probability outcome of the upside, and so you might extend your cash flow and maybe not take profit as quick. So even though, for instance, we had the dump pouch up here saying you're going to take off 6 contracts here, if there's a lot of momentum going for you and there's a lot of probabilities to the upside that you've studied and you know really well, then you might choose to go against this and go, you know what, I'm holding my position longer because I have confidence in what this is doing and where it's going. And now maybe I'm going to take profit at 75%, and maybe I won't even take it all off at my target. I'll keep some on for a runner. And that's going to be all based on the plan that you develop for yourself and based on the ideals that you take for yourselves. So don't try and get too ahead of the game. But again, a great question. I appreciate it, Ricardo. But in the most part, that's something you're going to have to develop for yourself. And Austin has the confidence in a lot of the stuff that he does because he's built this over time, over years, over whatever. And even his the way he trades has evolved even over the last 3-4 months. Like, none of what you do is a permanent plan. It's just a plan based on how you as a trader has evolved to this point. And then over time, you will take that to the next level and the next level based on how hungry you are or how much you want to evolve or how hungry you are to find new things or investigate new things and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. One of the easiest plans is to have a coin nearby and flip it. No coin on the efficiency, though. Nice. Yeah, so flip a coin, long or short. Still 50-50. Hey, it's okay. We're live right now. It's some good questions to hopefully engage the people that are watching that maybe aren't in the boot camp. And it helps us talk about some of the things we're going to learn. So I do get you, Wingo, but yeah, we're okay right now. But yes, so, and that's for people that are here that aren't part of the boot camp and aren't part of the pack. Obviously, we do ask that the boot camp members come in with a little bit of a clean slate and kind of flush everything they know out the year for a period of time, and we ask them to kind of not trade. I feel, and I could be wrong, I feel like more people have listened to that this time than past boot camps, but I have no data on it, so I can't really. I'm talking out of my ass right now, but I do feel like there's a lot of people holding back, which is nice. At least they're not posting trades in the chat like I've seen in the past. And we've found that people that have taken on that challenge, as hard as it may be for some people that have coming in from a trading background, it's really added value. And a lot of them have reciprocated how much value that's added when they've finished the boot camp, or at least when they're into phase 2 and 3, when they've added it back in, how much their trading style evolved and how they're taking less bad trades and more good trades, or a balance thereof, in a positive way. It's been pretty neat to see that outcome for a lot of people, which is awesome. So but yeah, and though I appreciate it for this because it helps me keep talking. So I can usually always keep talking, but sometimes it's nice to have some poignant things that maybe interest people, and so that has helped with that discussion. And we're still hitting the highs. Sorry, I go back over here, but yeah, we just hit another high there with a big wick. So as you can see, we've kept that pretty tight range now for the afternoon for the 12 o'clock session. We have confirmed long though. And again, we're going to go into more of that later when we start getting into the daily profiler more especially. But for this 3 hours, we've kind of confirmed long. So we do expect us potentially to go higher unless we create an apex. Phase 2 is starting very soon. We're sort of getting into it now, but no, we're into week 3 right now. So technically it starts week 4, but some of the daily once we finish the daily profile, basically, sorry, the better way for me to explain this, Cindy, we and and sorry, I should put it up here when I'm talking about something. So basically, we're teaching you all the different tools. So that's why it's been an evolution. We've got we've went through the 05 boxes, we went through the hour quarters, we went through the 3 hour quarters, we went through candle science, MAE, MFE. One of the biggest ones is going to be the daily profiler that we're going into. So once all the tools are taught, then we start breaking out and going into kind of the phase 2 stuff where we go through trading ideas. We go through a couple of different trading ones that he's going to give you. And then you're going to kind of go through back tests or ideas of those and play around with them sort of on the back chart. So yeah, no, we're getting there, but technically it's week 4, but I think sometimes it starts a little bit earlier, or a week later, or week 5, sorry, somewhere in between there. But for now, take your time with Daily Profiler. There's a lot to take in there, but it's all valuable. And especially once you relate it back to all this stuff. Like, I mean, even today we bounced off the 50% there. I think that it doesn't have the 50% on this one. Let me go over to here, week 2. No, I want this one. There we go. So like things like the 50%, like right there, we stayed above that, never came to it. This one here, we tried to test the 50% of the previous hour and then rejected and headed up, and even bounced off its own 50% at one point and then headed up. So I mean, all these kind of things will come into play along with the daily profiler. So that's why this is such the first few weeks are the longest kind of thing to get all this stuff in play, if that makes sense. Though, Ricardo, if some of your squad leaders are telling you to take it back down a notch, take it down a notch. It's fun to do it here, but don't go the extra mile too far because you want to stay in the moment. Learn from what we're learning now. But again, it was fine for today. It was good to keep the conversation. So what are we doing here? So we're just sort of buggering around. So this is a neat sign. So we're heading down there a little bit. Again, it's a really tight. I mean, I say tight. I should measure it, I guess, but. Yeah, it's not even point. It's barely 0.2. So we're not even, well, as you can see, actually, we could never get 0.1 out either way, but 0.2. So we're coming down. So it'll be interesting to see if we end up doing a little bit of either a up and then down, or a down, like I said, keep going, trending down until we hit here and then head up. Who knows? Oh, kicked out internet. Sorry, did you come back in yet, Danny? No, you're not back in here yet. It should beep for me whenever you come back in. The internet kicked you. It said bye-bye. Hopefully you'll sneak back, but if not, that's fine. We'll hold down and forward. What do we got? We got another 15 minutes anyways. I want to see a little bit of what happens here just to kind of take a look at it, but it's one good thing with the afternoon session is funny. I really do think that daylight savings times has something to do with it, because this hour was not as rangy during the summer, but man, summer, winter markets. Let's go into those. Any other questions, guys? Otherwise, if yeah, there's our website link. If anybody is new here, I haven't seen anybody in the chat other than our pack members, so obviously we could be just hanging out with us. As the weeks go on, hopefully this will grow and grow, and we'll have some more people in here asking questions about the boot camp and all that stuff. But if you are new here, oops, that's not the one I wanted to click. I want to click that one. Join our website, can stay up there. So if you want to learn, it's $100, 3 months. We are doing some really good evolutions of that training. To be honest, the boot camp that it was a year ago compared to now has even evolved a lot. Some of the stuff we teach and how we teach it has evolved a lot in a really great way to make it easier to digest. And it's just going to get better and better in that sense. So I do appreciate all the efforts Mickey and the rest of the gang, squad leaders, and everybody puts into helping evolve this, and our devs, man. I can't thank them enough. They make some crazy ass, really good tools for us. So, which is awesome. But other than that, the chat is quiet. I'm all alone here. Oh. Okay, hopefully that's just a trading view error and not a me getting kicked like Danny did. Gotta love computers and internet. Come on. There we go. We're back. Just needed to get back on the right screen. Ooh, Nede. Top of the 05. Cray. And even the stuff that Cody was talking about, Cody's going through with some stuff, trying to create some great data for us on the lines and the apexes, which is really cool. Sorry, Danny, just typing, so just making sure he's taken care of. All right. Back to the chat. What are we doing there? Kicked out of internet. Are you, is this about me saying trying? Succeeding, yes. My apologies. That was poor wording on my part. I didn't even realize I said it that way. You are definitely succeeding, sir. I know what's going on. Did you hear my keyboard, Julie? My apologies. Did you miss that? There you go. I'm glad I could give you your keyboard ASMR, Julie. Hopefully it brings back sweet memories of my typing while trying to chat and do 10 things at once inside the Discord. I exaggerate. It's not quite 10. 4.5. Just checking some DMs quickly. Making sure things are good. Nobody's got any crazy questions in the Discord. Yeah, are you in here? Oh, just on your phone. Okay. What do you guys do before trading? So I've gone through my story, and I'll go through it. I've gone through it inside the Discord. I'm really not shy about it. Pardon me. I'm going to drink a sip of water first. I did a bunch of different things in my life. Most of it was with the banking industry, either mortgages, finances, or business planning. I managed large, middle-sized business accounts. Not quite commercial, like I'm not talking millions and millions of dollars, but up to 1 million, up to 2 to 3 million, even in some cases. And then managed a few different places on top of that, or in between and stuff. Never really had my own gig, and that's kind of what happened here. Is I came to crypto sort of as doing my own gig, and then over time kind of fell in love with helping people. It's always been my gig. I've always liked helping people in my past life, even banking. As much as I've tried, even when people didn't listen, it was to help them hopefully find a better way of life for themselves and not focus solely on the money, but use money or help money work for them as opposed to them working for the money. And so I came to crypto, found people struggling to try and find information on how to do things or helpful information where they weren't scamming them. So I started up a YouTube channel back then, trying to help people find solutions for passive income. Obviously, as some of you maybe were in crypto for a while, everything pretty much that seemed to be passive is a scam. 99.9% of it anyways. There was very few white hat people in the wild west of DeFi. So I guess similar to Austin, actually, we were both kind of doing the YouTube thing around the same time. He started a little bit before me. Just sort of evolved, kept tabs on Austin because I just really liked, it seemed like a younger version of me in a sense, and just had that get up and go that I've had before, but kind of probably got out of a little bit in my older age. I don't feel I'm old, but you get tired of the rat race sometimes. So kept eyes on him, really liked what he was trying to do with the trading side of things, dabbled in a few other trading things at the same time. Because I was YouTubing, I was able to market other people's stuff, and so oftentimes got free dibs on checking out their stuff in order to talk about it and hopefully market it for them. And really found most of it was flashy bullshit, as a lot of you probably found. I never did the DR and ICT and that kind of stuff. I just did a few different groups. that I got to know through my connections inside the DeFi space. And just found a whole lot of it was just either BS or flashy. A lot of times it wasn't really teaching you how to trade. It was just, look at me and you can do this. It's really easy. This is why I logged here. And then it was never really, pardon me, showing me how to actually really do it, how to combat the psychology, how to, I never really I probably did sort of, but I never really realized how much of a struggle it was for my own personal psyche on trying to figure out how to combat my issues with hitting the button, I guess, if you will. So yeah, that's kind of the long and the short of it. Banking for many, many years, and then a few odds and ends, and then here. And so I guess through that, I've just really attached myself to Austin and what he was doing, really attached myself to what he was doing, and just tried to be a servant to the Discord. And then over time kind of became a little bit of a larger position where I'm a little more formally helping everybody in here, and hopefully in turn helping myself create some cash flow, and in turn help others get some cash flow. Wait. You were telling me I can't get 7,007 or 7 billion, whatever million? No, you can't, sir. Hey, DB Tech, welcome. We're just about to finish up probably soon, but we're here. Any other questions, guys? Thank you. I appreciate that, Ricardo. Again, you've asked some great questions to keep the conversation going, which I appreciate. We'll pay. Well, you know what? Venmo me some. I say Venmo. You can't even do Venmo in Canada, so I can't really even say that. Send me your Wise account and send me some money, and then I'll tell you a signal. It's maybe going up. Why does it keep doing? Oh, because I keep clicking on somebody new. Should have put. Yep, all in Fartcoin. And we're doing a little pump at the end of the quarter, so we'll see if that can come down and tap a little DWP for us, or if we're just going to stay above the line. As long as we keep a shelf above the 3-hour high, I'm wondering whether we're going to hit that DWP or if we're going to wait till the next hour. So right now, long. 05 breakout. Come on. Let's go, DB Tech. Go long. We have not been able to get this far, so that would be a very chancy move. We even tried to do it and wicked back in, so there's still a chance we'll wick back in again. But no signal is wild. I thought we were friends. Anything else, guys? Otherwise, we'll pack it in soon. I'm going to let the hour open up because I'm just curious if we're going to have a stab down or head up after the hour starts. As I said, for this session, for this hour, we're not usually here to take trades for the hour. We just sort of go over boot camp stuff in the boot camp and kind of go through our learning for the day or for the past week and kind of make sure that we're on the same page. If anybody has any questions, they come to us inside the boot camp. It's just sort of an added live hour time for people to get knowledgeable on what's going on and to make sure that we're not falling behind on the boot camp. So, and there we go, a new high day again. Are we going to suck back in? Or are we going to head up? My pleasure, Ricardo. Thanks for hanging with us. And then we'll set you out on the outro in a moment. And then I'll see. I don't know if we're, I'm assuming we'll put on some gunship moves for the next little while. If anybody's hanging around and wants to watch that go, if you're, again, somebody who's just coming in watching this for the first time, the gunship is one of our tools that Austin created, which has some really neat moves, works across multiple data or facilities, whether it's NQ, ES, gold, even Bitcoin. Like we can kind of use it on whatever, and it's sort of a neat little tool that kind of is going to turn into a passive opportunity for us, hopefully inside the pack trading group. Yeah, it's just a neat thing. So you can see kind of live taking trades. I had it up here a few moments ago where it had called for a long. We're just waiting for that long to potentially play out. It is in profit if you were to take it from the breakout right there. So it's a really neat indicator that goes through a lot of things. Obviously, like anything, it's a tool. It is not an indicator of buy or sell. It just gives you some ideas of, again, almost like the MFE MAE that we talked about right here at the start of this chat. It creates its own MFE MAEs And based on those, you can create your own trading plan off of that, whether you want to wait for a pullback. And depending on how big the pullback is, you size accordingly. Like we talked about with the dump pouch, for example, you can kind of go through those different ideas with yourself and find out what works for you. So really, really neat tool. Again, like any tool, it's up to the user to figure out how it works best for them. Yeah, so we'll probably have that up on the screen for a little bit after this closes out. And as I said, I'm just waiting for this one, for the little opening of the 1 o'clock, because I'm just curious where it's going to go, and then we'll shut her down. And yes, we'll later gators and all that jazz. It's going to be a really long couple of minutes now that I said that, though, because now we're, what, 4 minutes out? So I have to bide time now. That's what I get for myself. And then Austin's not sharing a screen, though, so we'll have to see if he's sneaking back in before we finish up. Let me give him a quick ping in the D of the M's. Till all right. That is the question. I don't know if it's quite $1 million question. We've had so much distribution. I don't think we're going to see too much of a, if it's an apex, it's going to be a pretty shallow one as well. I expect it to be something like that. Now there is a tool similar to, because we've already blown the water out of this one, right? So you can, I think you guys have access to this one, but you can now go into the regular one and put in 12 o'clock and see a breakdown. So we didn't get into this one yet because some people find it hard sometimes with the shorter time frames. So what this does is similar to the 12-hour one. And this is a little bit of sauce here, I guess. I don't know why I'm going so. Is it gives us those same bars as and max MFE, MAE. So right now we've kind of hit the median MAE, give or take a little bit. We didn't really dig too deep, so it's really shallow. But the idea is we could see our max MFE up here. Something's not set right on this one. I'm gonna have to take a look on that. I don't like the way that looks right now. Oh, I know why, because I'm sitting there on the 15-second chart. What the? We were goofing around with something. Let me go back to this. This will make that look better. It's at least a $2 question exactly. There we go. That looks more like it. So there we go. So we actually just hit the median MFE right now. So keeping in mind for you guys, like when we looked at the 12-hour one, when we're hitting those certain marks, right? This means that 50%, or well, sort of, not quite, but 50% kind of hit here. So there is a chance of us doing an apex now potentially and creating that DWP. So that's where you want to be cautious whether we're going to do that line or apex of that. So just be careful. Don't be betting the farm, that's for sure. None of the bootcamp people should be trading. So this is more just a generalization. What's wrong with the 15-second? Yeah, exactly. And there we go. Look at that. Right on time. The gunship is coming out to play. So we'll play an outro in a moment there and then get you into that. So there's a little pullback before we start the hour. So it'll be interesting to see. But we did hit that median MFE. And actually, we met it right on time as well, almost. So time and price, we kind of came in at the MFE. So this is where you want to be a little cautious of potentially us heading back down now. And then each hour gives its own. So this one now is a new hour. As you can see, we get little bars, which is our chances of going up or down. But we still got to let things play out. And then again, end of the hour is when we should hit our max of the MFE. So we'll see what happens, whether it decides to come up here or whether we get our pullback for our DWP. So yes, Shannon. If you ask me for dinner, don't think the answer to the question is worth much. And that's why I said that already. I don't know if you heard me, but I said that a few seconds ago. Because of our distribution for the day, I don't know if it's really worth doing too much today. But because again, this is classic, right? We've done this quite a few days over this last year, actually, even where we've ranged the afternoon because we made such an aggressive move away from the 930. I mean, this is literally carbon, like I mean, I don't even know, but I think if you counted it, we've probably done this like a good like I'm going to say 50% of the days this year for crying out loud. Like I'm exaggerating a bit, but it's pretty crazy how often we've done this move. And once we've done this, we've always ranged with some minor ups or downs. So you want to be very cautious which one you choose. And so using the data is probably not a bad way to do it and make sure that you're being cautious. So anywho, that is all she wrote. So I'm going to send you guys off with our little outro, and then it looks like the gunship's going to take over, and we will see you guys all at Re-engineering at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great day.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
They not like us, and they know that. They not like us, we ain't gon' do it. The only thing that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us, we ain't gon' do. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us, we ain't gon' do it.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths have been thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun line. Told to choose a side in a cage fight they already fixed on high. but the match don't matter when you torch the ring. Kick the crown off the dealer, hear the chain dog say, hey! Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, light the fuse, watch them drown, burn it all down. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Oh, rise up now, rise up now.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
All right, what's up, everybody? You there, Austin, or is it just me today?
I guess Restream just said I don't want you up here. There we go. What's up, guys?
Yeah. What is up? All right, so where we're at in the boot camp, can you hear me? Everybody can hear me all right? Cool. So where we're at in the boot camp, right? We learned how to read that live price. We learned 05 boxes and how they sync with the hourly quarters, how those hourly quarters and those hours synced in the 3-hour line and apexes, and what signatures and what exact quarters we should be looking for to see the apex versus the line. We did a very, very deep dive into, candle signs, right? To figure out where the probability flags go and how it all ties into the daily classification. And we talked about MAE to MFE. That was the introduction, doing it on the 12-hour standpoint. And so now, starting tomorrow, we're going to go through the 4-step repeatable workflow process that I created, starting with high day, low day, and price model construction, distribution, 10-day range, right? And then, how the overnight session analysis goes, when to expect a firecracker, all based off of data, when to expect high day and low day after 9:30. So this week's going to be really good. And then next week, we go into the higher time frame stuff, the volatility, P12, right? NFP Friday, how to lock in weekly highs and lows. And then we go into our first market structure class taught by Mr. Cody himself, right? So exciting time to be in the boot camp, right? You guys got a sleep in day today. At this point, you've had plenty of time, 2 weeks, to just sit there and practice those repeatable steps of the live price classes that we gave you, and you should understand why you're making those decisions there because of the probabilities that we gave you. You should know the if-then statements that follow with them each, right? So with that being said, let's go into re-engineering, and this will be the last one. Starting tomorrow, you guys get to start re-engineering, and yeah, let's go. All right, so what kind of daily classification do we have today? Right, we had a DWP, right? We knew right out the gate, based off of 9:30, there was going to be a DWP, so we expect a fast and aggressive move away from the 9:30, and then to get in the afternoon range, and we were waiting for one of the hour lows to get wiped, and we did exactly that, right? All right, so starting at the MFE for the 12-hour, right, we can see that statistically over the last year, we've either put the MAE during 6 to 6:15 or during 9:30, 10 o'clock, right? So, right, we did by 9:30, right, we were all the way up here, right? We were, to be specific, we're 50 basis points away from, the 6 o'clock price, right? So we're expecting shallow MA to MFE. We shot hard, right? We hit the 50% MFE target and we kept going, right? So now let's start our re-engineering at the 9 o'clock hour, right? Let's get our flags out here. 1, 2. We know the color of the flags and what they represent. Right, let's get our footprint box. And then let's get our previous hour. 50. Just for Austin, we're going to keep that a little bit crooked. All right, so going into the 9 o'clock hour, we know both the 1 hour and the 3 hour probability flags are up, right? We had a first 5 minute, 3 hour line from 6 to 9. We know that momentum was up, right? And for us to flip down, we would expect certain characteristics, right, to happen, right? Going into the 9 o'clock hour, the hourly and 3 hour are in a C3 state, right? Until 9:01, right? 9:01, we take out the high, we transfer our brain into C2 state. As of right now, the 12 o'clock high probability flag is there, and the 10 o'clock flag is there, all right? All right, we know that we're waiting for the 9:30, right? We know that we're paying attention to this current opening price because we are in a C2 state, and we're trying to see, is this going to be a sweeper and we start heading down for the 9:30, for the long falls, for the MA to MFE, all that stuff, right? On the 12 hour, but we've got to, make a push, right? We at least need to get below previous hour 50 and where the 10 basis points is from the 05 box, right? We can't do that. We know it's a strong market, right? 9:30 opens up, right? The range alone was over a 0.37, right? So we know we had an extended humongo range, right? One that the 9:30 itself was humongous. A very, very big range that we know what the daily classification means. Now we just need the confirmation. Right? So we start leaving. And then, remember, if you have any doubt, you can just switch to the 5 minute of the signatures that you're looking at. And, that will show you the state that you are and that characteristic you're looking at. Did you forcefully move away from the 9:30? Well, the first 5 minutes, the two 5-minute candles after definitely didn't come close to coming back, right? So right here at 10 o'clock, well, we know that this flag goes up here and the 3 hour flag goes above too, right? All right, now let's jump back to the 1. Let's get our previous hour wick going. Right there. Here's your previous hour 50. And so we're expecting a DWP range to the upside, right? 9:30 showed its hand. It's pretty obvious, right? So we expect more forceful movement. We know that the hour candle's up here, right? We know that we're about to transfer into a C2 state. So if this just happens to be a range 1, it might put an instant high in and start coming down and touch this 9:30. We're aware of that, making this a sweeper, right? We know what to look for. Without any hesitation, we break out to the 10 basis points. So we know now, as of right now, 11 o'clock probabilities flags up. We've got the quarter low and high extreme that supports the 3-hour line right now. And we know that that 3-hour flag for 12 o'clock is still to the upside. And there's no reason whatsoever to even think about 12 o'clock to 1500 moving down. We know it's going to be up, right? And our job is to buy the dips. Right now, because we moved so far and fast away from 930, right? 1.32% was saying, hey, like we moved pretty extreme. I know that I'm looking for an afternoon range. Is it going to come early? Right. But as of right now, we got a Q1 low, an instat low, and we're expecting a Q4 high, and we're expecting 11 o'clock to complete this 3-hour line. Right. We know it's the second hour. We didn't get the Q1 sweeper signature for Apex, so we know that the next Apex signature can come in Q3 and Q4 the second hour. All right, new hour opens up, or new 15-minute opens up, right? We know that this is the doji alert, and we instantly reject it. New 15-minute opens up. This is still the doji alert. And so now we're expecting a doji, right? Doesn't mean we automatically. So now we have the first signature for Apex. We got a Q4 break, quarterly break, right? So we can start expecting that Apex signature, right? We can't move this hourly flag down yet because we're still above this hour's open, and we're going to close this candle green after taking out the high. So we know that that probability flag is still up here. And our job is to look for places to buy. New hour opens up. Right, you know, you got an extra big wick on this hour, because you do got the doji. All right, new hour opens up. You start bouncing off the 50, and then you start breaking out to the downside. Right, before you suck back into the range, can't even make it to 10 basis points. That's our sentiment gauge. Right, and you know your 3-hour flag is still up here, and the higher probability is that 3-hour line. All right, moving on. You got a Q1 low, expecting a Q4 high, expecting that 3-hour line to be complete, expecting 12 to 1500 to take out whatever the high is here. Right, and you know your hourly probability flag is up to. And as of right now, we have all the signatures for 12 to take out 11 o'clock. All right, new 15-minute. There's your doji hour. Doji alert, I mean. And you got your signature for the doji because Q4 broke Q3s. All right, and you can rightfully think this is an inside bar. That's okay. All right, new hour opens up along with the new 3-hour. So we know we're resetting. We know that the probability flags are still up here, C3 and C2. I mean, 3-hour and 1-hour. And then, you know, your previous hour 50 is right here. All right, there's your wipe. You know that the hour and the 3-hour now, you're playing for probabilities for the 1500, and that's up. And the red, the hourly, is for the 1300. Oh, 05 breakout, you suck back in the range. Let me zoom in because volume is like getting volatility is tightening up. So you're already starting to see signs of that afternoon range, right? It started like literally around the 10 o'clock hour, and it's starting to form the afternoon range, right? Tomorrow, once we go over how to use the daily profile, we'll start talking about the 2 ways. And if most of you guys in the boot camp should be able to remember, what are the 2 ways that out of a DWP, we talked about it last week. How are we going to close this? We're going to range into what or range into what? We're going to range into what or trend into what? Right. Type it in the chat and we'll continue. All right, so we have an inside 15. So now we have an instat low at Q1. All right, new 15 minutes. So here's your doji alert. Hourly flag still stays above. 3-hour flag still stays above. We know from an hourly flag, once we go into a C2 concept, we're using the quarters. When we're in a C2 on the 3-hour, we're using the line versus apex signatures, right, to confirm where it's going to do around that opening price, right? So right now, we're just expecting Q1 low, Q4 high, and 1300 to be able to take this out. New 15-minute, move your doji alert candle right there. There's your Q1 low, your Q4 high. All right, new hour opens. There's your previous hour 50. All right, here's your footprint. You know, right as of right now, this is in a C3 state, and your hourly probability is there. Your 1500 is still up. All right, so you got a Q1 high now, right? To confirm this footprint, right? You know you're expecting that afternoon range because it's DWP, and you know you got your eye right here. Are we going to give that signature for a 3-hour line and this be a footprint rejection, or are we going to do a false 05 breakout, come up, and then give an apex signature? Right, so right here, let me rewind one candle. Right here, what are we paying attention to? We know we're in a C3 state. Right? We know we don't care about this opening price because we're still in a C3. We care about this opening price. Not only is it the hourly, but it's the 3-hour. It's the previous hour opening, and it's this current 3-hour. So from a 3-hour approach, we don't necessarily we care about it because for the 3-hour we already are in a C2 state, right? So if we breach this opening price, right, then that means our 1500 probability is going to shift down, especially if we get a 3-hour line down or an apex coming down, right? And we're in the 2nd hour, so we're looking for those signatures right now, right? It sucks back into the range, cannot touch that opening price. New 15-minute, you got a Q1 high, expecting Q4 low, expecting this opening price to breach, right? Here's your doji alert, right, which supports the 3-hour line up. You haven't broke it yet. So there you broke it, right? And so we're expecting this probability flag to be up, and this should still be up there. I was explaining it. All right. So now, right here, right now, you didn't get any, you didn't get any signature whatsoever for that apex. All right. So now, you know, you got a Q2 low, Q4 high. You got this footprint. You got this previous hour 50. Probabilities flag for 1500 is still up here. Probability flag for this hour is still above here unless we breach the opening price, which is exactly where the 50 is. So let 05 box develop. Pay attention to the wick. And remember, we still don't have like the hourly low getting breached. We still don't have that previous hour low that DWP gives us, right? So we're on alert for that. We know we're in the afternoon range. We're doing a false 05 breakout, sucking back in, but can't, you know, get anywhere in there. We have the confirmation of this footprint rejection. Right now we're seeing, can this hour get us down to this 10 basis points? We got a Q1 high, expecting a Q4 low. Can we wipe these lows now? Now, because we're in a C3 state, what can we do with the hourly flag? We can flip it down because we breached the previous hour open along with the previous hour 50, confirming this footprint. And that, my friend, is what we did, right? And there's your DWP day. And that signature right there kind of, well, let me check. Yep, so that was your long false for New York 2, right? Confirmed it, 1300 hour gives you that signature, cool. All right, so pretty simple cut and dry day. Everybody should have been able to read it. You understand that you're ranging into settlement, especially with the long false signature and an apex signature for the people who understand the live price component. All right, so now with that being said, All right, now let's go to candle science for tomorrow. All right, so a lot of you guys, when you did your candle science on Friday, you crushed it. You did great, right? You guys were able to read this fine. Let me get off the cues. Let's fling in options. All right, and so now we know that we have this low that we're going to pay attention to and this high, right? We know we can get rid of this now because the opening price is right there. And now we're going to say, based off of Friday and today, what are the probabilities? What are the probabilities of tomorrow? Right, so we know C1 was bearish, this was bullish, right? C2 took out the low and then closed high. Closed above the close price. C2's close price. C1's close price. All right, so right out the gate, we know that we only have a 22% probability of the previous day low and a 79 of the high. So let's update our data. Let me hit one thing. There we go. Let me double check the numbers. 79. And then the low is 22, I believe it said. Yeah, 22 for the low. All right, so now we're going to go figure out if we lose this opening price, right, what that looks like for the probabilities. And that's what I have in the parentheses. So let's go say tomorrow or overnight we lose the opening price, right? Right, now we can see that that low jumps up 20% and that high just drops a couple percent. So it's not that big of a deal. So 44. So 44 below and 67 above if we lose the opening price. All right, so now if we lose that opening price, that's what we're expecting. Let's get our percentile reversal zones off of the high since that's the higher probability. All right, so this is going to be previous day high as of 1800. So we did take out this high. Right, we know that this has happened 146 times. We know that the 30th percentile is 0.20, which is not that big. The 50th percentile is 0.42. And then your 70th percentile is 0.65. So now what we're going to do, we know that's a high probability reversal. I'm going to confirm it. All right, and I'm just going to do this. I usually don't, but I'm going to today. So if we don't, we got 217 samples. 0.21, 0.42, 0.65. So even if we add some more filtered, or oh shit, I did this all wrong. I got to redo this because like I had the opening price selected. So let's redo that. My bad. I was like, this is weird looking. So out of 436 days, right? Let's try this again. 0.33 for the 30th percentile. I was like, that definitely was unique. And if you have any questions, start asking now. So when I look in the chat, I can see them. 0.59, that's more like it. 0.59 for the 50th percentile. This is right on. And then for the 70th percentile, 0.96. 0.96. And that is our highest probable reversal zone. So we're going to use the daily profile to sync high day data with this. And then if you've already been through the boot camp, you should already be aware of the target tree that we have probabilities for the weekly. We hit the 50. We just hit the 1, so we know the next one up is the 1.5, which is 26060. And that is right here at the midpoint of the 30th to 50th percentile zone, right? So yeah, that's your candle science. Let me check the chat for any questions from bootcamp members or Pack. Ricardo, it goes 30 to 50. Those are the green boxes. 50 to 70th percentile. That's the red box. All right. Yeah, so it's from 30th to 50th percentile for green, and then 50 to 70th for the red. All right, good stuff. And just paying attention to y'all's analysis in the room and watching y'all, the live traders trade, and you guys did an outstanding job today. Stuck to your plans, stuck to the playbook that we do on the DWP, and it was just awesome to watch, right? All right, so with that being said, that concludes our re-engineering session. I'll see you guys at 5:30 for the class. Austin, anything?
Dude, I got nothing. These days are just the cut and dry, one and done, get your money and go home type of day. So
well, tomorrow we add the 4 steps. We add the 4 steps tomorrow to the re-engineering, so they're going to drag out just a little bit more now.
Nice. You guys have any questions? I seen somebody had one question. If you wanted to, I think I just missed it.
Jeff, it's good to see you, and congratulations on that payout, man.
Oh yeah, look at this. You guys see this? And this is why, this is one of the cool things we do here. If we got any people that's not in the community here, I mean, dude, we've been streaming all day, but yeah, you can just watch these streams and see what we do 100%. So congratulations, Jeff. Yeah, I seen somebody ask a comment.
I see the only question was from Ricardo. Flag is a bias red for one. Yep. Can you explain what the flag is? Jeff, for you, right? Hit me up and I'll do a one-on-one with you, right? Right. Definitely if the flags, the hours are synced with the quarters, but they pull from the probabilities, right? Of the if-then statement of the candle signs, the previous hour and the previous 2 hours open, high, low, close. And then for the 3 hour, right, it's based off the line versus the apex. It's a probability flag based off of candle signs, right? What's the if-then statement that the last 2 candles have done, which leads to the next, right? So you can have probability. So like you saw me, even at 9 o'clock, I was saying, hey, the 3 hour probability is now up at 12 o'clock. So I know I need to trade towards that until the apex gives me a reason to flip it down, which it did not. So there's no reason to remove it. But yeah, hit me or Austin up and we'll jump on a call with you and do it. Since you always show up and you watch the free stuff.
I feel like I see Jeff. We got a lot of Jeffs. What's up with us attracting Jeffs?
Like peanut butter?
I think this is like the 4th or 5th Jeff.
No, that's so that is he just tagged you the other day.
We did have I found the question though, Mick. It was by Divergent. Did you get this one? Can you check the MFE MAE also?
I'm not sure what he's referring to with that.
I think he's talking about that the 12-hour MFE MAE that Pocket was going over for Bootcamp Focus.
Oh yeah, we can look at that, but right, what we can do, right? We know that we're going into Tuesday, so let's switch this to Tuesday. And this is a cool little indicator that we're about to update, but it's going to give you the probability of the MAE being put in. and we can start looking into the future. So tomorrow we know there's definite on a Tuesday. We are expecting a MAE after 9:30 to 10:45 or 10:30, right? That's what typically happens unless we get a strong push out of the 18 or 06, but that doesn't typically happen, right? But we're expecting a reversal between 9:30 and 10:30 tomorrow based off of MAE being such. I get the mode is at 6, so we're paying attention to that. But we see this cluster of data right here telling us on a Tuesday, expect MAE to MFE, right? Overnight, and we can see right here, right out the gate, Tuesdays love to put the low of the 12-hour at 1800. So for you traders that trade the Asia and you trade the true, like you use New York 1 and New York 2 to figure out Asia probabilities and at 1800 to 1930, we already know that that comes with a true signature unless it gets breached at 2030 or 2100, right? Or 2000 hour, right? So this is a good day to, if you have the 1800 break coming out of the gunship, to, you know, hang on, right? Because like you do have probabilities on your side tonight. But that's all I'm going into with that.
And we did have one more question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
From WB Capital. Mickey, do you trade options using these stats during the day?
So I don't typically trade options whatsoever because I know how they are, you know, priced from an intraday level, and I don't think there's any edge or probability over futures to trade options. But I'm looking at stuff with my buddy who actually owns some option software and with brokers, so I'm paying attention to like how it relates to their levels and what they're calling out versus what we see from a probability standpoint.
And did you also hear NFP is canceled Friday?
What?
Hear about that? Yeah.
Are we doing this government shutdown thing again?
That's what Jeff was saying in the chat earlier.
Which one?
It's crazy. Moz King.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
sounds
crazy,
good.
crazy.
Sanchi
All right, guys.
Money, I'm going to say, hey, I appreciate that. And listen, it's not, there's nothing, it's about promoting realistic expectations, responsible growth, and a repeatable workflow for you guys, right? That's all me and Austin thrive to do. And we know we live in a world full of noise, ego, and pride, and we're going to keep that distracted from our community and protect our community so you guys can grow within.
And we're just going to have a good time, man. Just going to have a good time. All right, guys. Yeah, I got nothing else. I hope y'all have a absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Pack Trade Group, we have a live Asia session tonight hosted by the one and only duo, Snipey and Trader Kenny.
Dude, they've been crushing these Asias.
They really have, dude. I feel like every time I'm tuning in, either one, if not both of them. So if they're listening, no pressure. But either one or both of them are just sitting in a massive trade. Like it's just, I love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for all you all do. I mean, just if you guys are either helping with the community in some way, or you're just tuning in, or you're just hanging out with us, or you're taking trades, or you're sharing your progress to inspire others. Just appreciate you guys. We have a really good time doing this. So with all that being said, stay grinding on your freaking goals and never, ever tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. And I'll see you all later. Bye, everybody.
Later, haters.
The only thing that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself.
I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. Yeah.
Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.